Super Necromancer System. Written by John Dover. Chapter 101 Art of Battle. Minuteman shook his head and sucked in a breath. This was no dream. This was real, and reality called for him to be strong. He looked around to see where he could be useful and found a swarm of fishmen surrounding a black-armored knight. After all, there were only 15 black knights and hundreds of fishmen. Even if they were individually strong, the sheer number of fishmen was an issue. The knight hunkered down behind his great shield of spiked black metal and decorative bone, and though the fishmen were not strong enough to claw or chew their way through his armor, their swarming had rendered the knight immobile, especially because his choice of halberd as a weapon made it less wieldy in close quarters. "I've got you." Minuteman sprinted towards the knight and then leapt into the air. He twisted in the air, putting momentum into a throw as he sent his shield spinning forwards. The shield flashed blue, indicating that it had stored kinetic energy to release, and when it hit the swarm of fishmen, the energy exploded outwards, knocking the fishmen back in a concussive blast. The knight reacted immediately with his newfound freedom. He bashed his shield forwards, knocking back the fishmen in front of him while swinging his halberd around him in an arc that trailed with cold blue light, slicing several fishmen in halves. Minuteman clenched his right fist, recalling his shield, and came to the knight's side. "Are you with the guy in red armor?" said Minuteman. The Black Knight stared at Minuteman, and Minuteman looked closely at the knight's face, looking behind the gaps in his visor. Minuteman stepped back in shock when he realized the knight had no eyes. The face beneath the helmet had gaunt, thinly stretched and rotted pale skin while the eyes were absent, bearing only black sockets. The knight nodded in appreciation at Minuteman before moving away, on to slaughtering the next group of fishmen it saw. "Ah, this one truly is strong." Minuteman turned to see the red-armored knight in battle with the shark variant. The red knight's armor was sleeker and more form-fitting, showcasing a build far leaner than Minuteman's. The knight did not rely on brute physical strength, but superior agility to fight, and he moved with an elegant grace that looked like a dance. He sidestepped claw swipes from the shark variant and twirled to unleash counter slashes with his crimson saber. The knight's ivory white, red-trimmed cape fluttered behind his movements, marking them with an elegance that seemed to elevate the brutality of battle into something artistic, something performative. "Its scales are too thick," called out Minuteman as he saw the red knight's many swift slashes crashing upon the shark variant but skidding off in showers of sparks, deflected by its hardened, plate-like scales. By now, Minuteman's minute of justice had worn off, and this rendered him even weaker than he was in his base form, drained of much of his stamina and strength. "Focus on the cracks I've already beaten into the armor." Gra! The shark variant roared into the air, and waves of sound echoed from its maw, pulsating over the battlefield. As these sound waves traveled, they triggered the fishmen, causing them to go berserk and start to focus on aiding the shark variant. The fishmen dropped fighting the black knights and sprinted instead towards the red knight. The shark variant then slammed both its fists down towards the red knight. The red knight performed a backflip, dodging the double fist strike with ease. The shark variant's blows drilled 2 craters into the dirt and mud with a resounding crack and splash. The red knight looked around at the masses of fishmen approaching and sighed. "I would much rather prefer to deal with this brute myself," said the knight as he too looked up. "Do me a favor and take care of these rude hecklers." With that, a medley of attacks came down from the sky. A bright blue beam of energy streamed down, crashing into fishmen and blowing their bodies apart with concentrated heat and kinetic energy. Purple spiral-shaped beams shot down, hitting fishmen and crushing them into pressurized puddles under immense gravity. Bolts of lightning rained down, frying a dozen fishmen at once. Minuteman looked up to see altars. 15 altars, to be exact, soaring down from the sky. Not all of them were likely flight-capable, so it was probably that one of them maintained flight for all of them. "Are you heroes?" shouted Minuteman. He squinted his blue eyes, trying to see if they wore any identifying symbol, but no, they just wore the tattered remnants of dresses and suits over black bodysuits. "Heroes." A silver-haired, dark-skinned girl, the one that fired the lightning, addressed Minuteman. "No, but we are here to deal with this pest problem." "I hate fish. They creep me out," said a young man wearing a visor over his eyes as he fired more bursts of kinetic energy beams. "Fucking die." The 15 altars landed in a wide perimeter around the Red Knight and Shark variant, joining in with the Black Knights to block out any fishmen from intervening. The huge wheel of bone also aided this effort, loosing loud rattling sounds as it sped around the battlefield, turning fishmen into roadkill while leaving behind a trail of lethal green flames. "Behold this performance, warrior," said the Red Knight, his voice echoing to Minuteman. He pointed his red saber to the Shark variant. "Your way of fighting is respectable in its own way, but all that smashing and destroying, there is hardly any art to it. Hardly anything resembling elegance. As a fellow warrior, I shall teach you how beautiful battle can truly be." The Shark variant roared as it charged. "Expose veins," said the Red Knight. His eyes flashed red under his visor. Right before the Shark variant swiped his face off, the Knight seemingly phased through the attack, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Now behind the Shark variant, the Red Knight performed 3 twirling slices, gouging out cuts in the 3 nubs where Minuteman had severed the Shark variant's fins. Something about these 3 slashes was different. They were executed faster and stronger than the Knight's normal attacks, as if enhanced by some additional force. Wherever the Red Knight's saber cut, a dark purple, violet-shaped pattern bloomed around the flesh. Even with the enhanced strength, though the Red Knight could not cut deeply into the Shark variant's scales. "You can't cut the flesh like that, you'll need a stronger weapon. Something blunt that can break through the scales. Here, my shield." Minuteman pulled back his shield arm, ready to throw it towards the Knight, but the Knight wagged his finger at Minuteman. No, just sit tight and enjoy the performance." Free of charge, the Red Knight stepped back and stood still, raising his blade up cautiously. The Shark variant growled but did not take much damage from such shallow cuts. Confident that the Knight could not damage it, the variant grew ever more feral, and leapt towards the Knight with a mighty swipe of its claws. Parry, the Red Knight angled his saber so that its flat acted like a shield. The Shark variant's strike skidded down the length of the saber, angled perfectly to diffuse as much force as possible. Minuteman knew heroes that used swords, and even if he himself did not know much about sword combat, he could tell that this Red Knight was an expert. And riposte. Returning step, the Red Knight used the force of the Shark variant's blow to spin around rapidly and then unleashed a swift horizontal slash across the Shark variant's neck, where the armor had been cracked from Minuteman's blows. The Shark variant stepped back before it placed both hands around its neck. A glint of red light flashed around where it had been slashed before the slash spontaneously appeared on its neck, carving through its scales and into its flesh. Profuse amounts of blood poured out from its exposed throat. The Shark variant collapsed to a knee. With brutish foes like this that rely merely on their ugly muscle, it is best to parry and riposte, using their own unsightly strength against them, said the Red Knight, and he turned around dismissively, as if he had already won. Wait, began Minuteman as he saw the Shark variant grit its jaws, forcing the muscles around its exposed throat to flex and clench the deadly wound shut. But where the slash wound shut, violet floral patterns grew instead. And now, the finale. The Red Knight bowed deeply with an arm over his chest, dodging one last surprise swipe from the Shark variant without even looking. The Knight snapped his fingers with a metallic click and chanted, "Crystal blood venom, expunge." With that, the Shark variant seized up, stiffening in its movements like a statue before it could unleash another attack. The flower patterns around its wounds shone brightly before detonating. The flesh rippled and exploded as blood poured out of the horrible wounds like water draining from a popped water balloon. As soon as the blood exploded out, it crystallized, entrapping the Shark variant's half-destroyed corpse in a casing of its own hardened life essence. The blood shone with a faint violet hue, glimmering with a jewel-like, hauntingly beautiful incandescence. Chapter 102 Incident of a Certain Flight. Above Haven City, at the edge of its eastside district border. All this space, and to think that crazy musclehead was going to pack it full of duds. Rockshaper motioned around to the vast innards of the carrier plane around him. There were 3 rows of seats stretching out seemingly endlessly across the flanks of the 60-meter-long supercraft. Even if this carrier was an older model from 5 decades ago, by virtue of being military-grade during the peak of the monstering, it still had everything needed to function in tense combat situations. Between the rows of seats were storage compartments for holding medical supplies, rations, and weapons. There were even mobile med pods capable of housing people in intensive care and, in cases where their injuries were so severe they needed to be preserved until they reached a proper hospital, life support stasis capability. Rockshaper's mask was off at this point, bearing a sweaty, grimy chiseled face with set-in brown eyes and short-cropped black hair and messy stubble. He unwrapped a chocolate-flavored Omnibar, a MRE snack packed with 2,000 calories, and chewed into it. And we got grub, too. Damn, even this brick tastes fucking incredible after all the sh*t I had to put up with Minuteman. Hope that fucker dies, said Rockshaper. We should have at least saved some of them, said a cowboy-themed hero leaning forward in a char who, in a stroke of original brilliance, had a hero name of Cowboy. Incidentally, he was one of 4 sentries stationed in Southside, sentries being heroes at least C rank that oversaw the security of several neighborhoods in a city. Underneath them were lower-ranked patrol heroes that roamed around individual neighborhoods, but most of them, at least in Southside's chronically underfunded and under-defended confines, were dead. The only ones alive were the higher-ranking sentries and some C-rankers from other parts of the city. Funny to hear that coming from you, Cowboy. You have a reputation of being a sh*t sentry, after all, said Rockshaper. Yeah, can't deny that, said Cowboy. I just couldn't be asked to do much with how little I was getting paid. Plus, they were mostly duds. But that don't mean we had to leave all of them. The kids, maybe, we could have gotten them on here. We bring back even one of them, and they're a potential witness to what we did, and we won't just be losing our hero licenses, we'll be rotting in villain jail for the rest of our lives if we don't get flat out executed first, said Rockshaper. Am I sensing hesitation here, Cowboy? Among us all, you're the weakest. It wouldn't be too hard to get rid of you like we did with Portal Girl and Sparkwire, said Rockshaper as he stepped in front of Cowboy threateningly. Cowboy put his leather-gloved hands up in the air. No, don't got no problem with this. How about that? I guess it's true that it only takes a little pressure to get the right answer out of people, said Rockshaper with a smug smile. He strolled over to the cockpit where Computation, one of the C-rankers, was operating the plane. Sparkwire, or known as Miles as a civilian, had refused to pilot the plane and leave behind Minuteman, but thankfully, with Computation around and Minuteman gone, there was no need to keep Miles. It was a shame Portal Girl had to go, thought Rockshaper. She was a young one, so much potential, plus, she looked amazing in that pink skin-tight costume. Such a waste to let pretty ones like that go. But she had opposed Rockshaper, and that was it. There was an ever-dying breed of heroes nicknamed Goldies, that tried to represent the idealism and pure morality of the first wave of heroes that had risen up during the supposed Golden Age of heroes, when Alders first donned costumes in light of pre-altering comic books and movies and media to fight villains not for themselves, but to try and make the chaotic world around them right. As far as Rockshaper cared, they were all idiots. There was a reason they were dying out. Vanguard was probably the last big Goldie with Valkyrie's retirement, and he had disappeared almost 20 years ago, probably swallowed up in a Titan's nest somewhere. When survival was on the line, morals did not matter. The Goldies did not understand this, and so many of them died sacrificing themselves. Case in point, Minuteman. Honestly, Rockshaper had no idea how these people fostered enough delusion within themselves to put down their own lives for others, but whatever. At the end of the day, Minuteman, that tiny-brained idiot that thought he was so much better than Rockshaper just because he was B-class, was dead, and Rockshaper was alive, ready to rise through the ranks. Computation. What's the ETA on us getting out of this watery shithole? Said Rockshaper as he sat in the co-pilot seat beside Computation. Computation's glowing blue light mask flashed as he spoke, his voice going through a synth filter. 15 minutes, probably. We're almost out of Westside. He looked at a monitor showcasing blurry images of the cityscape below. With the tech-disrupting storm cleared away, satellite imagery could show what was going down on the ground, but it would still take a solid half-hour before it managed to show anything crisp quality as the Panopticon's satellite array recalibrated. But even with blurry images, it was possible to see that the west side was just completely flooded, its usual colorful neon lights drowned out. What a damned shame. So much new tech in Westside just gone like that. In some ways, especially forgery, it was almost on par with Tier 1 cities when I worked in the black market, said Computation flatly. Yeah, getting a fake ID for my mercenary gig was a breeze out there, said Rockshaper. It was not a big secret that a surprisingly sizable number of heroes dealt with under-the-table jobs and activities to pad their incomes. The hero industry was heavily top-concentrated, with those in the Superboard top 100 almost making more than all the other several million heroes in the United States combined. Until a hero made it to the C rank at least, they got zero exposure from sponsorships or social media, not to mention it was hard to get into established teams or secure good missions to farm AP without either strong media presence or proven strength. And once a hero got into the C rank, it still required careful maintenance of one's personal brand to keep ranking up. Not to mention tons of hero teams were predatory in their contracts and, despite giving a more stable place for heroes to secure missions, often made sure that most of the rewards and social media exposure went to just a privileged few on the team. The end result was that most heroes that were relatively talented and trained hard enough made it to the C rank but found themselves hard stuck there. Maybe they were strong enough to go to the B rank but lacked the social media finesse to go higher. Or maybe they were popular with the masses but flat out too weak to qualify for higher ranks. In some way, they were lacking. Only a precious talented few were strong enough to just blitz through the rankings with incredible power that was undeniable, and most of them ended up in the A rank. To get from there to the A rank, they again needed a solid brand image. The A+ and S ranks were a whole different breed altogether, where heroes were so strong that they were national security assets where their image mattered far less. But trying to go up there was a pipe dream for basically anyone. For the vast majority of heroes, getting into the B rank and above was good enough to live a comfortable life, but the cutoff between C and B was just too large for most to make that leap. Hence, there was also quite some built-up resentment between C rankers and B rankers they were envious of. There was no doubt this envy had contributed towards Rockshaper and the rest of the C rankers rebelling against Minuteman. But the biggest thing at the end of the day that had turned them was the utterly repulsive idea of risking their lives for duds. Still, poor Minuteman. Imagine dying for duds, said Computation. I couldn't think of a worse way to go. Thing about Goldies like him, though, is that they're perfectly happy to die like that, said Rockshaper as he shrugged. If you ask me, I think we did him a favor, letting him die as a proper Golden Age hero like that. That's harsh, man, but I do know where you're coming from. When I see Goldies these days, it feels like I'm looking at a walking, talking fossil. Something that just doesn't belong in the modern age, you know. Said Computation. Then the Goldies and the duds have something in common, laughed Rockshaper. No wonder Minuteman wanted to die for them. That was when the plane thudded, shaking violently and jerking downwards from an impact from above. Rockshaper stumbled forwards in his seat, stopping himself from face-planting in the controls in front of him. The hell was that? Put on your seatbelt, dude, muttered Computation before he flipped a few switches, getting the carrier's threat detection system to activate. There, localized high-accuracy radar mapped out threats within the aircraft's vicinity, and the monitor drew out an approximate image of what had crashed atop the plane. A person. No, wait, I'm not sure, said Computation, utterly bewildered. The radar imagery did not give a perfect image, just a silhouette, but the projected silhouette, though humanoid, also seemed monstrously inhuman with spiked protrusions emanating from its shoulders, head, back, arms and legs. Whatever it is, shake it off, shouted Rockshaper. Chapter 103 Incident of a Certain Flight 2. Have you seen how massive this carrier is? Shake it off. You think I can start doing flips in the air? This thing isn't built to move like that, you idiot, said Computation, his synth-infused voice radiating outwards with high-pitched notes of desperation as he saw the outline of the strange humanoid being raise a fist in the air, as if to punch down and smash through the plane. Any of you, can you fly? Asked Rockshaper to the 14 C-rank heroes he had taken aboard the carrier. None of them said anything. Flight was a relatively rare power as far as alter abilities went, and it was a general but not absolute rule that flying alters that did not have flight as the main function of their power tended to be stronger. Among the most average of C-rankers, flight was a precious ability unless it was their main power, but here, nobody had any such capability, not even as their main ability. It's gone, said Computation. What? Rockshaper whipped around, bewildered. If the thing was a variant, then it would have smashed through the plane without any hesitation. It pulled back its punch, and then it just faded away, said Computation, relief leaching into his voice. Don't ease up yet, that thing is still out there. Keep a close eye on the threat scans, said Rockshaper. He turned to the rest of the heroes. And all of you, get ready to fight. Put your costumes back on, get your weapons ready. We did not make it this far just to die up here. Unfortunately, this is as far as you go. A faint voice echoed throughout the confines of the plane. All the heroes looked around, tensed up, trying to track where that voice came from, but because of its echoing nature, it was hard to pinpoint an exact location. It felt like it came from everywhere, ringing through every inch of the metal, echoing into their very beings themselves, under their flesh, rattling into their very bones. They all shivered in unison, feeling a distinct chill crawling up their spines. Their guts dropped in mounting dread they could not help but feel, and a few of them began to feel numb at their extremities. What is that? One of the heroes, a man called Cyber Knight, gripped his chainsaw broadsword tight with fear in his gray gauntleted hands. Variants can't talk, shouted Rockshaper. Stop *TTING your pants. It's just an altar. In the depths of the carrier, green mist started to pool outwards. The mist shone with a strange, unearthly glow, and though green was usually a color associated with life and nature, the shade of this green was best described as diseased. Sickly, toxic, the kind of green irrevocably associated with decay, with dying. The mist wafted outwards, its cloudy tendrils stretching through the plane, moving hungrily towards the heroes. That might be toxic gas, said Rockshaper. All of you have masks. If you have filtration built into them, use them now. Toxic gas, is it? I suppose that's a natural response to seeing my mist. I'll have to see if I can abuse that response later, with opponents that are more worth my time, came the voice again. It was a deeply calm voice, and yet, it was not calming. There was something about the calmness that felt so very empty. So very cold. There was something fundamentally inhuman about it that intensified the shivers running through the bodies of all the heroes. Even though that voice addressed the heroes, it was obvious from its calm emptiness that it did not address them as people, as humans, but as things. Who are you? Said Rockshaper. He squinted his eyes through his stone plate-shaped mask. Show yourself. The only response was the strange green mist accelerating forwards, engulfing the heroes in one fell wave. I feel weak, said Cyber Knight as he shivered, the strength draining from his arms. He was near the head of the group, most exposed the mist, likely confident in his helmet's filtration system. He dropped his sword, and it clattered on the floor heavily. The muscled hero then dropped down to his knees and wrapped his arms around himself like a lost child. He shivered uncontrollably. I feel scared. Fear, yes, came the voice, but this time, the heroes could attach a location to it. Footsteps echoed toward them. Heavy, metallic footsteps. The closer you are to my mist, the greater your life force drains, and the worse the constant debuffs for fear become. What's going on? You, there, I see you. Cowboy unholstered his twin pistols. His eyes were wide, almost bulging, and his expression was horribly panicked. Eat lead, fucker. Cowboy aimed his twin revolvers and emptied their chambers. Cyber Knight fell forwards, dead from smoking bullet holes gouged out into the back of his armor already broken from fighting variants. What the fuck are you doing? Shouted Rockshaper. Look where you're shooting. Cowboy looked at his guns, then down at Cyber Knight's gurgling corpse. What? And the more the fear stacks, the easier it is to turn into insanity, said the voice, ever calm, as it neared and neared. Get back, away from the gas. Masks don't work on it. Rockshaper trembled as he stepped backwards, away from the heroes he was supposed to lead, inching back as far as possible from the approach of that horrible mist. The heroes followed suit, shuddering as they crammed themselves further back and back. No, stay away, fight, drive it back. If the gas hits me, I won't be able to pilot this plane, and then we're all done for. Shouted Computation. Sooner or later, the heroes would crowd in the cockpit, the furthest point away from the approaching mist, and once that happened, once the mist reached their infected Computation, the plane would just crash. Someone, any one of you useless idiots, go out there and fight. Yelled Rockshaper as he gestured wildly towards the approaching mist. You do it, you selfish fuck. Came a quick response. We can't just sit here, said Slammer, a former entertainment gear wrestler, wrestling enhanced with cybernetics, turned hero. This gas he's making is insanely strong. That means he's some kind of creator. It's not likely he's as tough as he makes himself out to be in a close-up fight. If an augmenter like me catches him, I reckon I could break his back real easy. I'll clear the mist. Any other augmenters out there, follow my lead. Slammer ran forwards, bravely into the mist, and slammed his giant gauntleted hands together. Gears and hydraulics clicked as his gauntlets crashed together in a clap, and a shockwave boomed forwards in a cone, scrunching up the surface of the metal floor and breaking apart chairs like twigs. Unfortunately, the shockwave did nothing against the mist itself. Ah, that is interesting to note, said the voice in the mist. Shockwave forces can blow apart the outer edges of my mist, but what I generate close to my body is immune to physical force. Thank you for your contribution to testing my abilities. A red dot flashed in the mist, right to the side of Slammer, at his blind spot. Slammer, watch out, said Rockshaper. Slammer looked around, but far too late. Suddenly, an enormous, black-metalled, bone-spiked figure, one that had enough sheer mass that it was obvious that it was no mere weakling in close combat, lunged out of the thick of the mist. Its arm thrust forwards, a clawed hand wrapped tightly around Slammer's head. The edges of the black metal claws dug into Slammer's skin, piercing and drawing blood. The metal monstrosity lifted Slammer's massively muscled wrestler's body up like he was a little toddler. Now that it had attacked, the figure the voice belonged to became fully visible. It was a sight that made all the heroes pause in complete bewilderment. It was about 2 meters tall, far taller than any normal human, and looked like an eerie mix between a suit of armor and a living being. The figure's body was largely comprised of black metal, but its metal body fused seamlessly with protrusions of bone, pockets of red, glowing red and raw flesh, and streaks of pulsating crimson red that looked like veins. In appreciation, I will give you a very quick death, said the monstrosity. Slammer wrapped his huge, gauntleted hands around the figure's arm and yelled as he put in as much crushing force as possible, trying to tear free. His grip strength was quite notable, easily capable of pulverizing concrete, but it did nothing against the being of metal and flesh. Instead, it looked like Slammer was trying to crush a flickering green force field wrapped skin-tight around the strange, terrible being's arm. All the damage he was doing was transferring to the force field, not at all reaching the actual metal and flesh itself. Slammer's arms fell loose to his sides as green light enveloped his head. Glowing green cracks began to form from his head down to his torso, and then, his body exploded in a nova of flashing light and bloody chunks of meat and entrails and white flecks of bone. All the heroes stared at Slammer's remaining lower half of a body as it plopped down on the floor, staining the dull gray metal red. Chapter 104 Incident of a Certain Flight 3. Fire. Fight. Do anything, roared Rockshaper as he pointed his arm at the monstrosity. Jagged spheres of rock formed in front of his palm and fired off with the velocity of bullets. Cowboy finally shot at the right place this time, unloading as many bullets as he could. Another hero fired blasts of blue energy, another spears of water, another unloaded a clip from a handheld minigun, and so on and so forth. A hailstorm of diverse projectiles rained against the being, but they all clattered off the entity's green force field. Some of these projectiles missed and smashed into the walls of the plane, gouging out holes that grew dangerously close to breaching the walls. How many powers does he have? Shouted a hero. This gas, that shield, not to mention how strong he is and that blasting attack. This doesn't make any sense. He must have a weakness, said Rockshaper. Something for all this power he has. A time limit, maybe. The only time limit I have is that I do not want to waste too much of my time on the likes of you. The figure stood there, letting attacks ping off of its ultra-durable force field, before it put a clawed hand to its pointed chin in contemplation. Judging by how weak your attacks are, it does not seem like any of you have much potential. But maybe some of you are like Dynamite Girl, capable of massively accelerating your growth with undeath and further training. That is not so, came another voice. One that seemed to resonate from the chest of the being. Who was that? Said Rockshaper. Oh, you can sense their potential, relentless, said the being. I am an apt judge of warriors, especially in determining the peak of their ability to hone their bodies physically and in capacity to channel raw energy. This voice was deeper in timbre and smoother in its delivery, yet, it was equally as cold. I may not understand fully the energy that the humans of this realm harness, but in its purest essence, it flows similarly to mana. Thus, I can roughly determine their potential, and those standing before you are already at their peaks. Both physically and in terms of harnessing energy, they are at their primes, and no matter how their bodies change, how much they labor and toil, they will not grow much stronger. Thank you for your insight, relentless. The being drew its gaze up from its chest back to the heroes. Then that means I have no more reason to waste time scoping out your powers to see if you would make good undead. You all truly are worthless after all. With that, the red dot serving as the being's eye in its helm mask of black metal glowed brightly, and all the heroes froze in place, stopping their attacks. They felt an intense sense of dread grip them, holding them like firm anchors. The entity swiped its clawed hands forward twice, firing off 2 swirling, helical-patterned bolts of green. They each hit a hero, and when they did, the blasts acted like targeted explosives, blowing apart bodies with gruesome force. The heroes closest to those that blasted apart were showered in the blood and guts of their fellow C-rankers, and they blinked as they looked down at their blood-drenched hands before they dropped any pretense of fighting back. They screamed in sheer terror as they sprinted back. Run! Get out of here! We can't fight that thing! I can't stand the way you all run. It reminds me far too much of cockroaches scattering under light. Disgusting. The being fired blast after blast of those strange green bolts that promised instant death to anything it hit, and they landed with pinpoint accuracy on those that ran first. Hero after hero exploded into showers of blood and disintegrated flesh. First, it was the heroes that ran, then it was the heroes closest to the approaching entity. Everyone died one after the other in such quick succession that within just 30 seconds, there were only 2 survivors. Rockshaper and Computation, the 2 heroes that were the farthest away, occupying the cockpit. The entity went right up to the 2 heroes and towered over them with its horrible bulk of spiked metal, bone, and live, pulsating, strange flesh. Rockshaper fell to his knees, shivering uncontrollably as he knelt in the presence of this terrible, terrible being. This manifestation of death from which there was no escape. Why are you trembling like this? I've turned off the life drain and debuffs on my mist. There shouldn't be a reason to be this afraid. Or maybe I've simply lost what it feels like to be afraid as a simple man, said the entity. All Rockshaper could do was kneel there silently, his face staring down at the dull gray metal floor as sweat poured from his forehead. His heart beat rapidly, and his tongue felt heavy, like lead. He felt frozen in both terror and acceptance, knowing that no matter what he did, before this thing, he was just prey. Was this how it felt to face certain death? It was such an awful feeling. It felt like every single inch of his being was about to be devoured, at the precipice of a massive cliff where with just a light breeze, he would fall into enormous jaws waiting to snuff out his insignificant little life. How had Minuteman faced certain death with such courage? With a smile on his face. You kill me, and there's nobody left to pilot the plane. Shouted Computation in sheer desperation. The plane will crash. Oh, I did not care much about saving this plane in the first place. It is Panopticon property, after all. I cannot just take it. To end his sentence, the entity thrust his clawed hand out and sliced it straight through Computation's head. Computation's glowing blue mask sparked and sputtered before glitching out, blood pooling from the cracked glass surrounding the claws drilled through his head. The entity withdrew his claws with a gruesome squelch, and Computation fell forwards, his face planted into controls that covered under a veil of his blood. It seems that autopilot has engaged, said the entity as it stared at the control screens. Lying about the plane crashing with your death, an interesting gambit to save your life. But a crash from this plane would not have even come close to killing me in any case. The entity moved back from the controls and then stopped as it stared down at Rockshaper's frozen, kneeling body. Rockshaper's breath caught in his throat and his eyes widened in terror as he felt the entity's gaze burn into his back. I almost forgot about you, the way you were so still, said the entity. Why whispered out Rockshaper, barely getting out words through his throat made tight with fear. Why did you kill us? Why, when we were all heroes? Said Rockshaper. His words came out freer now. Maybe it was because his body had instinctively accepted its death, and thus, was free to say whatever it wanted before its inevitable end. Why, you say you are a hero as if it means something, as if it means it makes your life valuable enough to spare. Then let me turn that question around on you. What is a hero? What is the purpose of a hero? Is it not to hunt variants and save lives? Rockshaper looked up at the unblinking red dot looming over him, confused. But look at you, look at those around you. The entity motioned with its spiked, clawed arm behind it, at the medley of corpses it was responsible for. You abandoned the lives you were meant to save. And you run from the variants you were meant to hunt. Does that not mean you have no more purpose? And without purpose, why do you deserve to live? What is the point of your meaningless existences? The entity raised its clawed hand up, and Rockshaper put his arms over his head and shook like a child in the dark. Seeing that arm raised up, those claws splayed out, he felt a renewed burst of desperation. Please, I'll be a proper hero. I'll save as many people as I can. I'll hunt down all the variants. Just give me another chance. I have credits, too. Anything you want, I can give you. Anything I want, is it? Said the entity as its clawed hand froze in the air. Anything, shouted Rockshaper. He was crying now, snot drizzling from his nose as he felt his life truly wavering on the tightrope of death. Then I will add you among my experimental subjects. Flurgan will be pleased. Rockshaper looked up in confusion, not understanding, but the entity's hand chopped down at him. Yet, the entity did not slash down with its sharp and lethal claws. Instead, the being slammed the flat of its palm into the base of Rockshaper's neck, knocking the consciousness out of him. Chapter 105 Theory of a Soul. Aldrich watched as Rockshaper slumped down to the floor. The hero's face planted against the metal floor with a thud as he unceremoniously sprawled out, drool pooling from his slack-jawed mouth. Aldrich first raised his hand up, absorbing all the souls from the deceased heroes. They were all of middling rarity, quickly filling up his max inventory of 20 with garbage. Though he could allot people and physical items into his chrysalis, souls, he had to rely on with his inventory, and 20 was not much space at all. That said, Aldrich was more than willing to get rid of these lower-level souls for other ones if needed be later. You should have chosen to die. It would have been far easier for you, said Aldrich as he crouched down and grabbed Rockshaper's head in his hand. The hero's head felt small in Aldrich's palm, showcasing just how much he had grown physically with his lich transformation. Aldrich shoved Rockshaper's head towards his chest, and the metal around it opened up in strands of black. Beneath the metal strands were fibers of red musculature that snapped off of Aldrich's pale skin. The purple phylactery shone with a dull vigor from Aldrich's exposed chest, but as Rockshaper's flesh neared, the phylactery reacted, oscillating rapidly. A small distortion in space tore across the spherical surface of the phylactery, and from it, several grasping tentacles of shadow burst outwards. The end of each tentacle ended hooked claws that ripped into Rockshaper's body, digging into his flesh before sucking him in hungrily. Rockshaper's body spatially distorted, funneling into the comparatively tiny space of the phylactery like he was being drained into a black hole, and within a second, he was gone. Odd. Aldrich looked down to observe a few purple-tinted cracks lining the flesh surrounding the phylactery. He registered minor damage from them. The chrysalis had been unable to use its spatial powers properly this time, creating a portal that had damaged Aldrich. Aldrich waved a hand over his chest, and the uncovered metal strips exposing his phylactery sealed shut again, fusing together seamlessly back into his armored chest plate. Though the chrysalis inside the phylactery had obeyed Aldrich's command to open up a portal, the way it had done so felt sloppy. Or rather, unfocused. The chrysalis had been unable to stably control the dimensional powers it should have been familiar with. Aldrich reached out to the chrysalis via his link as its master, but he encountered some difficulty. Trying to communicate with the chrysalis mentally hit a foggy psychic barrier of sorts, as if the chrysalis was in a state of constant hazy unconsciousness. Aldrich would have liked to see the chrysalis evolve and grow much stronger. especially considering the massive amount of power it absorbed from Aldrich moving his soul into the phylactery. But for now, it seemed that the chrysalis had gone largely dormant, capable only of basic portal openings, the same kind it could perform before. Aldrich did not want to disturb the chrysalis too deeply, for he could feel that the creature was in a semi-dormant state from processing his power. If Aldrich had to give an image as an example, he likened the chrysalis right now to be sleeping dormant in a cocoon of Aldrich's power, feeding off of it until it was ready to burst out and hatch. There was the potential that by forcibly pulling it out of its cocoon early, Aldrich could cause irrevocable damage not only to the chrysalis but to his soul hosted inside the phylactery. Thankfully, Aldrich had an expert on all matters magical on hand. He put 2 fingers to his temple and reached out to Flurgan. So long as an undead was in Aldrich's inner circle, he could establish a strong mental link to them with no issue. He had yet to test long-distance communication, though, for in-game lore, there were instances of undead being so far away from their masters that they reverted to being mindless monsters. "Yes, O Elder," said Flurgan. "I will have a few more test subjects for you soon," said Aldrich. "Ah, wonderful," said Flurgan in glee. "Once this awful, loud, and all too destructive battle is done with, I may finally return to my experiments. With that, editor, sample you spoke of and furthermore of these altars, I fully believe I may be on the brink of a great breakthrough." "That's excellent to hear," said Aldrich. "I need your expertise on something." "Oh, what is it, O Elder?" "The chrysalis. You've seen it and you have an idea of what it is. It's housed inside the phylactery you personally built. And you know well how the entire process of tethering a soul into a phylactery goes. So there's nobody better to ask you this question. The chrysalis has entered a dormant state after I moved my soul into the phylactery," said Aldrich. "I can understand it having difficulty processing the influx of power, but it feels different too. Trying to reach out to it is difficult, as if I need to pass by some kind of mental block. Has it now? Let me rack my brains." After several seconds, Flurgan spoke again. "It is difficult to offer accurate diagnoses for the chrysalis as a creature not native to our realm, but I can offer some hypotheses. Any insight from you would be valuable," said Aldrich. "This chrysalis, from my limited experience with it, seemed to be a creature optimized for adapting to and taking the characteristics of the energy it absorbed," said Flurgan. "Hence, it could perform the marvelous feat of adapting itself to make it compatible with mana. Logically speaking, then, it should be able to adapt itself to the energy of my newly empowered soul," said Aldrich. "Ah, but there is a distinct difference. Mana is colorless, pure energy, and, most importantly, physical in its essence. In our realm, it permeated the air we breathed and the dirt we tread upon. Similar to the ether, permeating this world. Thus, anyone native to our realm could utilize mana simply by having a physical body. However, a soul is vastly different. In its basic form, a soul is a nugget of energy, yes, but it is spiritual in its essence, lacking any physical form to interact with. To harvest energy from souls requires having an anchor not in the physical world, but in the spiritual plane. Thus, drawing energy from a soul requires that one possess a soul, for without one, there is no tie to the spiritual plane where souls reside. As a result, you will never see a necromancer calling upon the dead without a soul. Or a shaman that communes with the dead without a soul. To use souls requires having a soul, and a strong one, at that. All too often, there are tales of errant necromancers or shamans that channel the might of far too many souls and overwhelm themselves, their own souls shattering as their bodies become hosts to a chaotic mess of foreign spirits." "I see," said Aldrich. He did remember lore tidbits about magic interacting with souls needing mages with strong souls themselves. This, of course, included the field of necromancy. But this was not the main point. Flurgan's voice had grown more and more excited as he kept speaking, hinting at some other groundbreaking revelation. "So, what are you hinting at, Flurgan? That creature, that chrysalis, lacks a soul, no. Thus, it should be impossible for it to harness the power given by your own soul, no," said Flurgan. "Well, if what you say is correct, then yes," said Aldrich. He paused for a moment, thinking about this, and then the realization hit him. The chrysalis was a changing, adapting creature. It latched onto energy and then changed everything about it to effectively harness the energy it absorbed. It could change its physical structure greatly, creating environments that matched the landscape around it. It could alter its very own spatial dimensions. So, if the chrysalis changed itself to harness the energy given to it, and if the energy of Aldrich's soul required a soul to harness, then that left only one strong conclusion: the chrysalis was trying to form its very own soul. Chapter 106 Meeting Minuteman. I sense that you have reached the very same conclusion I have, said Flurgan. The chrysalis is growing a soul. Is that even possible? Said Aldrich. He scraped his memory for all the lore he knew in Elden World and found he could not think of a single instance where a creature spontaneously just made a soul for themselves. The closest I can think of are golems implanted with pure souls. Souls emptied of any memories or individuality from their past owner that could color them. But that isn't making a new soul, that's just recycling an old one. This also isn't like that. My soul is not pure in that way. It has all my memories. It has all of who I am. Indeed, I have also thus ruled out that possibility, said Flurgan. But there is one additional way in which a soul may be created, and that is through the birth of new life. Through reproduction. That way, even beings with fully unique souls may produce an entirely new soul. Hold up, are you suggesting that somehow, this chrysalis is birthing itself? Said Aldrich. Indeed, my current hypothesis is that it is incubating itself within your soul, utilizing it as a template to create its own, much like a child's soul may take some aspects of the personality from their parents, said Flurgan. I am wondrously excited for the birth of this chrysalis. By possessing a soul and taking in your magical energy, it will be a perfect example of a creature that has managed to merge both mana and ether. That is not even beginning to mention the vast increase of its current powers. That's mildly disturbing, even as a lich, said Aldrich. It reminded him of a movie called Xeno involving aliens that used humans as incubators, throwing out face-hugging spider-like creatures that planted eggs into human bodies. But so long as there is not a risk to me, it should not be an issue. My phylactery possesses multiple failsafe mechanisms to protect against damage to your soul. It is one of the most basic components of creating a phylactery. After all, if it was possible to detect and destroy a lich by simply exorcising their soul through their phylactery, they would be far less of a threat, said Flurgan. The moment an anomaly is detected within the phylactery, it would destroy the chrysalis. Not to mention that as its master, you hold more than enough sway to prevent it from ever harming you. True, I am probably being overly cautious, said Aldrich. There is never such a thing as being too careful, said Flurgan. Also true. I'll leave you to your defense, then, Flurgan. Make sure Stella doesn't blow something up, said Aldrich. Ah, that may be a feat far too difficult for me, sighed Flurgan. This generation of young ones, especially in this world, is far too rowdy for the likes of my aged tendrils to deal with. Good luck, Elder. May this tumultuous night of battle see its end under your might. With that, Flurgan's connection cut off, leaving Aldrich in the quiet hum of the carrier plane as it autopiloted out of Haven. Where shall we head to next? Said Volantis. The center of this city where energy signatures gather the greatest. Where the stench and sight of death and battle emanates the strongest. Soon, I can see through the storm I've taken over that the force field still hasn't fallen. I have enough time to touch base with the troops I put over Southside, said Aldrich. I have a corpse there to raise and a person of interest to meet. Aldrich thought about Minuteman. He had seen Minuteman fight all against the horde of variants via the eyes of his undead, and he had also witnessed how the man was willing to lay down his life to save the duds in the bunker. That was a rare quality of character that Aldrich respected. It reminded him greatly of his parents. Of heroes that were, well, heroes. He had heard of Minuteman before, actually, as by being a B ranker, Minuteman was fairly famous himself. Minuteman had a wide reputation for being a man of equal and fair justice, but to see that it was not just a PR move and something that he actually believed in was heartening to see. In this world full of greedy, devouring flames, it was good to see that there were a few fires that flickered to warm others, not just to burn and take. Then what of this air vessel? Said Volantis. There's no point keeping it, said Aldrich. It isn't my property in the first place. And if it stays intact, the Panopticon might be able to scrounge data from it. Better to scrap it. Understood, said Volantis. Shall I stitch something to allow for easier destruction of this vessel? No need. I have more than enough firepower to deal with this, said Aldrich. Aldrich knelt down and channeled his mist phase. Green mist welled up around him, surrounding his body as his body became increasingly transparent and obscured. He phased out of the plane, floating in the air using Volantis's stitched wings. He saw the huge carrier fly away, shrinking rapidly in the distance. He looked away and clapped his hands before flying away, heading down towards the Panopticon bunker. A booming rumble echoed above before an ear-splitting crack split the sky. A bright, blinding green light lit up the clouds as an enormous teal lightning bolt smashed into the carrier, blowing it apart in a brilliant nova of red and orange engine failure explosions, blue electrical energy shockwaves, and green energy arcs. In a few minutes of soaring through the skies, Aldrich could spot the bunker. His draconic wings flapped downwards and folded as he dove down, rapidly approaching the ground. He could see the hundreds of fishmen corpses scattered across the bunker as proof of his victory. The sparkling red and purple crystal sculpture that Kairos had crafted from the shark variant glinted with a pretty shimmer. Surrounding this crystallized corpse were all of his knights in the Blackwater A-class as they looked up. Already, before Aldrich even reached the ground, the knights knelt down in reverent respect. As the knights knelt, it left one man standing, looking upright at Aldrich. That man was Minuteman. Aldrich landed on the ground with a solid crash, dirt, mud, and bloody fishman parts flying back around him from the shockwave of his landing. He stood up, his draconic wings folding into his back before melding into his armor. "My lord, how wonderful it is for you to grace us with your presence," said Kairos. He also remained standing, but he deeply bowed as he motioned to the shark variant, as if unveiling a brand new painting to him. "I have prepared for you a most elegant piece of art. I dare say it has turned out quite well, in spite of the fact that I am working with material that is quite, well, unknown. I have titled it The Returning Tide." Aldrich stared at the crystallized shark variant, at how its blood had exploded outwards and turned solidified into a crystal prison that preserved the beast at the moment of its death. Notably, the ends of the crystallized blood were shaped into crests that mimicked waves. As a vampire noble of the Adal bloodline, Kairos possessed a passive called crystal blood venom. Any attack of his that drew blood inflicted stacks of the poison on an enemy, and if enough stacks built up across enough vital areas, then Kairos could use an active skill called Expunge to forcibly activate the venom, causing the blood of an enemy to spontaneously explode outwards and crystallize in an instant kill. "It looks good," said Aldrich somewhat awkwardly. He wanted to add something, but found he had no idea what to say. He was no art connoisseur. Never had been. But he felt bad not complimenting his subordinate, so he settled with "It was good. But I may have to break it down to raise the variant." Ah, Kairos looked at the artwork he had created, realized it would soon be broken down, and slumped his shoulders. "It is of no matter, my lord. There is also a certain beauty in art that is meant to fade. I shall rename this The Moment of the Returning Tide then, to symbolize that it is but a fleeting moment and to capture the force of the mighty blow I returned against this creature to fell it, like a tide that returns to the ocean." Are you the leader of this team?" said Minuteman as he nodded at Aldrich. The makeshift bandaging around his torn stomach made from fishman skin had bled through. He held his right arm in pain as blood pooled from the massive bite wound on his right shoulder. Chapter 107 Twin Wills. "I am the leader of this team, you could call it that," said Aldrich. He willed Volantis to uncover his armor, and the spiked black helm around his face receded into his armor's gorget with a series of clicks. This revealed the human-looking face of his Materius, and Minuteman nodded, put at ease with Aldrich's appearance. It was an instinctive drive for humans to feel comfort in seeing another human face, especially when surrounded by nothing but inhuman monstrosities. Taking that into account, Aldrich bared his human-looking face. In response, Minuteman blinked in surprise. "Is there something wrong?" said Aldrich. "No, I just didn't expect you to be so young," said Minuteman. "With your build, height, and the way you carried yourself, I would have expected a much older man. But, looking at you, the way your eyes are set, I can tell you're no boy. You're a man that's been through more rough times than many." You could tell that just from my eyes," said Aldrich. Despite how tough I look, people have always said I was a sensitive man. I could always tell what someone was going through from their eyes. And I could always feel their pain and their struggle as if it was my own, said Minuteman. A side effect of my own power. I'm sensitive to the wills of others. But enough about that. If you're here to save civilians, you're probably a hero. Are you international? With a group as large as this, I would know if you operated in the States. In any case, I'd be more than happy to work with you and your men to get this nightmare of a situation under control. Minuteman reached out his hand for a handshake, and Aldrich noticed it trembling in fatigue and pain. Aldrich held off on shaking Minuteman's hand. A hero? No, said Aldrich. I'm not affiliated with the AA or any of its international branches. Minuteman looked utterly astounded. What? You mean to tell me with all these men and all this power, that you aren't affiliated with the AA? Are you government agents? A band of mercenaries? No to all of that. If there is anyone I take orders from, well, it would only be myself, said Aldrich flatly. Minuteman retracted his handshake and looked at Aldrich with a little more wariness. Then who are you? I'm sorry, but tonight has worn on my trust. I'm a little more on edge than usual. Who am I? Aldrich repeated Minuteman's question. I'm someone that wants to save this city. Just like you. I'm someone that wants to do what they believe is right. Just like you. You can trust me or not, but regardless of how you feel, I will protect this city where the AA has failed. Whether you want to help me, do nothing, or even oppose me, that's all your choice. This time, it was Aldrich that extended his hand out towards Minuteman for a handshake. But I'll just say right now that it would be a horrible shame for me to miss out on working with someone I respect like you. No, you're right. Minuteman took Aldrich's hand in a firm, solid handshake. I'm in no position to be suspecting you, not after you've chosen to save civilians that the ordinary hero would leave to die without a moment's notice. And especially not after you saved my own life. Just like that, you trust me, said Aldrich. He wondered if Minuteman was fundamentally naive, his heroic ideals perhaps influencing him too much to see the good in others even when it was not logically reasonable. You want an honest answer? No, not yet, Minuteman shrugged, but like I said, I can tell the character of a person through their eyes. I can feel their willpower. And yours is strong and clean. It isn't the type one usually see with people that have bad intentions. And as you said, we're pretty similar in that regard. Plus, you haven't given me cause to doubt you yet. Maybe I am dumb, but I always like to give others the benefit of the doubt, even when their wills are spotty, and sometimes I get burned for it, but the times I don't, that's when I appreciate just how much good there can be out there. Aldrich nodded. Minuteman was too experienced as a fighter and hero to be ignorantly naive. He knew how bad this world could get, but he willingly chose to ignore his suspicions to try and see it positively. It was so similar to how his parents had seen the world that Aldrich fell into a deep silence for several seconds. He could almost see his father and mother, their very smiles, imprinted right in Minuteman. It was an idealism that Aldrich knew was inefficient, something that had eventually gotten his parents killed. And yet, it was something he could respect. If every single person in this world thought like that, then this world would have been a utopia. But idealism like that was rare, precious, and because it was so rare, it was all too easy for the much larger darkness in this world to swallow it up and snuff it out. Something up, said Minuteman. No, nothing. Aldrich pulled out of his thoughts and executed a plan he had constructed in the case that Minuteman was willing to work with him of his own volition. I'm going to go down to the hangar and check up on the survivors. I'll go with you, began Minuteman. No, said Aldrich. Look at how injured you are. You need time to rest and to heal. Here, Eric. Aldrich shouted out for Eric Glass, one of the Blackwater A-class students. He sprinted forwards in his black bodysuit. He was a short man with a build on the leaner side with long black hair swept to the side that curled over one of his bright purple eyes. You needed me, said Eric. Patch Minuteman up, said Aldrich. On it, said Eric. He eyed Minuteman's wounds, his gaping stomach slashes, his half-eaten right deltoid, and the several dozen other less deadly yet still visible cuts and scrapes and bruises littering his body. Damn, man, you look like total sh*t. Here, I'll get you fixed up. Eric Glass was the only alter so far that Aldrich had encountered who had a power that could directly heal others. In terms of alter power categories, he would be classified as a creator with a subcategory as a restorer that had the rare ability to heal others. In Eric's case, his power was called Growth Pod. Eric demonstrated it now. He held out his arm to the side, and through the skin-tight covering of his black bodysuit, fleshy stalks rose up. Spherical pods of pulsating flesh grew from these stalks, causing them to droop down under their weight. Each pod was filled with veins and looked positively nasty, like a series of large tumors. Eric's face fat drained, turning his cheeks hollow as the stalks grew, his bodily nutrients sacrificed to create them. He detached a growth pod from his arm and held it out towards Minuteman's gnawed right shoulder. Among restorer powers, this is probably one of the creepiest I've seen, said Minuteman. Not good practice to complain to your restorer. Thought they taught that at Fancy Hero School, said Eric as he tentatively placed the baseball-sized growth pod onto Minuteman's raw, exposed flesh. The growth pod latched onto the open wound and started to melt into it, turning into a fleshy goo that created tiny tendrils at its extremities that hooked into Minuteman's flesh. The growths will dissolve and merge with your body in a few minutes. Until then, it's important that you don't move or strain yourself, or else you risk the growths breaking apart and leaving you worse off than you were, said Eric. Roger that, said Minuteman. He nodded to Aldrich. Make sure they're all right. And if I do something to them, said Aldrich, then I'll be ready to fight you tooth and nail. Down to my last breath and bone, said Minuteman resolutely. Doesn't matter how tough you are or how many guys you got. That's a good answer. I can respect it. Aldrich faintly smiled at Minuteman. Even against overwhelming odds, Minuteman was still willing to lay down his life and fight against Aldrich if he ended up being a threat to the dud civilians. That was true heroism. So rare, but admirable. But you can ease up on the worrying. If there's anyone that comes close to caring about the people down there like you do, it would be me. With that, Aldrich turned and walked towards the hangar. There, he would not only make sure everyone there was okay, but he would make his presence known. He would make sure the people there would spread what he did and make sure that the world knew of the AA's failure. Then, he would replicate that same process with the alter citizens holed up behind the city center's force field. Like that, Aldrich would cultivate the support he would need after this incident was over. When he would have to face scrutiny under the public's eye. When the Panopticon, the Alterhuman Agency, and the governments of the world would all scrutinize him. Chapter 108 Into the Bunker. Aldrich stepped over to the hangar entrance. It consisted of two interlocking sliding metal panels that opened up to allow the carrier within out. Because of the sheer size of the carrier, these doors were massive but thankfully just as armored as the proper doors of the bunker itself. A green ring of fire from the deathwheel flickered around the hole leading down into the hangar, and when Aldrich approached, he waved his hand, willing the flames to fade away. As they dimmed down, the corpses of dozens of fishmen became visible. Unlucky victims that the deathwheel had either run over, completely splattering into roadkill mush, or those caught in the life-draining flames, reduced into corpses so dried and drained of life that they disintegrated into dust when exposed to the night breeze. Aldrich leapt into the hangar and fell several dozen meters before he landed on solid, tiled metal ground with a heavy thud. When he landed, he looked up to find a crowd of men, women, and children huddled away from him, shuddering in terror as they inched back to the walls. Stay calm. Aldrich projected his voice, and it echoed through the hangar. Upon hearing a human's voice, the energy of the crowd lost a bit of its tension, but not much. After all, these people had been through so much this night. I'm human, and I'm here to save you. Save us. You're just going to leave us like the other heroes, shouted a man. You're just like the rest of them. You don't care about us duds. All of you heroes are useless. With that, the crowd gained a surge of confidence. All it took was one or two hecklers for them to feed off their energy and start to shout and rage towards Aldrich. They broke out into a cacophony of angry shouts and yells that distorted into something unintelligible, a mess of projected frustration haphazardly thrown Aldrich's way. When Aldrich looked at them, at their faces twisted in anger and fear, he could only shake his head. They reminded him too much of himself. Or rather, how he had been before he had gotten this power. It was pitiful. Aldrich knew he should not have thought that way, especially against those that were duds just like him, but becoming an undead, especially a lich, had and was continuing to change his perception of humans. Nevertheless, Aldrich still had enough humanity left in him to sympathize. To know what words to say to reach their hearts. "Be quiet." Aldrich projected his voice, and the volume of his words resonated outwards in powerful peals that immediately silenced the crowd. This was not because Aldrich's voice was threatening. On the contrary, it was quite calm. The crowd did not grow silent because they were intimidated. No, they sealed their lips because they knew a force of authority far greater than them was about to speak. "I want to make one thing very clear. I am not a hero," said Aldrich as he eyed the crowd of duds. "If I were, I very well may have left you all here to die. Or killed you for raising your voice against me. After all, that's what so many heroes do now." Aldrich planted first the seeds of doubt against the Alterhuman agency and its heroes. Though, considering how much these people had gone through with betrayal after betrayal already, this would not be too hard. If your lives are not worth saving, if they don't give the heroes their achievement points or more clicks on their social media, then they would not hesitate to just let you die. You have seen that happen to you firsthand tonight. That is what heroes are now. That is what the Alterhuman agency is. But I am here to save you because your lives do matter to me. Your struggle matters to me. Aldrich paused. "What do you know about our struggle?" said someone from the crowd. "About what it's like to be one of us. Powerless and waiting for people like you to save us." "Oh, but I do know. I know all too well," said Aldrich. "I know what it's like to be afraid to show your citizen identification. Because you know that when you show that card, when it gets scanned at the store, at the movies, at a restaurant, anywhere, it shows proof that you are inferior. I know what it feels like to be powerless. To always have to look up to a cape for help, and when you do get it, to see that it is handed to you with disgust. I know what it feels like to be hopeless. To know that no matter how hard you try to stand out, the only thing that will ever define your entire existence is that one label of dud. I know what it feels like to hate yourself. To wish that you were not born. To feel that if you were dead, humanity would be better off, more evolved. To feel that if only you were different, you might have a better life outside ghettos." Aldrich pointed up, towards the open doors of the hangar where the darkness of the night sky stood out strongly against the dim lights of the hangar. "But out there, no, up there, in those skies, do you think caped heroes know about your struggle? Do you think they know what it means to be like you? No, that's why they left you. But I do, and that's why I've come here for you." Aldrich gazed at the crowd and found them staring at him, quiet. He had reflected their suffering, their lifetime of facing discrimination as a dud, through his words, showing that he was not only unlike a hero, but even an alter, he was someone that could relate to them on a deeply fundamental level. "Then who are you? If you're not a hero, if you know what it's like to be one of us," began someone. "You'll come to know in time," said Aldrich. "Just remember this when the world asks you who saved you at your darkest hour of need. When they ask who lifted you up from the depths of despair. That it was not a crowd of bright capes and masks. It was me." Aldrich then moved past the crowd of duds. They shifted away from him, giving him a path through them, and stared at him in awe as he passed. There was an aura of strength about him that stopped them from speaking to them. Good. Aldrich had said what he had wanted to say. He wanted to hammer into the duds that the AA and heroes had abandoned them and that the one who had saved the day was Aldrich himself. With that, they would maintain positive PR for him and negative PR for the AA when the world started to investigate what happened here. Past the hangar, through a series of sliding mechanical doors that led across a tunnel, Aldrich found himself in the bunker. He checked out the bunker just as a precaution to check how defensible it was, as he soon had to leave and, more importantly, whether he could operate the control room to close the hangar doors. A cursory glance at the bunker's ceiling indicated that it was still more than sturdy enough to weather an attack, especially with Aldrich's undead defending it. As for the control room, Aldrich paused outside of the room. His death sense was triggered, allowing him to see individuals in near death. He could perceive them through walls in a sort of X-ray vision, and right now, he could clearly see the faint green silhouette of a woman behind the control room doors. Aldrich went to the double metal doors of the control room and found it was jammed, its motion sensors broken. He sunk his claws into the doors, easily shearing through the metal, before pulling, ripping the heavy doors straight out. He flicked the two door halves away and watched as a young woman's body fell by his feet. The woman was around Aldrich's age, her face showcasing the last remnants of her teenage youth through slightly round cheeks. Her hair sprawled out behind her in a mess of amber spattered in dried blood. The woman was young, just as young as Aldrich, maybe even younger, but despite how young she was, she wore a full hero's costume. A bodysuit comprised of a dark pink, almost purple leotard attached to black leggings lined with several grooves. The material looked thin, but the hexagonal patterning on it indicated that it was hex weave, an ultra-durable fiber sourced from a spider-type variant. A patch on her shoulder shaped in the form of a dark blue wave crest indicated she was from Haven Super's Academy. It was the best academy in Haven, but that was not saying much. Overall, its ranking was low, just moderately better than Blackwater, and Blackwater was made intentionally as low as possible to hide attention from it. Aldrich spotted a hole gouged out in her stomach. A rock-shaped projectile had roughly gored through her. But remarkably, even with the horrible wound, she was still alive. He noted that there were faint blue lines sparking around her face. "The life force in her brain has been preserved," said Volantis. "Those lines possess an energy that circulates blood and activity within her brain." "I see," said Aldrich. He looked into the control room to see another costumed hero. Guy dressed in blue and yellow with a red, blue and green wire motif running down his chest. Faint sparks sputtered from his body, but he was dead. A huge hole was gouged out in his head, not to mention deep slashes and bullet wounds littering the rest of his body. "The energy signature preserving this woman matches that emitted from that human," said Volantis. Aldrich nodded. He could piece together what happened. These two heroes were probably left behind because they disagreed with the rest that fled in the carrier. They were killed, but the male hero, in perhaps a last-ditch act of mercy, likely with a chunk in his head missing, had used the last dregs of energy of his power to try and save the girl. But it was far too late. Aldrich could tell with how pale the girl was that the blood loss alone was enough to kill her soon, and he had no way to reverse that. But what that hero's last effort had done was ensure that this woman's soul would not expire. Theoretically, Aldrich could raise this girl with her soul intact, but then he had to ask himself, was it worth it? Was she useful enough? Reading Aldrich's thoughts, Volantis spoke. "This woman, unlike those aboard that flying vessel, is not at the limits of her physical and energy harnessing capabilities. Rather, both qualities are highly unrefined, capable of enhancing greatly with time." Chapter 109 Portal Girl. "I see. Aldrich put a hand to his chin as he looked down at Portal Girl's body. "Do you have any idea of how she might be able to use her energy? Her powers?" "No. I am too unfamiliar with the humans and monsters of this world to determine their strengths and weaknesses to such degree of accuracy. All I can perceive so far is total strength, not the details of that strength," said Volantis. "You can use consumption, can you not? That might let you figure things out better," said Aldrich. As a living armor, Volantis possessed a racial skill called consumption that allowed him to open up and devour a creature. It also allowed him to steal their soul if they did not have a high vitality stat. By consuming a creature, Volantis could gain knowledge of them and restore his health. It was this ability that he used to steal the soul of Valus and kill the altar. On that note, it was a shame that Valus could not be raised as his body and soul were both thoroughly eviscerated. His barrier-based power seemed particularly powerful. It also seemed that Volantis needed to consume more than just Valus to get a good grasp of how altar powers worked. But even by absorbing just one altar, he knew how to identify altar energy signatures with incredible tracking accuracy. Volantis remained silent for an uncharacteristic moment, and Aldrich felt discontent from him in the same way that Volantis could sense Aldrich's own emotions. "What's wrong?" said Aldrich. "My consumption is granted only to those with bones worthy enough to devour. It is my principle to not stain my stomach with those who do not pass a certain threshold of strength," said Volantis. "I see," said Aldrich. "You've been more than useful enough for me so far. I can respect that wish." "Many thanks," stated Volantis. "And by the end of this night, I can assure you we will find a suitable foe for you to devour," said Aldrich. Devouring that one, The one at the center of this human settlement whose energy swirls and swells like a pillar of might would be a feast I would relish supremely, said Relentless. But I sense that you do intend to add that one to your army. Yeah, said Aldrich. No doubt, Relentless was talking about the variant at the center of this attack. The immensely powerful variant that Valera had said was too strong even for Aldrich as he was now to put down. With a monster like that in Aldrich's control, he would be nigh unstoppable. It was utterly imperative that he did so, and he had a strategy in mind to take it down while cultivating as much support as possible from the public. It would be flashy, climactic, and, in the end, the final catalyst to raise Aldrich from a nameless nobody to one of the premier forces in this entire country. But that was for later. For now, Aldrich looked down at the girl and decided to raise her. She was not fully dead yet, so Aldrich pushed his clawed fingers into her chest, piercing her heart with one quick and clean stab. The girl's soul materialized above her corpse in a flickering green, wispy orb. Aldrich flicked blood off his hand and then waved it up. Serve. The soul fed back into the girl's body in wispy streams while curls of green energy from Aldrich's necromancy traveled all around her body. She shivered for a moment before her eyes flew open. She gasped in a deep breath and sat up, immediately placing a hand on her bleeding chest. What happened? Said the girl, completely panicked. Where am I? Panopticon bunker. This should help, said Aldrich. He waved his hand towards the girl's head. The girl's eyes glowed green for a moment as he influenced her mind, instilling calm and willing her to retrieve her memories. By default, it seemed that risen undead had their memories wiped, retaining only their core personality traits. Of course, Aldrich could allow his undead to retrieve their memories, though there seemed to be differences in how effectively they could recall them. Flurgan, for example, could recall all of his memories with expert accuracy. Stella, on the other hand, struggled a little, feeling as if she had to try and remember a long-forgotten dream to get her memories back. Aldrich had an idea of why this occurred. In Elden World lore, it was stated that the less experienced a necromancer was, the harder it was for them to have arisen undead retain their old memories. Because Aldrich had resurrected Stella when he was comparatively at a lower level, she had more issues fishing for her memories than Flurgan did. But now as a lich and at a far higher level, Aldrich did not expect to face any difficulties in terms of memory retrieval. In the future, if lore-related tales about liches were true, he could even expect to start directly manipulating the memories of those he raised, allowing him to craft them into perfect followers if, say, they disagreed too strongly for his own liking. Sir, the girl nodded to Aldrich in recognition even if she had never seen him before. All arisen undead, regardless of whether they retained their memories or not, viewed Aldrich as their master, and someone they were deeply familiar with. Thank you for saving me. Sir, is it? Aldrich figured that the girl addressed Aldrich like that because that was the term she was used to calling figures of authority with. Made sense, considering she was a Hero Academy trainee. What's your name? The name's Eileen Vex. Hero name Portal Girl, said Eileen. Thank you for saving me. She turned to the other hero's corpse and then shook her head. She stepped to his corpse, knelt by it, and took his hand. A few tears welled up from her eyes as she looked at the corpse's half-blown-apart face. Was he close to you? Said Aldrich. I interned under him in my second year, said Eileen. Sparkwire was his name, a good hero, one of the few out there that knew what it meant to be one. She sucked in a deep breath, calming herself. She wiped her tears and stood up, resolute determination on her face. In just a matter of a few seconds, she had completely squashed her emotions and made herself ready to fight and protect. Her force of will was strong, especially considering her age. But we've still got a city left to save. Yes, that we do, said Aldrich. The fighting above is still going strong, but it's about time someone put an end to it. When all is said and done, I will make sure Sparkwire is buried properly and that people remember him as one of the few heroes that did not abandon this city. Aldrich did not intend to raise Sparkwire. He had heard of Sparkwire, and his powers were solidly in the techno realm, focused on interfacing with and creating technology. Without a soul to raise Sparkwire with his mind intact, his powers were useless. He would just be an ordinary zombie. Not worth it. His family will appreciate it, said Eileen. Aldrich nodded. letting Eileen have a moment of silence with Sparkwire, but then went back to combat details. Tell me, what are your powers? I can create portals from my current location to another as long as I have a clear memory of it. My range has about a 200-meter radius, though. Eileen looked at her pink-gloved hands. They crackled with arcs of faint energy. I feel much stronger. I think, maybe, I could even do a kilometer right now. I see. Aldrich noted that Portal Girl's powers had increased significantly upon becoming an undead. Very likely, her power had some limitations based on the stamina of her body and mind, and as an undead with an infinite resource of both types of stamina, she had vastly improved herself. A power like that had incredible tactical potential for Aldrich. One of the biggest weaknesses he had was that he could not easily move mass amounts of his units around without much notice. But Portal Girl could negate that. Aldrich then received a signal from his mobile storm. From a high vantage point, his storm of jellyfish could look across the city and keep tabs on the battle happening at the city center. And there, the storm reported that the force field was dangerously close to falling. There were siege-type aquatic variants that acted like cannons, being rooted sea anemone that fired beams of powerful hydroplasma highly effective at burning out the force field, and their last volley had gotten the force field flickering close to failure. When the force field fell, Aldrich had to be there. It was time to move. Onwards to the finale to save this city. I was going to have you stay here, but you're far too useful for that. You're coming with me. Understood, said Eileen. Chapter 110 The Final Plan. Portal yourself above ground, said Aldrich to Portal Girl. I'm going to bring the people in the hangar back in here where it's safer. I don't want them to have any questions when they see you alive again. They along with the rest of the world will come to know my power in time, but for now, I don't want to deal with questions. Eileen nodded. She took in a breath, clasped her hands together, and then separated them. A dark purple line drew itself in the form of a circle in front of her. The circle filled in with distorted purple space that rippled like waves radiating out from a pond once a stone was thrown in it. She stepped back, surprised. Said Aldrich. My portals, usually, they're pink. The color isn't like this, said Eileen. Do you sense that the portal is any different than what you're used to? Said Aldrich. No, I guess the color changed when my powers improved, said Eileen. I guess I'll have to recolor my costume now. Pink to purple. I guess I don't dislike it. No, it was a massive improvement, thought Aldrich. It would have been somewhat ridiculous for him, a specter of death, to land on a battlefield through bright pink portals. He did not voice this thought out loud though. Instead, all he said was, I'll see you above ground. Eileen nodded before she leapt into the portal. It closed behind her, zipping off into nothingness. Aldrich walked over to the hangar as he put 2 fingers on his helmet, contacting Valera this time. Valera, it's time, said Aldrich. Truly. Valera's voice radiated with pure excitement and bloodthirst. Are we to finally slay that beast? Ah, to triumph over it with my dear master, to rip off its head and hold it high for you. I have looked forward to nothing else this entire night. Yes, said Aldrich, but don't get too excited just yet. You're one of my heavy hitters. I'm putting you in reserve until the time is right. But everyone else though, get them ready. All the undead in that mega complex aside from Flurgan should be ready to fight. Oh, and tell Flurgan to get the statue ready. All these lesser undead will fight with my master before I do. Pouted Valera. But all right, my dear master. I will have them organized and ready to fight. What are your battle plans for this exciting night, master? From what I can see from an aerial view, there's a massive army of fishmen gathered outside the force field. There are 2 leader-type variants that are noticeably larger and stronger leading the army. The commander, the one you warned me about, is located farther back in the army, near the rear. The composition of the army is tougher. It isn't just generic fodder fishmen. There are shelled crab types that act like tanks and warriors and slithering mermaid types that function like mages with pretty advanced water control. The mermaid types also operate their siege units, the sea anemones that fire hydroplasma. They create intense water shielding around the anemones to guard them against fire from within the force field, and if those anemone cannons are left to their own devices, I have no doubt that they can do solid damage to me provided my death essence barrier falls. The layout of the army is a bit of an issue to deal with. The commander, Aldub it is, Shrimp, sits far back, behind the main army. The two leaders that I'll refer to as Crab and Mermaid are the ones spearheading the actual siege and the army at the front. Ah, your naming sense is still the same as ever, I see, my master, said Valera, teasing Aldrich. Do you remember when you named your greatest mount, your risen frost dragon mighty enough to freeze entire armies with a single chill breath, as ice? Getting his naming sense called out like this, Aldrich felt minor embarrassment. And here I thought you were on my side. Oh, I like it, master. It is endearing, and it shows who you are. Straight to the point, open, all qualities I admire about you, said Valera. Okay, I promise that once I take down Shrimp and raise him, I'll have a better name for him, said Aldrich. He sighed before he got serious again. Shrimp's position is quite far back, and he's shielded inside what seems to be a particularly strong water barrier. Meaning he isn't in a position to fight and protect the main body of his army. Shall we strike the rear, then? Where the commander of this army is exposed and isolated, said Valera. I've thought about that, and it is tempting. A sudden rear flank to take out the commander just like that, said Aldrich. But no. A rear flank will leave the inner district open to attack once the force field falls. And if Shrimp is as strong as you say, even if we break down that shielding, dealing with him will be an incredibly difficult task. The anemone cannons at the front of the army will be the biggest issue at that point. Without taking them out, each of their shots will annihilate large chunks of my undead instantly while dealing with Shrimp. It is better to raise a frontal attack, seize the anemone cannons, take out the two leaders, and massacre the brunt of the army. That will force Shrimp out to fight, but without artillery support and, hopefully, his leaders raised and turned against him. Aldrich clenched his fists, readying his mind for the battle to come. A battle of incredibly large scale where death would hang in every inch of the air. The advantage of being a necromancer, especially a legion necromancer, is that battlefields are where we thrive. And a battlefield where two armies simply charge against each other, slamming the weight of their numbers and power against each other head-on, that is where the presence of death lies thickest. And death is my tool. It is mine to control, mine to use. The more units there are, the more death there is, the more chaos there is, the stronger I get. For every single enemy troop that dies, I add to my own. For every grave that floats in a battlefield, regardless of whether it came from the lowliest foot soldier or the mightiest leader, is another chance for me to feast and replenish my health and essence barrier. There is no better place for me to show the full extent of my power than in the carnage of a battlefield. Master, if you speak of carnage and battle like this in front of me, with such vivid language, I will get all too much excited, said Valera lustfully. And what of the commander? When it decides to act? That's the largest uncertainty in this because all I know is that it is incredibly fast, strong, and durable, but I don't have a good idea of its other powers, said Aldrich. That's another reason for a frontal assault. Once I draw Shrimp out, I can stall it out with troops I've raised. That way, I can get a better sense of what it can do and then formulate the best way to take it down on the go. Otherwise, in a rear flank where I would be fighting Shrimp first, I'd be going in blind, and that's a risk I'm unwilling to take with what's very likely an A-rank disaster. Then I will prepare our troops for your battle, my dear master, said Valera, satisfied with Aldrich's plan. He appreciated her suggestion of a flank, and he knew that if she thought any part of his plan was not workable, she would have objected. Oh, right, and as for how our troops will make their entrance, well, I originally wanted them to swarm in through the sides where they would be unnoticed, but I have a much better option, said Aldrich. One that will guarantee a far more dramatic, grander entrance. One that will make an impression. Oh, questioned Valera, I've raised another altar. She can create portals that will give us much more flexibility in moving our forces. I'm going to send her to your location, so coordinate with her, said Aldrich. She, is it? Valera paused for a moment of jealousy before returning to seriousness. Of course, I will test this woman and see if she is truly up to the task. Good. As always, I'm always grateful that I can rely on you, Valera, said Aldrich. He then cut off the communication as he passed through the tunnel leading back out to the hangar. Chapter 111 Leaving Minuteman. Aldrich walked past the last sliding metal door in the tunnel, his each and every step echoing with the sound of clacking metal. When he entered the hangar again, the crowd stopped what they were doing to stare at him in awe. All of them, well, those of them that had phones, had them in their hands, but they were turned off and by their sides, but it was obvious they had been using them just moments before. They were watching something. Meant net connectivity was back up. The signal towers in Haven probably had finished auto maintenance and rebooted after the storm shut them down. Even more of a telltale sign that the crowd had been watching something was that someone had brought a mobile holo projector and projected a large screen showcasing a low-resolution video stream. The man owning the projector immediately scrambled to turn it off as Aldrich entered. It was as if Aldrich was an incredibly well-respected professor who had just made his entrance to his classroom, making all the students scramble to put away everything so they could give their full and undivided attention. Aldrich paused. "Turn that back on," said Aldrich. Huh, said the man as he looked up at Aldrich. "Turn it back on." It was a stream showing what was happening outside, wasn't it? "I want to see," said Aldrich. "Why yeah, sure," said the man nervously, intimidated under Aldrich's presence. He turned the projector, a sphere-shaped metal ball on 3 legs that could retract or stiffen like a tripod, on by tapping a circular button. A glowing blue dot centered in the projector lit up, and from it, the holographic screen projected outwards again. From the layout of the website hosting the stream, Aldrich could determine that it was from ShareSpace, the largest social media website in the world headed under MediaCorp, a tech giant social media and news megacorp. The stream's screen was black, a rotating circle at its center indicating that connectivity was slow. It looked to be a personal stream, and when the stream connected, Aldrich could see that it was being recorded through a commercial drone. It showed a ground shot of the mass of thronging fishmen, crab variants, and mermaid variants all staring ahead, towards the towering walls of Haven's central district. The force field covering it flickered, its one proud blue color now growing weak, almost translucent. They moved about impatiently, their fangs bared and their claws snapping as they waited for the precious moment where the force field would go down and they could have their feast of prey. "Net connectivity is back up," shouted the stream's recorder. "I'm showing you what it looks like in Haven right now from my drone. The heroes say that they've got this under control, but I don't think that's true. Just look at how many variants there are. And, look at the force field, it's almost going down." Just as the recorder finished that sentence, a large rumble and flash of blue light burst down. The drone captured a dozen pillars of spiraling plasma energy shooting from the ground in novas of bright light. From the high vantage point of the drone, the beams looked small, but in reality, each one was large enough to easily engulf a house. The destructive force behind them must have been phenomenal. The beams smashed into the force field in one final volley, and where they contacted, they superheated the force field, turning its pale blue color white hot. And with that, the force field flickered for one last time. It broke apart under the final artillery volley formed the sea anemone variants, breaking apart from where the beams struck it. "No, no, no," shouted the streamer, his voice drenched in desperation. Anybody out there, if you see this, please, send some help." "What's the AA doing?" shouted a man. "Where's the Panopticon?" A woman joined in on the protest. "You know already that they are not here to defend them," said Aldrich. "But I am." What? You're going to leave us here," said a woman. "If you know how much we go through, how much we've been abandoned, don't be another one to leave us." "Don't go," her child shouted with her. "Your safety will be guaranteed," said Aldrich. "The variants are concentrated around the city center, so you are not under any immediate threat. Even then, there may be a few stragglers here and there, so stay here where it is safe. I will have some of my forces guard you. If you do as I say, I can guarantee that of you will lose your lives. In exchange, I want you to keep this stream open. I want you to watch." Aldrich began to step away from the crowd. His helmet reappeared in strands of black metal covering his face, combining together to form his spiked helm. Draconic dark wings sprouted from Aldrich's back, unfurling majestically. "I want you to bear witness. Witness me as I save your city." Aldrich crouched down before jumping, soaring into the air. His draconic wings flapped down, giving him lift as he shot through the open ceiling of the hangar. He landed in front of Minuteman. Portal Girl was not there, for Aldrich had given her a further mental command to warp away as far as possible to prevent Minuteman from seeing her. "How are you holding up?" said Aldrich. Minuteman sat on the mud and looked down at his shoulder and stomach. The wounds had patched over with an amorphous, blobby layer of raw, pink skin. "I feel better, but these things are taking longer to adapt to my body than I thought." "Working with augmenters like you is the worst," groaned Eric as he knelt by Minuteman, overseeing his healing powers to make sure his growth pods did not suddenly turn into explosively growing tumors. "It takes ages for my growth pods to adapt to tougher, stronger cells like yours, but all things considered, you're recovering pretty fast." "Good," said Aldrich. "You should be back in action again soon enough then." Minuteman nodded. "Yeah." He looked up at Aldrich, staring at his helmet. "You know, with how you look, I almost 100% expected you to be a villain. The black and blood red with all those spikes, you know. And you look exactly like what you are, a hero," said Aldrich. Minuteman paused for a moment of surprise before smiling. "Thanks. But a hero? No, that might be what my job is, but that's not what I am. A hero saves the day all the time. I try to do what's right. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I fail." Minuteman shook his head. "I'm far from being a real hero. Like Vanguard. There is a difference between being a hero and being perfect," said Aldrich. "You aren't ready to fight yet, but soon, you'll be healed enough to defend the people here." "And where are you headed?" said Minuteman. "To the city center. I'm going to end this," said Aldrich. "I'm leaving 4 of my troops here, including Eric, who needs to stay to make sure nothing goes wrong with the recovery process. Everyone else, I'm taking with me. I promise you." Minuteman stood up. "Hey, I know you're a tough guy, but you shouldn't be standing like this," began Eric. "I have to stand for this," said Minuteman. Eric sighed. "Augmenters, all of you are so hard-headed and impulsive. I promise you that everyone down there will be safe." Minuteman put a fist over his heart. "I'll fight down to the very last fiber of my being to make sure that they'll get to see the sun rise tonight. It's the least I can do for you. And I owe you one. Anytime you need a favor down the road, as long as it's within my power, I'll try and get it done." "A favor, is it? I may be calling on you very soon, then," said Aldrich. "Just make sure you get through this alive, or else I'll be left hanging." Minuteman smiled and nodded to Aldrich. Aldrich nodded in turn before he addressed his troops. "It's time for us to move. Kairos, gather your men. Have them carry your art piece back too. Alexis, choose 4 among your class to leave here. When you're done, follow me back to the Mega Complex. Your will shall be carried out," said Kairos. He turned to his Death Knights and pointed at the crystallized shark variant. "Carry that out, but make sure it is not damaged." "Roger," said Alexis as she looked to the Blackwater A-class students, choosing who to leave behind. Aldrich unfurled his wings again, preparing to fly, but before he did, Minuteman spoke once more. "Sorry to catch you right before you get out of this depressing spot, but I never did catch your name. I'm assuming you got a sign to go by, right?" said Minuteman. "A sign, is it?" Aldrich paused for a moment. A sign was a codename. Something you went by as a hero or villain or mercenary or vigilante to avoid revealing your real name. It was something that Aldrich knew he had to make for himself sometime sooner or later, but things had developed so suddenly. Right after the Red Circle event, Aldrich was thrust into this mass-scale variant invasion. He had not had time yet to plan anything. What he did have, however, was a username. A name from the same game that had started this entire journey. "Thanatos," said Aldrich simply. He then jumped into the air with a heavy metallic click before his wings flapped, sending him soaring high into the night sky. Chapter 112 To Battle. Aldrich did not fly long. He moved about a kilometer away before landing in a flooded alleyway between a few crumbling southside buildings. There, Portal Girl stood on one of the roofs of the buildings, waving her arms towards Aldrich as he descended. "How was Minuteman?" said Portal Girl. "He'll be fine," said Aldrich as he landed beside her. "You were correct in judging how much your power improved. Exactly 1 kilometer of range. You've got a good grasp of your powers. Considering how much I've trained with them, it would be a shame if I didn't," said Portal Girl. She looked not towards the city center where occasional explosions and bursts of light flashed, but towards the dark south side, where Minuteman was. But if it hadn't been for men and women like Minuteman, people that you can really look up to, I don't think I would have ever made it here. I just wish I could have thanked him and Miles for saving me. I see. Aldrich looked up at the night sky, remembering the faces of his parents. People he had looked up to. He remembered when he was a kid, he would have his parents make heroic poses in front of him, and he would smile and laugh and promise to be like them. That had obviously not worked out. But he still remembered what it felt like back then. To hope and to look up. It was a good feeling, and he did not begrudge anyone from having it just because he could not. When all is said and done, when I've made my position in this world, people will know my powers. Or at the least, a general idea of them. At that point, you'll have your chance to thank Minuteman. Until then, though, we need to fight, said Aldrich. Fight. Portal Girl nodded more to herself, taking in a breath to psych herself up. She looked at her hand. It trembled. She balled it up. Are you nervous? Said Aldrich. Yes, I always am, especially before a fight, said Portal Girl. But during the fight, it all goes away. I get swept up by what I need to do, the lives I need to save, the people I need to watch out for, and then it's all strangely calm. You have a natural talent for fighting, then. For war, said Aldrich. There are plenty who never get past that initial nervousness. It simply isn't in their nature. But it is for you. Now, let's see how far we can cultivate this talent of yours. Aldrich grasped Portal Girl around the waist and then flapped his wings, soaring into the air while carrying her. So, where are we going again? Stammered Portal Girl as she looked away from Aldrich, down to the cityscape below to hide a faint blush. Mega complex nearby. Most of my forces are there. Once we get there and regroup, we will mobilize out, and there, you will play a key role in moving my legion, said Aldrich. A key role? You trust me with that much? Said Portal Girl. I don't have an issue with it, it's just, since I literally just graduated from being a trainee, I've never really been in a big operation. There is no better teacher than pressure. And I can sense that you are the type that performs best under it, said Aldrich. He flew through the skies until he spotted the looming structure of the mega complex. Christ, said Portal Girl as she looked down at the courtyard. There, the massive bone stakes from Aldrich's first entry remained, several fishmen impaled upon them. Does that sight bother you? Said Aldrich. I think it would have, before I changed. But now, no, I don't feel much if anything at all, said Portal Girl. Good, because where we are headed, you will see far more of that. Aldrich noted that it seemed that all humans that became undead became far more resistant to the sight of gore and death. It was very probable that they, like Aldrich and Valera, also began to see human lives as less significant, but he wondered whether that would change for people that valued lives strongly before turning into undead. It was an experiment he would conduct at a later time. Aldrich swooped into the balcony of the mega complex's top floor. There, his wing retracted into his armor as he landed. Valera and Casimir were at the balcony, and they moved aside to make way for his landing. Aldrich put Portal Girl down. Ah, so this is the new addition you spoke of, said Valera as she eyed Portal Girl up and down, her slit-pupiled red and black eyes narrowed in pure judgment. She seems too fragile, liable to snap in half under a strong breeze. We aren't using her for her physical strength. It's her utility with her portal powers, said Aldrich. A flux altar. Now that is a rarity indeed, said Casimir. It took me several long years to find Kubahead, a potent flux altar in his own right, and enter him into my service. No doubt, your talents will be very much appreciated here. Casimir reached a gloved hand out. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Casimir. Eileen, nodded Portal Girl as she shook Casimir's hand. She reached out her hand to Valera with a smile. Valera crossed her arms and stared at Portal Girl with an intimidating expression that made her nearly flinch. Portal creation is nothing too special. There are plenty of half-wit mages that can do it. Mages. A look of confusion struck on Portal Girl's face. A topic for later, said Aldrich. For now, we need to get moving. The force field is already down. Every second counts from now on. Casimir, I'm leaving behind Flurgan and your reanimated Red Circle staff. I'll be taking the rest of the forces stationed here, if you do not mind. With this rather macabre sight you've laid down there, Casimir pointed to the staked-up fishmen. None of our fishy friends have dared to step foot in here. So, do not worry much for my safety. Carry on doing the big flashy explosive things you always do. You said everyone, right? So that means I'm going, yeah, called out Fisk from inside the room. Do you want to face an army of variants that want to eat you limb from limb? Sad Aldrich. I'm fine right here, actually. Have a bit of back pain, I just remembered, said Fisk immediately. You won't be sitting here idle either. Fisk, you and Spiebert have net connectivity now. Spiebert still has several of his drones here. Get them ready and set to broadcast. You two will be my media coverage, said Aldrich. Got it, boss, said Fisk. See you soon on telescreen. Spiebert raised his canteen of liquor up to Aldrich in a cheers before getting to work in front of a laptop screen. Our troops are ready to mobilize. At your command, they will move to the edges of the designated battlefield where they will lie in hiding. There, they will wait until your signal. At which point, Valera turned to Portal Girl and leered at her. You will use your powers to move our troops into the battlefield in one grand entrance. I will say this now as the one closest to the master, I do not tolerate any amount of failure. I promise I won't fail. I'll try my best, said Portal Girl with pep. HMPH. I do admire that will of yours. See to it that it is not empty bluster. Go downstairs and join the troops, said Valera. Roger that, Portal Girl nodded to Valera as she ran out the room. I could have flown her down, said Aldrich. I doubt the elevator works anymore. Ah, but master, you will be busy flying me, said Valera. I thought you were going to take Crow down to the battlefield, said Aldrich. That way, I can make a solo entrance in front of the central district's walls. You can just take me halfway there, said Valera shyly. I must save my stamina, you see. Plus, why does that little girl get to fly with you and not me? I understand, said Aldrich. He boldly held Valera tight around her waist, and she looked up at him with a blush that stood out strongly against her pale skin. He looked down at her. Feel comfortable? Why yes, Valera squeaked out. Then we're going now. Aldrich flew into the air with Valera held to his side, his draconic wings stretched out as they carried him to the center of the city. Where the final battle would be. Ah, to fly with my master, there is nothing better in the world, said Valera as she happily swayed her head from side to side while holding on to Aldrich with both her arms. Technically, it is I who am flying you, stated Volantis in a completely matter-of-fact voice. Quiet, Scrap, pouted Valera. You are ruining the moment. Aldrich smiled beneath his helm at the argument between the two. It was a brief but appreciated moment of levity before the raging storm of the fight soon to come. Chapter 113 Holding the Wall. Haven City Center, at the top of the walls. Most walls around cities followed the Panopticon's anti-variant wall design consisting of hundreds of segments of reinforced neosteel plating. Each of these segments could easily be detached and reattached for ease of repair, allowing the Panopticon to maintain walls throughout the world with incredible efficiency. When the walls needed to stand strong, tethering bolts and a powerful magnetic attachment system between each segment kept them tightly welded together, granting it a flashy, futuristic blue glow between its many parts. The top layer of each wall consisted of segments that were relatively hollow inside, allowing for the movement of people throughout the walls. These hollow segments fed out into control towers perched atop the walls which monitored and maintained the wall's structural integrity. The towers also connected to the wall's many defense and surveillance systems. Inside Control Tower 12, the largest one perched atop the main gate leading into and out of the inner district, a massive crowd of heroes gathered together, packing together to watch a movie screen-sized monitor projecting what lay outside the walls. A seemingly unending army of fishmen and aquatic variants. And a distinct lack of a force field. The fishmen had charged forwards with feral fury, clawing and banging at the exposed walls. However, their claws were too weak to pierce through several layers of neosteel plating. Even the larger crabmen with their sizable bulk, enhanced might, and bludgeoning claws, could barely even dent the walls. As long as those walls hold up, we can still hold out, said Mothman, who, as his hero name would suggest, was a mutant with moth traits. As far as mutants went, though, his mutations were not that severe. He was mostly man, just with chitin-plated white skin, antennae, large spotted moth wings, and mandibles. He was a C+ rank hero, on his way to being promoted to the B rank. That is, if he survived the night. No, this won't last. Seismic set his square jaw as he looked at the monitor from the very front, his tree trunk-like arms crossed together. Even though the heroes packed together through the rest of the room, they kept the space around Seismic empty, respecting his A-rank authority and the sheer aura of strength he gave out. Not when they have those. The monitor showed 10 domes of swirling water glowing bright blue as a dozen mermen raised their long, slimy and scaled arms up into the air. They moved their lipless mouths in unison as they chanted. From their bony fingertips, streaks of energy fed into the water dome, powering it. From within, the dark outline of tank-sized plasma anemone variants shuddered before unleashing massive pillars of bright blue hydroplasma. The plasma beams that shut down the force field now crashed full force against the particularly thickly plated front gate of the walls. Superheated explosions that glowed first blue then super hot white sprawled out from the point of impact, leaving behind a gaping crater of glowing white metal that dripped liquid neosteel and crumbled heat-absorbent ceramic scale plating meant to absorb heat, but there was a limit to it. But 10 plasma beams, each of which was capable of turning a heavy battle tank into smoking scrap, was way beyond its capabilities. Another volley or two from that, and the front gate would be down. "Y'all see that sh*T. We gotta haul ass out of here like now," said Racefiend, a C-class hero known for trying to obnoxiously advertise his horrible sneaker line whenever he got the chance. "Genius idea," said Mothman with pure sarcasm leached into his voice. "All flying craft were used for evacuation. The roads are still flooded, and the gates aren't opening from system failures with the storm. So where the hell do you plan on going, huh? You might as well throw yourself off this wall. Any flyers out here, I'll pay you 50k credits to get me out of here," said Racefiend, ignoring Mothman. "Yeah, I'll do it," said a mutant hero with avian wings. "What? I'll pay 70k, sh*T, I'll wire you my life savings. Can't spend Jack's T if I'm dead. No, let me go first." The room of heroes descended into utter chaos as they forgot about holding out and argued among themselves as to who left while the flyers tried to see if they could make a quick buck while running. "Shut up," roared Seismic, and his voice bellowed out in waves so powerful they almost ruptured the eardrums of those closest to him. His outburst silenced the room, and after waiting a few seconds, he spoke again. "Rocket Man's contacted the Panopticon the moment the storm lifted. A Class 5 drone response should be here within the next 40 minutes. Class 5, you must be out of your mind if you think that's going to be saving us, old man," said a hero. "I could scrap 5 of those bots myself, and you think that they're going to save the day." "Why aren't you fighting, Seismic?" shouted another hero. "You're supposed to be an A-ranker. Show us how great you are, you fucking coward. I thought you were different from Hat Trick, that slimy sh*T that ran the moment something went wrong, but in the end, you're just as much of a fraud as he is." Seismic cracked his neck, his enormous trapezius muscles flexing, his expression turning murderously fierce, and that simple gesture silenced the room again. The point of a Class 5 response isn't in how strong each drone is. It's in their sheer numbers. 1,000 will swarm the variants down there, giving us breathing room to fight without drowning in a horde of scaly bodies, said Seismic. His murderous expression faded in an instant as he became calm again. "But we need to wait until it comes. The plasma anemones fire in intervals of 10 minutes, and it'll take 2 volleys to melt down the front gate completely. When the front gate goes down, we go down there. We hold out for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, that's all you need to do. Then the drones get here, and that'll give me enough room to kill the leaders of this army. All the rest of you have to do is to hold the line. Make sure the 150,000 plus civilians holed up behind these walls don't get ripped apart piece by piece. Is that so fucking hard?" There was a moment of tense silence as the crowd of heroes remained still unconvinced. "There are a few thousand HCPD still here as well. They live here. This is their home. Their girlfriends, wives, parents, kids, everything they've built up with their lives is here. Many of them will fight, I know it. Because there's no greater motivation to fight than to know the life of your child depends on your fists. Seismic scanned the room of heroes. That leaves most of you. 300 men and women that went through 4 years of training and 2 years of apprenticeship to call yourselves heroes. About half of you live in Haven. Seismic looked around and pointed at a young hero wearing an ice-themed blue costume. You, I remember reading your file. You live here, don't you? Why yes, you actually read my file, said Icicle, the hero in question. A C ranker who would have never expected an A ranker like Seismic to give him the time of day. I had Rocket Man compile your files when we holed up behind the walls. So I would know the men and women I was going to fight with, said Seismic. So, tell me, young man, who do you have here? A wife, and a son, said Icicle. And you're going to leave them just like that, even if you run, is that what you want to show your kid? You're back as you run away, not as you fight, said Seismic. Icicle shook his head. About half of you have planted your roots down in this city, said Seismic. You are the trunk of support for your loved ones. Do you want to leave now? Do you want to let these variants tear those roots you've worked so hard to plant? I'm scared, but I won't let my dad's last moments be in fear and pain, said a hero, a woman's serpentine facial feature. He's suffered enough already with mutant cancer. I'll fight with you, Seismic. I'll go too, said Mothman. Don't have anyone I love here, but I'm not about to run either. Yeah, if it'll give my girl a chance, then I'll do anything I can. Chimed in another hero. Like this, Seismic saw many of the heroes resolve themselves to joining him. Most of them were those that, as he had pointed out, lived in Haven. However, half of the heroes were rotating transplants that went from city to city based on where the AA assigned them. Yeah, screw that, I'm outta here, said Racefield, one such transplant. Don't have anyone I care about in this *TTY little city, and my sneaker sales have been dog's tea down here because of you know what art looks like. Racefield started to walk out of the control room, and as he did so, he gave many like-minded heroes the courage to file out behind him. Chapter 114 Culling the Weak. Wait, stop, said Mothman. Fucking yellow-bellied cowards. Net connection's up now. We'll get Rocket Man to broadcast that all of you are leaving. You think the people and police still here will take kindly to that? They'll tear you to pieces before the variants get to you. Racefiend paused before he spoke up. Any flyers here? If you want a fat bonus to your cred account, then come with me. If you got family here or want to just die, then that's cool, that's all on you. But all of you that don't to suicide yourselves down there, I'm up to pay you out. Rocket Man, a short, balding man with square glasses that looked like he belonged at a basic office desk, and indeed, he was seated at the front by the controls, turned in his swiveling chair and pointed a stubby, accusing finger towards the levers. I have this recorded. You'll never be able to work as a hero again with what you've said here, said Rocket Man, and neither will anyone that flies you out. Racefiend shrugged. Yeah, dunno, man. This *T ain't it for me if I have to throw away my life like that. Like the fame and the perks, but this, nah, it's not worth. Plus the merc market's pretty big, don't think I'll be lacking for job opportunities down the road. Flyers too, they're always in demand. No reason to die here. It's just business. Let them go, said Seismic. We don't need people that have no will to fight here. It'll just drag us down. Glad we have an understanding, said Racefiend with a smug smile behind his yellow Thunderbolt-themed visor. He turned back to the door only to find that his way was blocked by a girl. A masked girl that reached up to around his shoulders. Not tall, a little on the shorter side, but her gear made it very apparent that she was a pretty big deal. Her mask acted as a high-tech helm, sleek in its design with some ornamental curved edges around the forehead and a glowing V-shaped line that encompassed her eyes. She wore a white biker jacket stained in mud and blood, form-fitting black leggings made of arachno-hex weave, and low-heeled greaves that glowed with pockets of yellow energy. Around her waist were 2 utility belts with various pockets likely holding a wide range of gadgets, and attached to that was a sheath of segmented white metal for a katana. Huh, you want to join us? Said Racefiend. Can you fly? All of you are fine not being heroes, said the woman. Her voice filtered out through a modulator that distorted it slightly. Like I said, Merc Market's thriving these days. And with the AA shish asterisk TTING the bed like this, it'll only get better, said Racefient. So nah, I'm not a hero anymore. Good, I don't like killing heroes. The woman unsheathed her blade, and it unclicked with a crackle and flash of golden energy. In the next instant, her blade of crystalline gold swung out in a clean arc that traveled from Racefiend's waist through his shoulder. Racefiend managed out one last utterance before his body split at the cut, his two chunks falling onto the clean floor in a pile of blood and bared organs. The flyers and heroes that tagged along with Racefiend shrieked in fear and stumbled backwards. The heroes went up in immediate alarm, pointing their weapons and powers at the woman. Go ahead, said the woman. Her body started to shimmer, as if wrapped up in heat waves made of faint, transparent gold. But you'll never get through my barriers. And you'll only be tiring yourselves out when the real enemy is there. She pointed her blade towards the monitor that still projected the armies of fishmen surrounding the walls. Who are you? Seismic's deep voice echoed out. I have no sign, said the woman. But you can consider me a vigilante. I will be on your side against the variants. On our side, you just killed one of us, shouted a hero. One of you. He admitted himself he wasn't a hero. At this point, he was just an unnecessary variable. And to solve an equation this complex, it's always best to cull the variables that get in your way, said the woman flatly. For all of you heroes that run, I will remember you. And believe me, I never forget. I will track you down and I will find you. No matter where you go, where you hide, I will kill you, because there are no rules or laws that hold me back. And because out of all the filth I see in this world, the type one despise the most are those that leave others behind. Vigilante freak, we'll arrest you right here and now, said another hero. Stop, said Seismic. We have no energy to be fighting like this. Get out of my sight, Vig, unless you want to fight me. The woman paused for a moment, staring at Seismic's towering figure, and saw no real hostility in his dark brown eyes. She nodded at him. I'll be out of sight, then, said the woman as she turned and stepped to the exit door. It opened up when it registered her presence, indicating that she had a fake SID on her that allowed her to masquerade as a hero or had stolen one from a hero, as only heroes could move through city walls. Until I see you outside the gates, yeah. Seismic did not respond, but his silence was an answer in of itself. He could not admit outright he wanted to enlist the aid of a vigilante that had murdered a registered hero right in front of his eyes. He could have cared less about Racefiend dying, and honestly, he would have more than wanted a capable fighter like the vigilante to fight with him. But the optics were too bad to voice his thoughts out loud. So an accepting silence was all he offered. Understood, said the woman as she left, the doors closing behind her. This left the crowd of heroes in dumbfounded silence, staring at Racefiend's body. Stop staring at a dead man. It won't bring him back to life, said Seismic as he locked in the massive, plated bracers around his forearms. Rocket Man, inform the police forces that any of them that want to fight should join me, but make sure they have access to at the minimum a frame or heavy vehicle. Keep at least half in the city to defend the civilians. Chapter 115 Undead Assemble. Aldrich spotted the designated halfway point to the battlefield from the air. This was a large park called Flowerfield, the largest park in Haven located a little bit a-ways from the city center. Far enough away that one could hear the rumble of countless fishmen moving by the center district walls, but not close enough to actually see any of it. The park was a central linking point that connected all 4 districts of Haven, and throughout the week, it usually bustled with people on morning or evening walks. The park was perhaps the most universal spot in the city. Because it lay outside of the central district's walls and was open to everyone, all walks of life enjoyed it whether they were rich or poor, privileged or down on their luck, young or old. Now, though, it was completely empty. The rolling hills of grassy green were drenched with flood-level water, reducing them to soggy mud. The pretty engineered flowers that bloomed all year round were wilted underwater or crushed underfoot by variants or fleeing humans. On top of this, there was the ghastly sight of countless bodies littering the park. Mostly of civilians and policemen that had been caught in the initial variant attack. Their bodies were torn apart, many of them missing limbs or heads, and in comparison, there were only a precious few variant corpses to pay for it. This attack had truly taken Haven by complete and utter surprise. Even then, a vast majority of Haven's 5 million citizens had either escaped, been evacuated, or killed. Despite how bad this looked, the Panopticon did have tested and practiced evacuation methods that worked. That left the poorest few farthest from the city center where most transport was. These poor few survived slogging through armies of variant fishmen to seek refuge behind the central district's walls after finding that all evac and transport was gone. Aldrich had no clear estimate on how many people were left and how many people had died. However, he would not be surprised to hear that over 1 million people had died. Before the altering, that death count would have been unfathomable to developed society, but nowadays, when variant threats loomed and, before the monstering, power-addled villains initiated wars and crises globally, 1 million dead was bad, horrible even, but not out of expectations. Impressive. So that girl does have some use, after all, said Valera as she hugged Aldrich's waist. Her armor was not yet on, bearing her face. Her jet black hair fluttered behind her head as the wind passed, bearing an expression of pure focus as she looked down. Portals were opening all around the park. They emerged from distorting ripples of space like blooming flowers, and their purple light replaced the color the dead flowers once provided the park. 7 portals in total opened, each of them around 8 meters in diameter. From these portals, all of Aldrich's undead emerged. All of the variants that had bestial forms emerged, including both his undead variants and those he had raised from the game world. The mud crabs, the alpha striker, the alloy-wing eagle, the big-arm grizzly, the bloodspitter lizard, the antlion, all of them jumped out the portals, making their way around the park. The troll chieftain followed behind them, scratching his back lazily as he did so. Then came Aldrich's higher personnel. The Geist, this time carrying the cursed rock axe the troll chieftain once wielded. Stella wrapped up in a new costume to make up for her utterly torn apart last one. Her new costume was a basic bodysuit of black and gold that Casimir had on hand from the Red Circle. It had no real special effects other than strong heat resistance and good durability for its light weight, but that was all she really needed. From another portal emerged 10 of Blackwater's A class. Alexis led them, and they streamed out with confident poise, all of them ready to fight. Aldrich's zombie giant emerged from an entire portal by itself, rolling out and sprawling out across the soggy grass because its 12-meter bulk had needed to really hunker down to pass through the portal. Kairos leapt through a portal and landed with a twirl of style, though he did grimace at the dirty mud beneath his red greaves. His 15 Death Knights streamed out in marching formation, 2 of them carrying the crystallized shark variant on their shoulders. The death wheel rolled out behind them, its wheel of fused spines clicking and clattering as the many skulls at its center chattered in readiness for war. Crow also took up an entire portal by himself, hopping through one carefully to make sure he did not clip the edges with his massive wingspan. The rest of Aldrich's outer circle undead streamed out last, taking several portals on their own. This first consisted of 50 fishmen that Aldrich had raised. The fishmen were generally a low-tier fighting force that was more a distraction. On average, they ranged from levels 7 to 10, with slightly stronger ones at the 10 to 14 threshold. 50 did not seem like a large number of fishmen to have considering their individual weakness, but it was a number that would infinitely replenish on the battlefield, making it seem far larger than it actually was once Aldrich started to spam mass raise undead. Aldrich also had 20 red circle staff zombies, but he had left them with Casimir at the megacomplex. Casimir's stronger staff like Walter's, Smoke, and Hirondelle were also there to guard him. The biggest change to Aldrich's outer circle was that as part of his preparation, he had cleaned out and reorganized the undead within it. He used Create Greater Undead, First Ring, to replace his skeletons and lower-leveled undead from his Create Undead, First Ring, spell with zombists and dialdegasts. In total, Aldrich prepped 3 zombists and 4 dialdegasts, all of them level 15. The zombists leapt out of the portals on all fours. They were huge creatures, easily the size of an armored car, and looked to be strange stitched-together Frankensteinian fusions of various animals. They were all 4-legged with body parts from larger animals like lions, crocodiles, hippos, and so on. The dialdegast spirits followed behind, smoky darkness trailing behind their wispy forms of rusted armor and bare skulls. They carried great swords in their hands, and though their offensive power was far weaker than what their huge swords might have suggested, they could thrust their great blades down to create spirit boundaries that would give Aldrich a huge large-scale advantage throughout the battlefield. Just 4 Dildagasts were enough to give most of Aldrich's army coverage if placed evenly apart, and the obscuring smoke from these fields would also wreak confusing havoc among the fishmen ranks. The only issue was that the Dildagasts potentially stopped tech on the side of the heroes, but Aldrich figured he would be doing most of the heavy lifting here anyway. On top of this, Aldrich eliminated his evil eyes and replaced them with 2 grave wards. One grave ward was on its way to monitor Blackwater for the future, while another grave ward now floated towards the battlefield to survey it closely. This was because Aldrich had hidden his storm high up in the sky, behind natural cloud cover. He had also made the jellyfish dim down their natural bioluminescence, minimizing their presence. This had the downside of making it so that Aldrich did not have a close view of the battlefield yet, but he would get that with the grave ward. What took up most of Aldrich's outer circle spots was this very storm, the mass network of jellyfish still floating in the sky. They numbered up a total of 150 jellyfish with the level 30 anglerfish at their center, but it had already paid for far how many unit spots it took. The storm alone had completely neutered the aerial forces the variants fielded, not only hamstringing the variant army but also ensuring that it had no reliable way to deal with the storm positioned so high up. To the fishmen, it would have seemed that their storm had suddenly short-circuited, blowing up in an accident to destroy their air forces before dissolving. In reality, it was no accident, and now, the storm lay very much intentionally in position above cloud cover, ready to float down and surprise the variants to unleash heavenly devastation upon Aldrich's signal. The storm was slow-moving, however. It would take 5 minutes for it to get down in range to strike the ground with reliable accuracy. Aldrich would have to time its appearance well. With this, Aldrich's army was complete. He saw as his forces gathered fully in the park, Portal Girl appearing last out of one of her portals. The portals closed behind her, and the purple light illuminating the park faded. Instead, the wispy smoke from the Dildagasts now filled the air in ominous curls like the smoke before a raging fire's start. And in this case, that would be the flames of war. "Isn't it beautiful, Master?" said Valera as she hugged around Aldrich's neck, her fangs baring in excitement. "How much you have accomplished in such a short time. How many that are now within your legion." "How much we have accomplished," corrected Aldrich. "All of us, from the lowliest of skeleton to you, my most valued companion." "Valued companion," said Valera. "Oh, I do love hearing your praises, Master." Her voice grew lower, almost a whisper. "Though I wish I was more." She blushed as she put a hand on Aldrich's helmeted face. "Do not touch me so casually, woman," said Volantis, utterly destroying the moment with zero sense of self-awareness. "Okay, now you've done it. When this is over, I'm going to be fighting you, you hear me?" said Valera as her brow twitched and a wrinkle of stress formed on her usually perfectly smooth forehead. "I welcome the challenge," said Volantis. "There is nothing better than to feel the might of those with strong bones crashing against my steel." Chapter 116 Camaraderie. Aldrich shook his head, though he did very slightly smile behind his helmet. "Cut it out, you two. It's time we get serious." "There is never a moment I take lightly," stated Volantis. "And the same is true for me," said Valera as he turned her face up, not wanting to be outdone. "Whenever my master needs me to fight or to lead, I will always be ready to serve." "Look at that, something you two have in common," said Aldrich. He flapped his draconic wings and landed at the center of his undead. Valera detached from him and stood beside him. Her armor materialized, and this time, it was different. She did not wear her usual heavy set of black armor and thick bone plates with its massive shoulder pauldrons and bulky bucket-like helmet. Instead, she wore a sleeker armor. Still a thorough full-body armor, but one that clung tighter to her body, showing the outline of her curves. This armor set completely abandoned the image of a sturdy and knightly defender that her previous set bore. The metal work of this new set was crude and brutal, with warped spikes jutting from the many black metal segments that built it up. A tattered dark red cloak extended behind her back, the cloak of a knight who had long since abandoned any pretense of keeping up a pristine image, descending into feral hunger where all that mattered was the fight. Valera's helmet grew around her, emerging from metal segments around her neck that clicked as they formed over her face. The segments combined together to create the visage of a savage wolf with bloody red eye slits and an open mouth studded with glowing red spikes that acted as teeth. This was the Mark of the Beast Hound set. Mark of the Beast armor sets were said to be crafted by a legendary demon blacksmith who reveled in madness of all kinds. He was one of the favored smiths of Carnissus, the demon god of war, and his sets reflected the pure savage brutality that the war god loved. Each of the sets were formed in the image of fierce animals, and all of them were utterly suited towards melee fighters who focused on raw, bloody offense. In particular, berserkers like Valera held top compatibility with these armors. Out there, in a warzone free for all, she could make the best use of her monstrous physical stats as a bloody fighter, not as a defender. "You look good," said Aldrich. "I look forward to seeing you fight in that." "Oh, if you look at my body like that, Master, I do not know what I will do." Valera licked her lips under her helmet. "I promise you, Master, I will bring you no less than 100 spines as a token of my appreciation for you." "I appreciate the thought, but hold off on the spines for a bit. It doesn't look great on camera to be waving them around," said Aldrich. Spines were not the first thing that popped into his head when he thought about a gift, but if that was what got Valera going, then all the power to her. Plus, in the end, Aldrich appreciated the thought behind it. "As for the rest of you, my legion," began Aldrich. "Thank you for gathering here." All of his undead showed their respects to him. The humanoid undead bowed their heads. The knights and Kairos knelt down. The four-legged monsters like the natural variants and the zombies laid down low and growled or grunted in recognition. The death wheel tilted and chattered its teeth. "Gay, gay, so many new friends," said the Geist as it hopped up and down, waving its huge club of cursed black rock like a toy. "Don't get too attached to M," said Stella as she stood beside the Geist with arms crossed. "Large-scale battle like this, you have no idea who lives and who dies." "She's right," said Aldrich. He looked around to all his undead. Countless incredibly different pairs of eyes stared at him. Some were human, some were slit-pupiled, some were blank, some were red, some yellow, some green. Out there, in that chaos, there is no guarantee I can protect all of you. "Gay," said the Geist sadly. "That said, so long as of you are completely destroyed, I can regenerate you with my Mist of Undeath," said Aldrich. "And all of you are no longer weak mortals of flesh and blood where a lost organ or limb holds you back. No, you are undead. You will never tire. You will never fear. So fight. Fight knowing that no longer are you restrained by your mortal coils." A rousing energy spread throughout the Legion as Aldrich's words reached them. "Oh, I almost forgot," Eileen said suddenly. Her sudden outburst made all of the undead turn to her, growing quiet as they waited to see what she had to say. What?" said Eileen shyly as she saw so many eyes on her. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, go ahead," said Aldrich. "What did you need to say?" Aldrich's words gave her confidence, and Eileen said, "I almost forgot to bring these over. The technos said they would take a bit of time to get ready, but I figure they're done now." She clapped her hands together, and another portal formed in front of her. A smaller one, this time, half the size of her usual. From there, several dozen drones zipped out one by one like a flock of mechanical birds, hovering in the air in a V formation above the Legion. None of the drones were outfitted with weapons. No, instead, they bore large camera lenses. In a way, perhaps that was a weapon far greater than any gun. The weapon of image, especially in this day and age where news cycles and social media dominated what everyone saw. The drones were roughly covered in metal plating, the handiwork of Spielberg doing modifications within the hour. The work seemed amateurish with large bolts screwing down roughly hammered into shape metal plates, but somehow, it just worked. "Excellent work, Portal Girl," said Aldrich as he stared up at the fleet of drones. Each was about the size of a motorcycle, and a fleet of them could get decent coverage over the battlefield. "You've done great so far." Thanks," said Eileen shyly. "Your duty is not done yet," said Valera as she crossed her arms. "To warp all of us in the Master at the battlefield itself, at the very right moment, now that is your greatest task." I will be looking carefully to see whether you are capable of pulling your weight within this legion. I won't disappoint, Eileen said with pep, putting a fist over her chest. It seems you do have potential after all, said Valera as she turned away from her. I can admire it. Eileen watched Valera's back, disappointed she could barely impress the knightly woman. Stella came up to Eileen and playfully punched the younger woman's shoulder. Don't take anything she does too personally, said Stella. She's just strict, and real jealous, but deep down, she does care about you. About all of us. Jealous. Portal Girl stared at Valera, then at Aldrich, then back at Valera. She saw Valera's eyes flash with pure passion and desire behind the jaws of her helmet. Meanwhile, Aldrich stared out at his undead, oblivious or perhaps not giving much thought to it for now. Oh, right, how could I have not seen it? You're that dense. Stella raised a brow and shrugged. Guess you're still young. But yeah, that's how it is. Are they, official? Said Portal Girl. Dunno. But they might as well be, said Stella. She looked down to see Portal Girl's hand trembling. But that's not all that important right now. Stella patted Portal Girl's shoulder comfortingly. Come on, you're nervous. I'll tell you about one thing that really calms me down in situations like this. Thanks, said Portal Girl. I've never been in a really big battle before, so any tips you can give, I'd appreciate. Yeah, then here's this. When you step out there, just focus on the big freaking explosions. Those are sure to keep you excited. Just the way they crash and light up and roast everything around em, Stella continued, smiling near manically as she absorbed herself into thinking about the explosions she would make. All the while, Portal Girl just nodded uncomfortably at Stella, wondering whether everyone in this legion had a screw loose in them. Chapter 117 Formations. Aldrich watched as one of the newly arrived recording drones hovered in front of his face. He stared into its large camera lenses. In a sort of way, they looked like giant metal bugs with compound eyes made of lenses. Speebird, Fisk, are you all set up? Ready to go. Though my grasp over control's a little shaky, the drone shuddered from side to side for a bit. A little much to drink. Then you shouldn't be doing this. Hand it over to Fisk, said Aldrich flatly. Was joke. You're too serious, said Speebird. The drone started to hover properly again. I would take a joke if there wasn't more probable cause for you being too drunk, said Aldrich. In any case, it's good to hear that everything's in place. Cover as much of the battlefield as you can. Stay out of danger. And when I give Fisk telepathic signals, he'll inform you of spots to avoid when I call down my own air support. Got it, said Speebird. From refugee to black market drone maker to documentary filmer. How my life changes. With that, the drone fleet flew high in the air, ready to survey the battlefield. That was when Aldrich heard the eerie sound of the anemone variants firing again. Their combined volley unleashed a strange sound reminiscent of a whale's high-pitched, ghostly wail, except with far more concussive force. Checking the battlefield, said Aldrich as he put two fingers to the side of his helmet, linking with the Grave Ward. The Grave Ward had been portaled over near the battlefield before any other unit, and it was now in position to survey the fight. I follow in your lead, my master. Valera put a finger to the side of her helm as well, linking with the Grave Ward. Among all the undead, she alone was Aldrich's chosen was capable of linking with other undead, a phenomenon that made her the most suitable to be a subcommander. Together, Aldrich and Valera watched the battlefield from a high vantage point. Several dozens of meters in the air, far enough to be away from stray attacks, but close enough to make out practically everything important. The anemone variants had fired into the front gates again. When the static-filled cloud of faint blue mist conjured up from the explosion of beams parted, it reveled now a deep molten hole at over 10 meters deep. If Aldrich recalled correctly, standard Panopticon defensive anti-variant walls were 15 meters thick and 50 meters tall, meaning that just one extra volley would completely blow open the gates. That gave the defenders inside of the walls at the maximum 10 minutes to prepare. How will the mortals fend for themselves, I do wonder, said Valera. Most of them seem so weak and fragile. And they lack any form of magic. It is hard to see how they will ever stave off that tide of sea monsters. This world and its humans are scrappier than you think. They've learned and adapted, and you shouldn't underestimate modern technology, said Aldrich. They've ran out of ammunition for all the wall turrets and cannons, but Haven's Center District has the enough resources and military tech to put up a fight. The evac probably took all the aircraft, and those would have given them the biggest advantage here, but they still have most of their higher-end police equipment. Medium-class battle tanks, various models of frames, and a few mechs. In the past, before the altering, it would have been unfathomable for police forces to have firepower on the order of tanks, but with the rise of variant threats and threatened humanity as a whole, humanity managed to, for once in its history, set aside its differences and band together. Conflict between countries became obsolete in the face of existential variant crises. Under the guidance of the Panopticon, countries rerouted the vast majority of their military resources in joining the United Front, UF, a worldwide alliance of countries against variants. The military forces that did not go into the UF were then broken up and diverted into their police forces, turning ordinary police into a force capable of not only ensuring order in communities, but also fending against variants when the time came. Mechs, like those clumsy dwarven contraptions, said Valera. Right. Aldrich recalled that in Elden World, the dwarven race could create mechs. They were more steampunk-themed, though, running off of magic crystal steam engines with large, clunky-looking metal bodies, whereas modern tech was sleeker and far more versatile. Similar, but better, said Aldrich. The biggest issue is numbers. The humans are at a massive disadvantage on that front. Even with a few tanks and mechs, it still isn't enough to hold the line against that many variants. There must be over 100,000 of them, and I doubt the humans can cough up more than 1,000 heroes and police to fight with. Not to mention that no ordinary tank or mech is ever going to deal with the stronger variants in that army. Or the leader. Ah, that one, said Valera. She clenched her fist. A metal creak sounded with the sheer pressure of her grip. How I would love to offer that one spine to you, but I am not confident I can defeat it. I trust your judgment, Valera, but how did you come to this conclusion? You only briefly saw it, right? Said Aldrich. From your memories, all I could see were glimpses of its appearance. As Aldrich's chosen undead, Valera's close mental tie with Aldrich meant he could also see her memories. Yes, from a great distance away, said Valera. When I punched that shark brute out of our base, I tried to check for its corpse. Around where the shark creature should have landed, I saw the general of these monsters in the distance, surveying the area, perhaps. It did not seem hostile. Curious, mostly. I did not see it fight, but what alarmed me was its presence. Its mere appearance caused my survival instincts to flare. I must admit, I cannot accurately sense the power of the creatures or mortals here, but with that creature, it was my primal instincts as a warrior that told me that facing it alone would not guarantee my survival. Good thing you aren't alone anymore, said Aldrich as he nodded to Valera, and she clasped her hands together shyly at his words. But it is true, I still need more information about the general. I'm not going to rush in like an idiot and take on Shrimp without knowing at the least a little about its capabilities, said Aldrich. I agree, Master, said Valera. That being said, I will now relay our plans to the Legion fully, said Aldrich. He turned to his Legion and motioned to them with his clawed hand. Here is how we will fight tonight. I will make an entrance by myself at the right time, after the mortals emerge from their walls. When I do so, all of you will shortly follow using Portal Girl's powers. At that point, it will be all-out war. Fight and kill as much as you please. When you sense large amounts of danger, always signal to me and Valera. But do not expect me to always be able to come to your aid. No, instead, fight as if I had already fallen and you were avenging me, my Legion. Fight with that level of ferocity. The troll chieftain growled and grunted, beating his chest in agreement, and the animal-type variants and undead all joined in with a symphony of growls and howls. Chapter 118 The Humans Strike Back. That said, I cannot be everywhere at once, and that is where the Dildagasts come in, proclaimed Aldrich. In response, the Dildagasts chattered through their skeletal teeth a proud echo as they raised their smoky great swords above their heads. They will be positioned right behind the attacking force, creating a defensive line that will not only protect you, but blind the enemies positioned at the front. Whenever you sustain too much damage or need cover, retreat behind their spirit boundaries to recover. Though your healing is greatest within my mist of regeneration, even outside of it, you will have some minor regenerative power. As you advance forward, the Dildagast line will advance as well. If you encounter any enemies that are strong enough to warrant my attention, immediately alert me. Either I or my inner circle will deal with it. If you encounter a swarm of enemies too thick to deal with, then alert me. My storm will provide air support. Your objective is to unleash as much carnage as you can, with the end goal being the capture of the anemone-type variants. Once we have them captured, the battlefield should be ours, at which point, the general of their army will be forced to show his hand. When he appears, those among you in my outer circle must go out and fight him. I need information about his capabilities before I can engage him. I will warn you that to fight the general is to face near certain death, but know that I will remember your sacrifice. Once I understand the general's abilities, I will devise a strategy to take him down, and then this fight is ours. Then, victory is as good as ours. A wave of understanding went around the legion. Now there was merely the final step of executing this plan. Gay, could you repeat all that? The Geist raised its hand like a confused schoolkid. That was when another ghostly boom echoed through the air, the sound of the sea anemone variants firing yet again. Aldrich immediately put a finger to the side of his helm, as did Valera. This third volley was several minutes earlier than expected. Aldrich saw through the grave ward floating over the battlefield that Merman, the Merman variant leader, had personally fired off a beam of hydroplasma from his forearms, boring through the final layer of the front gate ahead of schedule. This left the front gate completely melted down. Not only that, but it also meant that the sea anemone variants would be charged up and ready to fire an immediate volley against any of the first wave of defenders coming from behind the gates. The crab variants stood in formations around the water shield-covered sea anemones, guarding the merman variants that channeled the barriers. Again, Aldrich felt surprise at this level of strategy from variants. He knew that there were some more intelligent variants that lived in tribal communities, but their strategies usually did not go beyond small intertribal squabbles. This level of wide-scale troop mobilization and the brains to use them was something usually far beyond them unless they belonged to a literal hive mind. That was why ant and insect-type variants were usually so dangerous, because once they managed to build up a large enough hive mind, it became intelligent enough to enact large-scale and thought-out attacks against civilization. But if all variants were starting to evolve this level of strategy at a basic level, then humanity was in for a time of struggle unknown since the beginning of the monstering itself. At the forefront of this struggle, though, there would be Aldrich. Thanatos, the god of death, turned from reaper of souls into defender of lives. "The battle has begun," shouted Aldrich. "Follow me on my signal." Aldrich unfurled his black and red scaled draconic wings and leapt into the air, soaring into the sky and leaving his legion. When Aldrich disappeared into the sky, the Geist scratched its smooth white head. "Gay, I still don't get it. Just follow me, and you'll figure it out," said Stella as she crossed her arms and looked into the night sky, at Aldrich's receding figure. The fleet of drones followed behind him, ready to put the world's spotlight right on him. Damn, didn't know he was the type to show off like this. "I don't know. It's kind of cool, honestly," said Portal Girl as she looked up. Yeah, just make sure ya don't say that around Ms. Bucket Helmet over there." Stella motioned her chin over to where Valera was, but saw that Valera had disappeared from that spot. Stella blinked in surprise before Valera's gauntleted hand appeared behind her, closing around her shoulder. "And what gossip are you two spreading?" said Valera as she smiled widely underneath her helm, though anyone could tell that smile was anything but warm and welcoming. On the contrary, it managed to ooze a horrifying amount of bloodlust. "And nothing," said Portal Girl nervously. "Hey, you wanna fight again while I'm all riled up ready to watch something explode?" said Stella as she smiled back at Valera, unfazed. "Admirable willpower. It reminds me why we get along," said Valera. She then joined the two women looking up into the sky, and by now, Aldrich had completely disappeared, likely in the skies watching the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop down. "I am eager to start tearing apart our enemies," said Valera with a fanged smile. "I can feel that this armor screams for blood, and blood, I shall give it, for it is my master's precious gift to me. And I'm ready to blow some variants up to high heaven and beyond," said Stella. She bore a manic grin. "Or blow 'em down to the depths of hell," if that's what they prefer. Portal Girl nervously looked at the two women before trying to weakly join in on their insane energy. And I'm ready to help. Stella looked at Portal Girl curiously, then laughed. She reached out and pinched Portal Girl's cheek playfully. You're such an innocent cinnamon bun. It's endearing, really. Am I? Said Portal Girl as she rubbed her cheek. Yeah, don't you agree, Val? Said Stella. Perhaps, said Valera. I do like your attitude. But you will prove yourself even more if you bring to me the spines of our enemies. That will show to me more than anything that you have spirit, little girl. Spines, said Portal Girl with panicked voice. Do I, have to take them out of their backs? Does it have to be with my own hands? What if I'm not strong enough? That was a jest, said Valera. You know, I'm no comedian, but I don't think you're the best at telling jokes, said Stella. I do have shared that trait with my master, said Valera. She cracked her knuckles as she looked towards the site of battle, fierce desire in her eyes. And soon I will also share this victory with him as well. Aldrich floated in the air, above the clouds. His arms were crossed as his wings stretched out to his sides, keeping him hovering in the air, completely still. Draconic wings did not function like ordinary wings that needed to make the appropriate biomechanical motions like flapping to generate force for movement. They were purely magical in nature, emitting a personal flight field. Granted, dragons could flap their wings to manipulate this flight field, granting themselves acceleration or changing their direction, but the way they flew did not obey any conventional laws of physics, which was how some dragons that did not have any wings at all could just float through the air. As such, Aldrich could just stay in the air without any need to move his wings so long as he stretched them out like this. All around Aldrich was just empty night sky. Beneath him, below the cover of clouds, was the battle. Aldrich had made sure to move above the cover of clouds, ensuring that nobody saw him before he made his entrance. And that was the most important part about all of this, the right entrance. Right beneath the clouds below Aldrich was the site of battle, and he closed his eyes as he focused intently, meshing his sight with the grave wards to survey everything that happened. He, along with the masses of variants below, stared intently at the front gate, watching for a response to it falling. With the front gate of Haven's center district blasted down, how would the humans within fight back? Against those overwhelming numbers, against those claws and jaws that wanted nothing more than their deaths. The answer took Aldrich by surprise. Chapter 119 The Perfect Moment. Nobody emerged from the hole in the front gates, and for good reason. The 10 sea anemone variants were still ready to fire, and all were aimed at destroying anyone that came out of the melted-down front gate to fend for their city. Just one person emerged, a lone woman that Aldrich very much realized, despite her mask. It was noticeable from the hazy shimmer of gold that clung to her body. This was Mel Morales, rank 1 of Blackwater. She sprinted out of the gates with her blade drawn at speeds easily rivaling a speeding car, streaks of gold streaming behind her like the tails of a comet. Any fishmen that she neared, she sliced up in an instant, mowing through the crowd of fishmen, sliced up body parts flying in the air around her as she diced her way forwards, in the direction of the sea anemones. In response, Merman pointed one of his forearms at gangly, slimy arms at her, shouting at a group of mermen manning a sea anemone. The mermen chanted and raised their arms to the air, and the sea anemone hidden inside its water dome fired off a pillar of hydroplasma. Mel did not dodge. Instead, she actively ran into the beam. The beam, instead of eviscerating her into nothingness, broke apart into countless thin strands of bright blue light as it hit her body. She raised her blade up, and the strands all swirled and gathered around it, turning the golden sword blue. With this, Mel fired off a series of 10 swift slashes, sending out huge arcs of plasma energy with each strike. She had completely reformed the unstable and explosive plasma pillar into precise arcs of bladed energy. Each arc of energy sliced through all the fishmen they passed through en masse, bisecting huge crowds of them into charred halves. It did not matter whether they were fishmen, thickly armored crabmen, or slimy mermen, they all fell before that slash. But simple ground troops were not Mel's goal. Her slashes were targeted strategically. Each of the 10 plasma slashes crashed into the 10 sea anemones several hundred meters away. When the plasma slash smashed against the domes, their neatly condensed energy chaotically exploded outwards into an area of effect bomb of heat and destructive energy. Since Mel had diverted the energy of one beam into 10 strikes, each slash was not enough to break through the water barrier protecting them. However, what she did accomplish was killing off the mermaid variant crews that manned the sea anemones. The mermen maintaining the sea anemone and the crabmen defending them were now all reduced to charred corpse chunks, and with them gone, the water barriers protecting the sea anemones crashed down into useless puddles, revealing the sea anemone variants beneath. Their bodies consisted of large red, fleshy bulbs with flat, saucer-shaped heads covered with hundreds of glowing blue energy-infused tendrils. In response, the merman leader ferociously waved his arms forward, gesturing for more mermaid variants to slither forwards and secure the anemones again. But even as the mermen rushed around the anemones again, it was obvious that it would take some time for them to channel the water domes that both protected the anemones and fed them water as fuel. That was when the counterattack of the humans truly began. An enormous muscle-bound man that must have stood almost 2.5 meters tall rushed out, jumping high into the air before slamming his fist into the ground. His arms were covered in giant gray bracers that mimicked the appearance of cement rollers, and when his thickly armor-plated gauntlets hit the earth, waves of visible seismic energy echoed in front of him in a massive cone, creating a directed earthquake that made the ground in front of him undulate and lurch like it was made of liquid. All the hundreds of fishmen standing on this ground lost their balance, and as they fell, the ground shattered. Haven's uniform, smooth roads violently splintered apart into spikes of cracked earth, cement, and concrete that jutted upwards like stakes. Variants caught in this shockwave found themselves impaled on these upturned, spike-like rock formations if their bones and internal organs had not been completely turned into paste from conducting the shockwaves in the first place. All in all, over 200 variants lay dead from that one single attack, wiping out the entirety of the variants surrounding the gate. Meanwhile, Mel took the energy of the shockwave and redirected it into a launching force on her feet that she used to retreat backwards, landing beside the giant hero. Aldrich recognized the bigger hero. He was Seismic, one of the 2A rankers stationed in Haven. The other one, Hat Trick, must have either fled or died. Most likely fled, considering it was no easy feat to take out an A ranker, even if they were in the category. The humans then poured out from behind the gates now that the sea anemone's cannons were temporarily disabled and the initial wave of fishmen directly outside the walls neutralized. Heroes that could fly streamed out from the top of the walls. Hundreds of policemen and physically less capable heroes, technos, most likely, rappelled down the walls in frames of varying sizes and models, the hands and feet of their mechanical suits outlined in glowing green that indicated that could tether to the walls. Tanks rolled out from the massive hole in the front gate, as did the huge forms of several bipedal Arma Machina walkers. They were large mechs standing around 8 meters tall and outfitted with machine guns, missiles, lasers, and several other weapons systems to deal with any type of threat flexibly. Around the tanks and the legs of the walkers, the non-flight capable heroes and police ran out, armed to the teeth with conventional firearms, personal explosives, and body armor if they were not in frames. Aldrich nodded in recognition. This was a much better fight than what he thought the humans would have put up. If everyone had just charged out at once, the anemone cannons would have annihilated them. So, Mel was the first and only one to leave. This had the advantage of confusing the fishmen, for they obviously did not expect a single defender to come charging out. But when she proved a threat, it drew immediate panic from Merman, but even then, Merman exercised caution and only ordered 1 out of 10 anemones to fire. However, Merman had no idea of Mel's force redirection ability, and using that single stream of plasma, she had shaped it into 10 slashes to temporarily disable the anemones. With the anemones disabled, Seismic was the second to come forth, using his mighty area of effect shockwaves to instantly clear out the variants surrounding the walls. This gave space for the rest of the human forces, especially their heavy units like tanks and mechs, to come charging out without getting blasted into bits while packed into the narrow choke point of the front gate. Seismic waved everyone forwards, and the flying heroes abused their aerial supremacy to unleash a massive medley of projectiles from above. Every element and color of energy projectile rained down in varying levels of intensity. As for the ground, Augmenter and Mutant-type heroes meant for melee brawling rushed ahead of Seismic, diving into the thick of the aquatic variants. The heroes and policemen in frames stopped beside Seismic, forming into several lines of troops efficiently situated to use the range of their firearms and grenades. Drones from behind the walls airdropped ammunition beside them. Behind the frames, the tanks spread out in their own line, firing shells deep into the variant army. The walkers positioned themselves ahead of the tanks but behind the frames, and they unleashed salvos of missiles while their machine guns fired countless shells into the unending horde of variants. AV anti-variant targeting systems ensured that those in frames and within tanks or mechs did not fire at the augmenters in the thick of the variant horde, instead unleashing bullets around them. Variants died by the hundreds as tank shells, bullets, missiles, empowered fists, and energy blasts ripped through them. "Master," came Valera's voice ringing in Aldrich's head. "Are you witnessing this? The mortals, they are far more capable than I thought. And here I thought they were merely waiting for their deaths. You always told me to not underestimate the mortals here, but at this rate, it may even be that we shall not have any spines for us to take. Shall we make our appearance now?" Aldrich's response was immediate. Stay patient, Valera, and look closely. I will admit that human technology is impressive, but it has its limits. You'll come to be familiar with them soon enough. Their entrance was flashy, yes, full of explosions and gunfire and beams, but look at how much they've accomplished. They've killed hundreds, but they still have tens of thousands more left to go through. They will run out of ammo and energy before they get to clearing even half that army. And Seismic, he's not moving. He's letting other augmenters charge ahead of him. As an augmenter, he should be out in the front with his naturally enhanced durability and wide area of effect powers. That means that in all likelihood, Seismic can't keep up his power for long. He is the absolute heart of this strategy. Whenever the variants push near him, he'll fire a seismic shockwave forward, preventing the variants from getting to the ranged units. But once Seismic's energy fades and he can no longer hold the line, then everything crumbles. It's only a matter of when, not if. Aldrich watched as the leader of the crabmen, a 5-meter-tall king crab humanoid, slammed its claws together, causing its thousands upon thousands of huge, brawler-like crabmen to charge. Accompanying this force were several times more fishmen, and backing this up were thousands of mermen situated far back, their arms glowing blue as they fired countless beams of pressurized water or thin hydroplasma beams. The charge of the variants looked like a natural disaster, a tidal wave of monstrous bodies. In comparison, the heroes' efforts looked pitiful. A little splash in a big, big ocean. Forget when. The moment the defenders broke down might even be now. The hailstorm of bullets and projectiles and explosives would slow the variants, tsunami-like charge down, but at a certain point, the sheer amount of numbers would just overwhelm the defenders. And at that moment, when the defensive line broke, when all seemed lost. "The perfect moment will come soon," said Aldrich. "Just be patient." Detecting a tremendous swell of energy, said Volantis, and he marked out in Aldrich's vision where this buildup was through a bright blue dot. "This power, it most certainly belongs to flesh that holds mighty bones." Aldrich cut off momentarily from his grave ward and instead tracked where Volantis marked the energy buildup. He saw nothing but clouds underneath him, but that made the bright blue dot stand out even more. What was incredibly notable was the position of this blinking, ever-growing dot of power. It was stationed at the rear of the army, where the general was. And, with every passing moment, the dot moved farther and farther forwards. The final boss was on the move, drawn out by the sudden and powerful resistance of the humans. And with one final boss on the move, it was only appropriate that another final boss stood up to meet it. So much for being patient, said Aldrich as he clenched his fists, a surge of red and green energy, the twin auras from himself and Volantis swirling around him. Looks like that moment is here. Chapter 120 King of the Oceans. Seismic stood tall with his pillar-like arms crossed in front of him. Standing like that, his massive back in front of all the defenders behind him, he looked like a huge oak tree. A rooted symbol of strength. And behind him, everyone rallied. A rain of gunfire and explosives whistled past him and over his head as he stared down the enormous wave of variants surging forwards. The ordinary fishmen died in droves. Their scales were resistant to bullets, but not entirely bulletproof. After taking dozens of rounds, their scales shattered and rendered them vulnerable. The biggest issue were the crabmen. Each of them stood 3 meters tall, supporting their huge, shell-plated bodies on 4 powerful segmented legs. They possessed 6 arms, 4 of them smaller and clawed, with 2 main large ones holding their giant club-like pincers. Bullets bounced off of them like rain on a windshield, and soon, when the fragile fishmen at the front died off, a line of crabmen naturally formed, their large red-shelled bodies forming a shield wall from which the fishmen could charge behind without taking any bullet shots. Higher caliber bullets from the Walker mechs and rounds from the tanks could blow them apart, but there was only a finite number of those. At the very least, not nearly enough to deal with the tide of hundreds to thousands of crabmen surging forwards, their charge shaking the ground itself. The variants rapidly closed the distance towards the human defenders, now nearing within 100 meters of them. Within seconds, all would be lost. "They're going to overrun us," came a shout of panic behind Seismic. "Augmenters, mutants, get back behind me," shouted Seismic into his earpiece. The few surviving augmenters and mutants in the front lines scrambled back, many of them injured and scratched up. As soon as Seismic saw the last of them rush past him, he readied himself. Seismic sucked in a deep breath, and his eyes widened, glowing brown as he channeled his power. He felt heat circulate from his spine where, as an augmenter, his alter organ was located. He raised a fist into the air, and all of the developed muscles in his arm bulged in flexion, veins of vascularity showing through his black and brown bodysuit. A sphere of white formed around his fist. With a yell, Seismic knelt down and punched the ground in front of him, driving the sphere into the earth. At first, nothing happened. Then, the ground rumbled and shook as Seismic generated a localized earthquake. The cement roller-shaped bracers around his arms rotated, their aetheryte reactors glowing as twin blue dots. These allowed Seismic to control his normally omnidirectional earthquakes into controlled directions. With this, Seismic directed his earthquake into a massive cone in front of him. Once more, the ground under the charging variants lurched and shook like it was made of water, sending all the variants flipping in the air like food tossed in a pan. Any variant that had their feet on the ground when the shockwave washed over it conducted it in their bodies, completely decimating their insides, breaking bones and scrambling organs. The crabmen were just as fragile as the fishmen against this level of strength, and their white organs and blood spurted from their shattered shells. Then, the earth sundered. Far worse than before. This time, many jagged rock formations as tall as small buildings rose in the air, forcibly churned up from beneath the earth by Seismic's power. Countless more smaller rock spikes thrust upwards as well, impaling hundreds of variants. Some variants screamed as they fell into uncovered fissures and faults. Seismic took in a deep breath as he stood up. "Holy sh*T, said one of the policemen in the frames as he stopped shooting and looked ahead. All of the men and women defenders followed his lead and stopped firing in awe. The entire battlefield had been reshaped by Seismic's one punch. Several football stadiums worth of land mass had been completely converted into a mass of upturned rock spikes and formations painted in variant corpses and blood. "We've got this," shouted someone. "We have an A-ranker by our side." "That's right, you fish fucks, you like that. Go get em, Seismic." "Stay focused," roared Seismic, his voice hoarse. He felt pain spiking around his spine and blood churning up from his stomach, painting his teeth red. "This only buys you time. Shoot at the choke points." Seismic wiped his mouth with his black-gloved hand and grimaced at the red stains he drew back. He suffered from a condition known as crystallization. A fairly common condition among alters as they aged, particularly stronger ones. Alter powers were similar to natural organs like the muscles. Their limits could be expanded and trained by constant use and recovery in a process very similar to muscular hypertrophy. And just like how some humans had more genetic potential to grow muscle than others, it was the same with how some alters had more genetic potential to be stronger than others. But in the same way that muscles could wear and tear over time, atrophying and suffering in old age, so too could alter organs and their powers. With age and overuse, alter organs began to stiffen up, turning crystalline in structure, and the more they solidified, the less capable they were of circulating the alter cells needed for their powers. Their cell count stayed the same, but their engines, the organs, simply became less and less efficient. Generally speaking, the stronger an alter's power was in their prime, the more it would degenerate in their old age. For someone like Seismic who also greatly overused his powers in his youth, crystallization hit him incredibly hard. On top of this, Seismic still nursed a severe injury from 10 years ago. When he was cut down by the villain known as Swordmaster, Seismic's spine had been severed at the base, damaging his organ, and it was a miracle he had even survived with the absolute best of medical science and restore powers available. Ever since then, though, Seismic's power had suffered. That said, Seismic's maximum output of power was similar to back in his younger days. But it was his stamina that could not keep up. He could fight at full strength for a few attacks at best. That was the biggest reason he had dropped all the way from the A+ rank, on the cusp of reaching the legendary S rank, down to A. That was why Seismic had to fight smarter now. He had used his last earthquake to blast away the variants, yes, but what he had also done was create a sort of rudimentary maze. The larger rock spikes he created formed natural walls that corralled variants into several choke points where the defenders could gun them down much more efficiently. Seismic growled as he saw variants already rushing through the choke points, rearing their ugly fish heads out. He had not even bought a minute of rest for everyone. "Shoot!" roared Seismic. "If you see a crabman, use an explosive round or attach a grenade to your launchers." The constant clatter of gunfire resumed behind him. Seismic looked up, making sure the flying heroes were doing their job. They were, but they were struggling. They were engaged in a massive shootout with the mermen situated further back in the variant army. The job of the flyers was to continually rain down projectiles around the 10C anemones out of range from conventional firearms and weaponry, preventing the mermen from manning them again. In response, the mermen fired their own projectiles, creating and shaping water into pressurized lances that shot through the sky in a rain of blue spikes. Every passing moment, flying heroes died, impaled by one of these water lances, and every passing moment, the mermen got closer and closer to fully manning the anemones again. But in just 10 minutes, the Panopticon's drone fleets would get here. That was all the time they needed to hold out for. Seismic stood tall again, crossing his arms, making sure his back, what everyone saw behind him, did not falter, did not show any weakness. There was a noticeable shift in the battlefield then. The variants ceased to rush forward in their mass numbers. Then, the leader of the Crabman variants leapt upon the highest rock formation it could find, staring directly at Seismic with beady black, stalked eyes. It seemed almost as if the leader wanted to challenge Seismic, and Seismic readied himself to fight. But the leader of the Crabman suddenly stiffened before leaping away almost in fright, disappearing farther back into the army. "What's going on?" came a confused shout, and Seismic did not answer, for he had no idea either. That was when everyone felt it. A presence. Their skin tingling, the hairs on their skin raising in sheer instinctual alarm. It was as if they could feel the heavy humidity of an intense storm ready to bear down at them. The variants had not retreated. No, they had made way for something. The rock formations at the back shook before crumbling down, as if a great force had shattered them at their base. "Flyers, get me a visual," said Seismic into his earpiece. "That huge water dome at the back is gone." Mothman's voice buzzed into Seismic's ear. "Something came out of it, something fast, and it's headed right your way. I didn't get a clear sight of it, but this feeling, this is the locus." The locus, the center of control for large groups of variants. The rock formations broke apart and sunk to the ground en masse, and through their deconstruction, it was possible to map out exactly where the locus was coming from. It was both a good and bad thing that the locus was approaching. Last visuals confirmed that the locus was contained in a water dome at the back of the army, meaning that it would not immediately contribute to the battle. However, now that the locus was free, that meant that the defenders would have a much harder time holding the line. Yet, at the same time, there was a silver lining to this. Seismic cocked back a fist. He took in deep breaths, controlling the pain and heat from his spine. This was it. If he could kill the locus in one sudden, powerful attack, he could end this entire thing now without the Panopticon. He still had enough energy to make a good fight, and the variants seemed to want their locus to fight alone, perhaps by will of the locus itself. "I'll do it." Seismic perked up. "You, Vig." Mel Morales walked up beside him, her blade drawn. "Yes, I don't have large amounts of destructive power, but killing single targets is my specialty. If I don't succeed, then I'll be out of your sight permanently, and you get the glory of saving the day. Doesn't that sound like a good deal? Chapter 121 From Despair, Hope. I'll allow it, said Seismic as he watched the rock formations shudder and break apart. At first, the formations had broken apart rapidly, but now, the building-sized upturned rock spikes were falling one by one. The locust was slowing down as it approached them, taking up almost a casual strolling pace. The defenders stopped firing in confusion, though they aimed their guns and weapons forwards, feeling tension cling heavily at their backs. The locust walked straight through the rock of the final rock formation, completely ignoring its existence. The building-sized rock collapsed all around it. When the locust emerged out of the rubble and the dust clouds settled down, that was when it became fully visible. Just shy of 100 meters away from the defensive line. The locust did not look that menacing. It was approximately 2 meters tall and surprisingly skinny. It was strikingly humanoid in appearance with bipedal legs and 4 lanky arms. Where the crabmen, fishmen, and mermen were bipedal, they were not in any sense of the word humanoid. Their features were distinctively monstrous. Inhuman. It was impossible to ever mistake them as a man. But the locust, if one did not look at it too closely, it might have been possible to mistake it was someone inside unique power armor. One pair of the locust's arms possessed 5-fingered hands while another pair ended in shrimp-like claws, though these claws were not that much larger than its hands. Its body was covered in segmented shell colored a bright iridescent rainbow color. The color gradient of the shell constantly fluctuated in many bright, glowing shades, though the dominant colors were bright green and blue. A shrimp-like tail swished and swayed behind it. Some red and raw strands of musculature were visible in gaps and seams beneath the creature's bright shell. Its head was covered in layers of shell that looked almost like a motorcycle helmet, and underneath the plating, surprisingly human-looking rainbow-colored eyes were visible. Twin antennae poked out of its head in long and thin, translucent blue strands that crackled with electrical charge. The locust walked forwards, its head cocked curiously as it observed the humans. "Take it down," came a cry from behind Seismic, and the defensive line fired all they had. A storm of bullets, missile salvos, and tank shots crashed against the locust, completely engulfing it in fiery explosions and high-speed lead collisions. Smoke and fire roared up around it, obscuring it. "Stop," said Seismic after 10 good seconds of this bombardment. The smoke settled, and the locust was there. It hunkered down with its arms thrust out in front of it like a scared child, but it was mostly unharmed. A smoking crater decorated with fire sprawled out all around it, but the actual damage done to it was pitiful. There were a few scratches in its shell, that was it. "Throw me there," said Mel. "What?" said Seismic. "I can't fly without a jumpstart of energy, so I need you to throw me." "I'll cut it down and end this once and for all," said Mel. "Or do you have anything against a vigilante taking your kill?" All Seismic said was, "Good luck." From what he could tell, this girl was young. Likely driven by some form of strong passion, maybe vengeance. She had talk and attitude in her, and that was something Seismic was getting a little too old to deal with. Instead, Seismic grabbed Mel roughly by the shoulder and punted her like a baseball. Mel at first ragdolled out from Seismic's power, but she quickly regained direction in the air, spinning in a compact ball with her blade in front of her, rotating in flashes of gold. When Mel was directly above the locust, she directed force behind herself and shot down towards the locust, fueling this descent with thrusters from her greaves. The locust looked up at her and blinked wonderingly, not at all bothering to defend itself. Mel slashed down at the creature's head. The locust just stared up at her with cocked and curious head. Her blade glowed gold as it reached down to the locust's neck. Using her force direction ability, she could continuously rotate energy around her blade at insanely high speeds capable of slicing at the molecular level, negating any durability. This exceeded the sharpness of even the highest end of vibroblades on the market. No matter how tough this creature's shell was, if it did not dodge, it was done for. The locust's antennae twitched at the very last millisecond, when the blade nearly touched it, and it moved to the side. It moved in a flash of crackling energy bolts, and it moved so quickly that it looked almost like it had just teleported. Mel found herself stabbing into the ground. "Why you?" said the locust as its eyes landed on her golden blade. Mel's eyes widened in sheer surprise. The locust had spoken. It was impossible for a variant to ever speak. The only time it ever happened was with parasite-type variants that hijacked the brains of humans. But this variant talked, there was no mistaking it. You killed Mother. The locust's human eyes narrowed into sinister, monstrous hatred. Mel's power was a rare multi-category power that had two parts to it. The first allowed her to control the direction of energy around her body. The second allowed her mind to make exceptional levels of calculations specialized to fine-tune this energy control. Mel could thus react to the locust's attack, but her body was far too slow to keep up with it. The locust reached out and grabbed Mel's sword arm wrist and her head. It lifted her up in the air with the ease of lifting up a feather. The locust glared at Mel as it tightened the grip on its hands, exerting immense crushing force onto her wrist and upper half of her head. Golden shimmers rapidly flickered from around her head and wrist, indicating force she was diverting away from herself. You don't die. The locust cocked its head and stared at Mel for a few seconds. Then, go away. With that, the locust threw Mel away, bolts of energy arcing with its movements. The power of its throw was such that Mel was sent soaring away over the walls themselves, likely to crash into a few buildings down in her descent. Stand back, said Seismic before panic could settle in among the heroes and policemen behind him. He slammed his fists together, and his bracers clicked as they readied to channel his powers. I'm going to take this thing down. All of you, give me cover fire, make sure no other variants get in my way. But do not try to step in. All of you will be dead weights in a fight of this scale. Yes, sir, came a resonating shout. Seismic breathed in, then breathed out. He closed his eyes, looked up, then opened them. He saw several drones floating in the sky, recording everything. He pointed at them and did something he rarely ever did, smiled. Son, no, James, this is for you. I'll make you proud. If I never come back, know that you made this sad life of mine worth living. With that, Seismic's expression turned grim again as he jumped dozens of meters in the air, his fist cocked back and a white sphere encased around it. Again, the locust did not react, instead only watching Seismic curiously as the giant of a man bore down his fist against it. As with Mel, the instant before Seismic's fist made contact with the locust, it evaded, its body wreathed in an aura of crackling blue energy as it instantly moved to the side. Seismic's fist smashed into the ground, missing the locust entirely. Slow, said the locust. Seismic, with his enhanced senses, had heard the locust speak with Mel, so he was not surprised. And you are stupid, said Seismic. The ground around them completely caved into a yawning sinkhole gouged out from Seismic's quake power, and as the locust lost its balance from the ground suddenly parting beneath it, Seismic quickly grabbed the creature into an expertly performed headlock to trap it and prevent the beast from using its superspeed. All the while, Seismic generated his power around his arms, forcing shockwaves to continuously ravage the locust's body from within and keep it pinned to Seismic with immense amounts of crushing force. Seismic and the locust free fell into the deep fissure. The defenders closest to the yawning sinkhole rushed over to the edge, trying to see Seismic, and they saw the locust struggling, putting its thin hands over Seismic's brawny arms, crushing its neck. Waves of shockwave energy continuously washed over the locust, cracking its shell armor all over, causing strange blue blood to spurt out everywhere. Before Seismic and the locust fell so deep that darkness sucked them up, the locust spurted blood from its mouth as the shell around its throat cracked. He did it. Seismic did it, came a rousing shout. That's an A ranker for you. *T. When this is over, Seismic better get promoted back to A+, hell, he should be in the S class. With the locust gone, these sea freaks are gonna start running with their tails behind their legs. My family, they're safe. Cheers and declarations of victory echoed like wildfire around the human defenders. 10 seconds passed. The cheers started to grow quieter. 20 seconds. There was only pure silence now. 30 seconds. Silence crystallizing into mounting dread. Then, despair. The earth rumbled one last time, shockwaves from deep within the ground rising up and making the ground tremble, and for a brief moment, everyone thought Seismic had landed the final blow. Seismic shot up over the sinkhole, crashing back on rocky ground and knocking a framed policeman over. The policeman groaned as he got up, but when he saw Seismic. No, 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 no. There was a gaping hole in Seismic's stomach, and his body was charred beyond recognition. The bracers around his arms had shattered into sparking gray pieces. His internal organs had been completely turned blackened, and his bones were charred into near ash. He was dead, and no restorer was going to bring him back from that. Their only hope, the A-ranker, the man whose back they had always looked towards, gone, reduced to nothing more than burnt and destroyed flesh. The ground shuddered again, but this time, it was not from Seismic's quakes. It was from the incoming march of the entire Variant army as they rushed forwards, confirming to the despair of all humans that the locust was not dead either. Gunfire and explosives resumed again, but this was just the final desperate efforts of prey before they fell to the jaws of death. In everyone's earpieces, the panicked cries of the flying heroes buzzed through. We're losing ground here. Our barrier creators are dead. We're getting outgunned. They're going to man the plasma anemones again, shouted Mothman, designated leader of the flyers. Rocket Man's been downed. We need support. Mothman's voice cut off. The policeman kneeling beside Seismic's body took down the helmet of his frame and silenced communications. He looked ahead at the incoming tidal wave of variants and shook his head. He saw as explosions rocked their ranks, but it was like scooping out shovelfuls of sand in an entire beach. At the head of this charge was the leader of the crabmen, its enormous body barreling forward like a living tank. It took tank shots to its body and face directly, and all that did was make it pause for a second before resuming its bloodthirsty advance. It's over, said the policeman as he dropped his gun. He could hear the sounds of people running behind him, but what was the point? They were going to get swarmed. They would all die, all their families, all the lives they had built up, washed away just like that. The king crab variant jumped past the sinkhole straight towards the policeman. The shadow of its enormous body cast over the policeman, and he just closed his eyes, waiting for death. It never came. Instead, a loud crash of metal rang through the air, and the policeman opened his eyes. What looked like a humanoid monster stood in front of him. It was covered in black metal-like flesh with living, bloody veins and patches lining it. 3 horns of black and bone jutted from its head as did a single gleaming red eye. This was a terrible, terrible monster. One that sent chills of impending death down the policeman's spine when he gazed at it. But the monster was not there to kill him, no. The monster's arm, covered in thick coils of raw, exposed muscle, was raised in the air, acting like a shield that blocked the king crab variant's pincer slam. The king crab variant clicked its mandibles as it struggled against the new monster to no avail. What? The policeman's eyes widened as he saw the scene unfolding before him. You've lost your will to live just like that. After all the sacrifice you've seen for your sake. Pick up your gun. Fight. A commanding voice resonated outwards from the black monster, and that was when the policeman gained his wits and realized that this was no monster, it was a man. A man in some form of armor he had never seen before. But what the policeman did recognize was his authority. That voice projected with authority. Authority born from power. The same kind of authority that Seismic himself had carried in his voice. Tears welled up in the policeman's eyes as he stared at the black armored man's back. For a moment, he saw the image of Seismic's back standing tall, overlapping with the armored man. The policeman grit his teeth and drew together his will. Chapter 122 The Legion. Aldrich stood in front of the giant, yawning sinkhole that Seismic had created. He had to respect Seismic's decision-making. The sinkhole move was not only useful to get shrimp off balance to put into a hold, but it also created a huge rift that stopped the variants on the other side from easily approaching the humans. Even in his last moments, Seismic had always thought about the people behind him. Aldrich had lost visual of Seismic and Shrimp when they fell into the rift, but Volantis could track Shrimp's enormous energy signature even underground. From how the energy signatures flared and moved, Aldrich determined that Seismic, in his last dying breath, had summoned up all of his possible strength and punched Shrimp deep into the earth with such enormous force that Shrimp's energy stopped moving, indicating that it was either immobilized or recovering. Aldrich could not reach that deep down, but what he could do for now was deal with the army. He stared straight ahead. Across the sinkhole, the entire variant army stood against him. A mass of monstrosities tens of thousands strong. Behind Aldrich, there stood the human defenders numbering barely up to 1,000, if even that. But even with that number disparity, even when it looked like if the variants just jumped over the hole and charged, they could swarm over all the humans, the variants paused. All the tens of thousands of variants stopped in unison to stare at Aldrich, to bear witness to his presence. Ordinarily, variants and heroes could not sense his power, but the way he had easily repelled Crab, easily the strongest individual frontline unit in the variant army, was worthy of note. Silence reigned in the air as both armies of man and monster stopped to behold Aldrich's sudden appearance. "What are you doing?" said Aldrich as he stood tall, his voice echoing outwards in calm tone but powerful projection. He addressed the humans behind him while facing forwards, showing only his broad, armored back. "I shouldn't be hearing quiet. I should be hearing gunfire. I should be hearing the sound of all of you fighting for your homes. For your lives. It's hopeless," shouted a hero, a mutant with the tusks of a boar and bristles all over his body. Countless scars and bite marks littered his skin. "You're strong, way stronger than me, but look. Just look at all of them." The boar mutant waved his hand towards the sea of variant monsters. "You're all alone, and they have an army." Aldrich raised his arms to his sides, his claws splayed out. Swirls of green and red magical energy raged around him in a brilliant aura. "So do I." 7 dots of purple appeared behind Aldrich in an even line. The dots expanded outwards as the space around them distorted into swirls of purple that grew into fully fledged portals, each of them 10 meters in diameter. From these portals, Aldrich's legion emerged. His undead variants and monsters emerged, forming a crowd of powerful beasts behind him, their feral eyes gleaming in various shades as they bared their claws, fangs, tusks, all their natural weapons. The Dildagast stepped forth with their great swords raised in the air. With each step, they slammed their bony fists against the flat of the sword, echoing out a ring that matched the beat of their ghostly march. His 50 reanimated fishmen emerged from one portal, streaming out with hunched backs, flickers of green trailing around them as they hissed at what was once their brethren across the sinkhole. Seeing this, the fishmen from across the sinkhole cocked their heads in pure confusion at seeing their kind turned against them. The Death Knight Legion marched out of a portal in neat formation, Kairos leading them in his flashy crimson armor with his saber unsheathed and pointed at the fishmen. "Dear me, there is such an overwhelming amount of blood here for me to paint with. All I need is to extract it," said Kairos as bloody red energy shimmered around him in flickering rings. "How many among you shall I use for my newest art piece tonight, Blackwater's 10 strongest A-class stepped out of a portal in their sleek black uniforms. Though their faces were young, the way they carried themselves, the way they stared ahead at the fishmen with confidence in their faces, showed that they were all natural talents. "Just fishmen, aren't they? What, an E-rank threat? Ha, this'll be a breeze," said Simon Wells as he adjusted his visor. "All of you are all so cocky. Keep it down a notch. They've got enough numbers to screw us over if we make a mistake," said Alexis as she and the Blackwater students that could fly floated in the air. Electricity crackled from Alexis's hands, and her eyes turned bright white. Her dark gray hair started to flutter as if pushed by a breeze. "Good." Stella stepped out of a portal, her smile wide as she stared manically ahead at the fishmen, her fingers curled and wreathed with glowing orange lines. "The more there are, the more sh*t there is to blow up." Valera, Portal Girl, and the Geist emerged out from beside Stella. "How about a friendly competition?" said Valera. She cracked her neck as she balled her clawed gauntlets tight into fists. From her knuckles, studded spikes emerged to make each of her already monstrous punches that much more deadly. "The one who brings forth the most spines tonight will be the victor." "Spines? Ha!" Sparks sputtered from Stella's hands. "When I'm done with them, there won't be anything left of them, let alone spines." "Kill count it is, then," said Valera. "I'm down," said Stella. She turned to Portal Girl. "You in, newbie?" Me," stammered out Portal Girl. "Well, I think I should stay back here. Portal people in and out of important places, you know." "Oh damn, right, that was your job," said Stella. "Well, that sounds boring as all hell. Feel kinda bad for you." I think I'm quite alright, actually," said Portal Girl. Gay, look. So many more friends. The Geist jumped up and down as it pointed the cursed rock axe towards the fishmen. They'll be friends after we kill them, said Stella. Gay. Oh right, said the Geist. Gaha. Then I kill them, and then make friends. That's the spirit. Stella slapped the Geist's muscular back in support, and the Geist nodded in glee. From individual portals, Crow and the zombie giant, the two largest in Aldrich's legion, emerged. Crow hopped out before spreading out his enormous wings, staring ahead at the variants across the sinkhole with his 6 gleaming yellow eyes. His huge feathers of sleek black, metallic structure bristled, ready to unleash a storm of piercing death. The zombie giant learned from its past clumsy portal experience and this time rolled out of it, standing in the air 12 meters tall, towering over everything else in the battlefield. Seeing this sudden emergence of countless different types of monstrosities, variants, and people, the hordes of variants across the sinkhole took another step back, especially when they stared up at the enormous zombie giant whose mere steps looked like they could kill swaths of them. Crab, the leader of the crabmen, a 5-meter-tall hulking monstrosity, did not even reach half the size of the giant. But if the variants were this scared, then the humans. Variants. More variants. Came a panicked shout from among the humans. What is that? Came a terrified shriek when the giant came out, and many of the humans aimed their guns instinctively at him. No, Aldrich's voice boomed out, reaching all the humans. Immediately, they froze up, sensing chills running down their spines. This is my army, my legion. And tonight, we will be taking back this city. To all of you that are unwilling to make the same sacrifice Seismic did, to lay down your lives to fight for your city, then stay here, where it will be safer. But to all of you willing to fight to the death for what is precious to you, then come with me. Fight with me. Aldrich knelt down by Seismic's charred body, seeing the grave marker and soul hovering above him. He laid a respectful hand on Seismic's shoulder and cast Raise Undead. Green and red strands of energy fluxed out of Aldrich's hand, tethering to Seismic's body, for Seismic was a powerful enough individual that he was classified as a boss unit that drained Aldrich's health and mana to raise. Fight until you die. Aldrich raised his hand in the air, and as he did so, Seismic's corpse floated upwards. The red and green energy tether flowed into his thoroughly burnt and damaged body, and as it did so, his blackened, charred flesh began to heal over. His burnt organs started to grow red again. The gaping hole in his stomach started to knit together with muscle and skin. After several seconds, the tether broke off, making Seismic's body fall to the ground. But instead of crashing down, he landed on his 2 feet, raised and ready to fight once more. For now, Aldrich turned off Seismic's free will, making him a controllable unit basically. Fight even after you die. For with me, you shall never know death. With that, Aldrich powerfully thrust his fist out, aiming at the variants across the sinkhole. A gust of wind squalled out from the force of his punch. Go, my legion, show me your strength. The heaviest hitters went out first to clear up as much space as possible. The zombie giant bellowed out an immense roar, and this one completely drowned out all of the roars from the other undead in Aldrich's legion. It completely echoed out in booming peals that traveled across almost the entirety of the battlefield, and as its terrifying scream reached the fishmen and crabmen, they scrambled back, the fishmen shrieking in terror and the crabmen pulling in their eye stalks into their shells in a natural fear response. This caused immediate mass chaos in the variant ranks, causing them to crash and stumble into each other. A stampede began where they started to crush the weakest and smallest among them underfoot and claw. This was the Giant's Bellow, a racial skill among giants that allowed them to cause tiny weaklings they directed their roar at to scatter. And with that mighty roar, with the variants shrieking under fear and Aldrich's legion eager for blood, the battle began. Chapter 123 The Battle Rages. Against the giant's fear-inducing roar, the only variant on the other side of the sinkhole that stood firm against this was Crab, the leader of the Crabman variants. It raised itself up on its segmented legs, standing as tall as it could, before smashing its huge pincer claws together. A deafening shockwave echoed all around it, and as the sound passed over its crabman subordinates, their fear dissipated. The crab variants could not speak, but it seemed that this claw smash was the equivalent of a rousing war cry. In response, the crabmen all raised their claws up in renewed confidence. Looks like this would be more of a battle than was initially thought. In response, the zombie giant jumped over, soaring over the sinkhole and landing right at Crab with a fierce snarl. The giant smashed two fists down into the ground, and the sheer size and strength behind that blow caved out an enormous crater with Crab at the center. Crab raised its pincers up and actually handled the blow, but with some difficulty. The red shell of its pincers were cracked, and it shook from exertion under the giant's might. Flecks of strange bright red light started to spot around the crab's shell. All the fishmen and smaller crabmen around it were blasted away by the shockwave, leaving the giant and crab locked in a one-on-one duel. This duel zone marked the center of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Aldrich gave commands to organize his forces to the left and right of this duel. Valera, take the A-class and Stella with you towards the left. I will deal with the right side, said Aldrich. It will be my pleasure, said Valera. Aldrich turned to the crowd of 50 fishmen he had reanimated. It's time for you to meet your brethren again. Aldrich faced an open palm towards them and chanted, burning agony. In response, the fishmen all began to undergo a distinct change. Their veins started to bulge through their musculature, engorging with additional blood flow. Their bodies swelled up as their muscles increased in size. Then, their visible veins began to glow red before blood burst out from them, not in clouds of liquid, but in clouds of blazing red fire. Auras of fire wrapped all the fishmen as their flesh and bodily processes worked to their maximum limits, generating heat like an overclocked computer processing unit. Yet despite the fire burning on them, melting their flesh, they did not react in pain. No, instead, the fishmen roared in sheer bloodlust, converting the agony of their burning bodies into pure aggression. Go, kill them, said Aldrich as he waved his fishmen forward. The fishmen shrieked in unison as they sprinted forwards. When they reached the edge of the sinkhole, they jumped up, clearing the wide gap with their temporarily enhanced stats. Burning agony dramatically increased the strength of undead that still had flesh on them in exchange for burning off the flesh after a set amount of time. And this dramatic increase showed itself obviously and violently. As soon as the burning fishmen landed on the other side of the hole, they savagely reached out to any living thing they could attack. They were bigger, faster, and stronger than all their brethren fishmen by leaps and bounds. With hisses and aggressive shrieks, the fire-wrapped fishmen tore their brethren apart limb from limb. They could even easily overpower the usually superior crabmen in single combat, punching through their durable shells or cooking their insides with prolonged contact with their flaming bodies. Because the fishmen under Aldrich were all covered in intense fire auras, they could not get swarmed by superior numbers, making them the perfect individuals to charge through the hordes of variants. Aldrich checked the left side of the battlefield. Everyone on board, a Blackwater A-class student shouted with a cool smile as he swept back long, curly rockstar hair. Glowing green rings circled his black pupils, mimicking the large green ring beneath him. This was Damien Fritz, an alter who possessed the power to create large rings that acted as platforms that he could freely levitate using his mind. The rings could also be used as shields or thrown at his weapons, which he demonstrated now as he spun his hands together before thrusting them out, weaving out a rapidly rotating green ring that sawed into the ranks of the fishmen, cutting right through them. All the Blackwater students, variants, and monsters that could not fly hopped on Damien's ring, and with that, he waved his hand up, making the ring float and speed over the sinkhole. From the ring, all the ranged Blackwater students unleashed their abilities. The Blackwater A-class students were strong. They were not individually as strong as the leader-type variants, but the fodder beneath the leaders were nothing to them. Simon Wells tapped his visor as he channeled his kinetic beam, firing off his bright blue laser that sliced fishmen right in half or, when it hit crabmen, bored through their shells within seconds. Cat, a mutant-type alter with twitching antennae and carapaced pale skin, pointed her wrists towards the fishmen and unleashed shotgun-shot volleys of white acid balls. Each volley possessed over 100 acid bullets, and whenever any of them hit a fishman, even if it was a single bullet, the fishman faced an agonizing death where their flesh liquefied and turned them into steaming biomass soup. Jonas, the unfortunate man who had gotten his head crushed by Seth Solar back in the necropolis, pointed a finger gun at the variants as his eyes flashed purple. Beams of violet spiraled outwards, and whatever they hit, they flattened, crushing fishmen into condensed goop under ultra-condensed gravity. But the most notable among them all in terms of firepower was definitely Alexis. She led the flyers over the sinkhole, protecting them in a barrier of swirling wind that also crackled with electricity. From within, she clasped her hands together, and from the edges of her barrier, small storm clouds formed, each of them firing off miniature lightning bolts that exploded on impact. Devastating small-scale explosions rocked the variants, blowing them apart. Yet, if explosions were the topic at hand, then there was nobody that could beat out Stella. She flew into the air over the fishmen with small burst explosions from her hands and feet, and when she was over a particularly large group of them, shot herself down with a smile of complete reckless abandon. Her arms grew completely orange as her explosive blood channeled through her veins en masse, and when she landed in the center of the fish and crabman crowd, a massive explosion engulfed the area and lit up the night sky in bright orange. The blast wave rose up in a pillar visible from several hundred meters away. Stella stepped out of the explosion while patting her arms down of dust. There were chunks missing from her arms, exposing the bone, but she did not mind at all, instead breathing deeply in to savor the smell of smoke and fire. Steamed crab. Smells real nice. I could go for some seafood after this. Stella then looked over to Valera, and Valera did not let herself get outshone. Valera was literally running through the fishmen at rapid speeds. She had grabbed a crabman, punched its head off, and then started to rapidly spin the corpse in front of her while she charged into the mass of variants. The crabman's spiky outer shell and body acted like a bladed rotor blade, and Valera herself was like a lawnmower, completely mowing down everything in her way. She left behind her a trail of mangled corpses, blood, shattered bones, and dismembered body parts. Die, 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 roared Valera as she sped forwards in a sea of gore. Already, Valera was far ahead of Stella, mowing her way deep into enemy lines. "TCH, show off," said Stella. Meanwhile, the notable undead variants made their presence known. The antlion leapt off the green ring and into the sinkhole, burrowing inside of it as it roamed the battlefield from underground, creating huge sand wells to entrap hordes of fishmen to leave them rooted and vulnerable to attack. The bloodspitter lizard fired off beams of acidic blood, devastating whatever the antlion trapped. The Geist unleashed its neurotoxic cloud freely, and any fishmen or crabmen that stayed within the noxious purple cloud for more than 30 seconds started to freeze up before dropping dead. This was especially horrific for the fishmen trapped by the antlion, for they had no means to escape their inevitable brain deaths. If the natural variants did not tear their throats out or reduce them into bloody acidified puddles, the Geist's toxic gas was sure to shut down their brains. Kairos and the Death Knights moved out on their own with professional grace. They marched in formation, slashing and hacking with elegant poise, killing in trained movements and making mincemeat of anything that came near them. Aldrich nodded at this sight, satisfied. He spoke to Seismic, who stood on standby beside him. The hero's arms were crossed as he looked ahead, awaiting orders with his individuality still turned off. Crow also sat beside Aldrich, ready to move or defend Aldrich at a moment's notice. "You're going to stay with me," said Aldrich to Seismic. "You could probably handle the riff-raff over there by yourself, but I want my legion to shine a little. Plus, you and Crow are the most suited to guarding me against Shrimp if he starts moving again. You, especially, I need to conserve your strength for Shrimp. On that note, Volantis, keep that energy signature on Shrimp marked, inform me the exact moment he ever makes a move." Chapter 124. A storm is coming. Aldrich watched the battle progress with all the poise of a seasoned general, standing calmly with a hand touching his chin in contemplation. He did not divert much brain power to the left side of the battle because Valera managed it, and he trusted in her enough to keep her bloodlust down to command his troops. Thus, he kept his attention mostly towards the right side that he was largely responsible for with his 50 fishmen. So long as Burning Agony was active, the flaming undead fishmen were utterly untouchable, but when Burning Agony ended, leaving the fishmen into lower-leveled skeletons, they became relatively defenseless. Single strikes from tougher fishmen such as the green-scaled brutes or the crabmen shattered his skeletal fishmen with ease. To maximize their usefulness as skeletons, Aldrich clenched his fist and cast Rite of Bone Binding. The white bones of the skeletal fishmen layered over in a steely, metallic gray luster, massively increasing their durability while also moderately boosting their strength. This let his skeletal fishmen fight for even longer, and they used that extra fighting time to the very last moment, fighting even as hordes of their brethren slowly broke apart their bodies with swipes and blows. When finally, Aldrich's 50 skeletal fishmen fell, engulfed in the sheer numbers of their opposition, he simply pointed a finger up and chanted, "Serve." His voice echoed out across the battlefield. 50 more dead fishmen and crabmen reanimated, green glows shining in their eyes as they shuddered and rose up. "Burning agony," said Aldrich, and once more, the aquatic variants burst out into flames generated by the heat of their very own burning blood and organs as their bodies overworked to their maximum extents. Like this, Aldrich was plenty capable of raising his host of fishmen over and over and over again, and the losses always favored him. His first 50 fishmen had killed 1,000 of their brethren, most of that during their burning agony state where they could kill enemies just by ramming into them and engulfing them in organic fire in wide areas of effect. That was until the sea anemones at the back of the variant army started up again. Aldrich could have taken them out from the start, but he wanted them to fire one more time so that he could stop it in front of the humans, cementing even further his power and reputation as a defender. All of this would become useful for later, when Aldrich would negotiate with governments, the Alterhuman Agency, and the Panopticon for his position in this world. Aldrich felt Seismic patting his shoulder. "What is it?" Seismic was mindless, but he did have some basic instinctive control over himself and what Aldrich presumed to be general AI movement patterns from Elden World. That is, if someone aggroed Seismic, he would attack unless Aldrich commanded him to hold position. In addition, if Seismic found any enemies or things of interest, he would notify Aldrich. In this case, Seismic held out his earpiece towards Aldrich. It buzzed in his hand, probably from people shouting through the other side. "I see. You want me to hear what's going on." Aldrich took the earpiece and held it to the ear of his helmet. "Volantis, put this in my ear, will you?" "As you wish," said Volantis. Metal strands opened up from the side of Aldrich's head and grasped the earpiece, pulling it into the helmet and nestling it in the curve of Aldrich's ear. Immediately, Aldrich was assaulted by shouting, "Seismic, there's less than half of us left. My wings, they've been clipped, and all I can do is report to you from behind cover. We can't hold the mermen back any longer. They've already started to operate an anemone, **T. It's firing towards you. Block it if you can, Seismic," came the panicked voice. "All right, the flyers." Aldrich had kept them in the back of his head, not giving them too much importance because he believed they would just fly away when even a fourth of them died. But here they were, fighting even with over half of them gone. It was respectable spirit. Aldrich would respect that by saving them himself. But first, the blast from the anemone. "Volantis, wings," said Aldrich. In response, his draconic wings morphed from his back, unfurling out as he jumped into the air. In the distance, he could perceive a flash of blue light from behind several dozen collapsed buildings that formed a natural fort behind which the anemones were entrenched. Aldrich's grave ward kept an eye on the anemones, though, and he could tell exactly where the single active one was firing. It was aimed right at defensive firing line, probably towards the back where the tanks and walkers were. A single blue hydroplasma beam spiraled outwards, traveling in an arcing trajectory aimed to crash down explosively among the tanks, confirming Aldrich's theory. Aldrich immediately sped back towards the artillery line where the tanks and walkers were stationed. He moved as a black and red blur, fading from his spot at the front of the sinkhole to all the way to the artillery line, back almost to the walls themselves, in just a few seconds. His movements caused gusts of wind to squall out beneath him, and several humans beneath him looked up in awe as the wind passed them roughly by. Aldrich floated above a tank, his draconic wings stretched out to hold him in the air. He saw the beam of hydroplasma draw rapidly closer to him. What was at first a glimmer of blue in the horizon now became a huge mass of gleaming energy that nearly engulfed his whole vision. Anyone seeing this sight, this devastating pillar of energy crashing towards them like the judgment of God, would have immediately fled, but all Aldrich did was hold out his arm. His death essence barrier became visible, outlining him in a sphere of bright, see-through green. The pillar of plasma smashed against Aldrich's death essence barrier at breakneck speed. His barrier flickered, registering damage as the plasma exploded into a nova of brilliant blue and white. A thunderous boom echoed from the impact, causing the tank beneath him to tremble from the shockwave of the explosion. The blast of the explosion soared into the air, lighting up the night with light born from energy so hot that it could easily melt through Neo steel. The blast completely engulfed Aldrich's form, seemingly erasing him in its cascade of energy. All of the policemen and heroes beneath Aldrich looked up at where he was, their guns down as they held their breaths, desperately hoping that their savior, their hero, was not gone. Aldrich thrust his arm out, generating force to dissipate the light and smoke generated from the explosion. Blue flames crackled around his barrier before quickly dying, unable to catch anything it could burn. Is that it? Weaker than what I expected. Maybe I am still too cautious, said Aldrich to himself, putting a contemplative hand to his chin as he recalculated the amount of risk he could start taking. That was when he noticed everyone staring up at him with wide eyes. The crew of the tank Aldrich saved had opened up its hatch, ready to jump out, probably thinking that they were going to die from the blast after it bore through Aldrich. Instead, they were left awkwardly staring at Aldrich's not blown-up form, looking down at them with some level of judgment. "What are you doing?" said Aldrich. "This fight isn't over. Out of everyone here, all of you are the least in danger, considering you get to pilot a tank. Get back in there." Aldrich's voice rang out with commanding presence. "Yes, sir." The tank crew immediately hopped back into the tank, closing the hatch behind him. "And the rest of you, continue firing," said Aldrich, addressing the humans beneath him that had stopped to stare at whether he would survive. "Don't stop to stare and gawk every time I save you. Like I said before, I will guarantee your lives to the best of my ability. But you have to make your lives worth saving. So fight." "Yes, sir." The heroes and policemen beneath Aldrich immediately got back to loading their weapons and rushing out to the firing line to gun down more variants. Aldrich then heard the same desperate voice crackle in his earpiece. "We have to fall back. All flyer squads are too damaged to hold the line here. They're going to man all the anemones," said the voice. "Fall back," said Aldrich. Who are you?" came the confused reply. "I don't have time to explain," said Aldrich. "But if you listen to me, you and your squads will survive. So fall back. Retreat behind the firing line. Your job here is done, and you've done it well enough already. There is no more need to lose more of your lives." "I wish we could," came the reply. "But we're pinned down here. Mermen are raining hell down on us. We can find cover, but the moment we take to the air, we're going to get shot down, especially with most of our barrier creators downed." "I see. If you're speaking into this earpiece, then I'm assuming you're the leader of the flyers," said Aldrich. "Yeah, then tell the flyers to take as much cover as they can." "We already are," came the annoyed response. "No, you don't understand. If the cover you have right now is the best you have, then fine. But if you can retreat back and find something better, something farther away from the anemones, then do that," said Aldrich. "I know I shouldn't be wasting time asking questions in a situation like this, but why?" Aldrich looked into the sky. Green clouds started to gather, crackling with ghostly teal arcs of energy, because a storm is coming. Chapter 125 Spirit Boundaries Activated. "Can I ask what that means?" came the response on the other hand, but Aldrich just ignored that. He mentally called out for Crow, and the altar's monstrous avian form came soaring through the skies before landing on the ground beneath Aldrich, right beside the tank. In response, the tank and all the altars around Crow reeled backwards in fright and surprise. The AC count scanners built into their frames registered Crow's AC count. In response, shocked conversation spread throughout the altars like a wildfire burning through a dry forest. "That thing, it's got an AC count of 8,000. That's an A-rank variant, and that man, he's tamed it," said a man. Look how it just lets him get on its back like some kind of pet." "What? He's tamed an A-rank variant? That's impossible unless he has a power to control variants, but that can't be it. He's strong, he's fast, he's got that barrier, he can conceal his own AC count, he's got those wings, just how many powers does he have? Is that the thing that surprises you the most? Just look at his army. Look at all those variants that he controls. Look at all that giant. And all those strong altars with him too. He must be part of some massive team." "He's not part of any team I know. Then some kind of huge shadow organization, I don't know. There's plenty of rumors about them existing. He must be their head. *T, if he's manning an org that big with that much firepower to boot, then I want to see if I can be part of it. They give a lot more of a *T for us than the AA does, that's for sure. Yeah, you and your E-grade techno power is gonna get you a place in that army. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. A stronger voice cut through the gossip. A short and stocky man waved his hand forward, towards the battlefield. On the chest of his frame was emblazoned a rectangular badge showcasing 2 stars. A ranking badge that signified that he was a police captain. All that matters is that he's saved us, and that he's right. We need to make the most of our lives as we can. So quit this yapping and get back to firing. Hold this line, boys, and tomorrow, we'll have one hell of a story to tell. Yes, thought Aldrich, one hell of a story. Very likely a story that would make his position negotiating against the AA and Panopticon heavily favored towards him. Let's go, said Aldrich, and Crow growled as he pushed his enormous wings down. With his wings stretched out like that, he was easily comparable in size to the battle tank nearby, and it was with pure relief that all the alters there saw that Crow was not against them. Crow soared into the air and flew over Portal Girl's position. This, Aldrich dubbed, was the portal line where she worked overtime, generating portals en masse to take in undead from the battlefield to give them some resting time where they could regenerate before portaling back over the sinkhole to fight again. Her expression was knit into pure concentration as she talked into an earpiece of her own, this one linked to the drones that Spiebert and Fisk had set up. There, the drones not only recorded the battle, but also funneled battle information to her, determining which undead were injured and needed portals. Here, the Dildagasts also stood in formation, their great swords clasped between their gauntleted hands, ready to be shoved down into the earth. Hold here. Aldrich bid Crow to hover above the portal line. He knew that with the flyers at the back of the variant army largely disabled, the variants would start to man more and more of their sea anemone cannons. By now, Aldrich calculated that some of them were now ready to fire, and he confirmed this with a visual via his grave ward. This was the perfect opportunity to show off, then, and to test this mechanic. Aldrich turned around on Crow and stared back the rows and rows of humans firing their weapons, nursing their injured, and manning the drones that went back and forth over the walls, ferrying what little ammunition, repair kits, and med kits they had remaining. Aldrich mentally recognized all of the humans as allies, and as he did so, he saw a green glint mark all of them. Allies recognized. A message appeared in the corner of Aldrich's vision, confirming this worked. Normally, units caught in Aldrich's mist of undeath and also the spirit boundary generated by the Dildagasts would suffer all the negative effects from them, which included life loss and obscured vision. In the game, allied units could just see through the mist and spirit boundary with no issues, and it was a given that they did not get damaged either. So far, Aldrich had held off on fully activating his Mist of Undeath because of the risk of damaging altars, but if they could see through and operate their technology freely through the spirit boundaries, then he would be confident to use his Mist of Undeath at full throttle. Sorry to interrupt, but they're firing more of them, came the desperate voice from Aldrich's earpiece. We can't stop them. There's 5 beams coming your way. I've got it handled, said Aldrich coolly. Aldrich stood on Crow and looked down like a commanding general. Dildagasts, set down your boundaries. The Dildagasts slammed their gauntleted bony fists into their warped breastplates of dull gray metal, loosing out 3 strong clanks in response. They then grasped their great swords tightly before slamming them into the ground in unison. Cracks lined with wispy curls of black energy formed from where their great swords dug into shattered pavement and asphalt. Their gray, stained blades glowed for a moment before huge clouds of smoke burst out from them, billowing and gathering in a swirling pattern concentrated into the shape of a large dome. The biggest difference between a Dildagast and a regular Ghast lay in the effective range of their spirit boundaries. Where Ghasts could be considered units for smaller skirmishes, Dildagasts could project their boundaries over vast stretches of area to make them fit for entire battlefields or, in the case of the game, full-scale raid bosses where multiple allied heroes and their forces gathered. The domes of smoke rose up just as 4 hydroplasma beams became visible in the distance, first as glints of blue light, and within seconds, as rapidly approaching pillars of destructive plasma. The blasts slammed into the spirit boundary barriers, but just like with Aldrich's death essence barrier, the plasma beams exploded against the spirit boundaries without piercing through, merely causing the smoke to scatter for a few moments. Spirit boundaries were the perfect counter to elemental damage, being highly resistant to it. The damage from plasma mainly came from intense heat, and that filed under the fire element as far as game mechanics were concerned. Aldrich observed that the humans stopped firing their weapons for a moment, surprised first by the boundaries, then at the fact that they blocked the plasma beams. "What is that smoke? Just how many crazy things are going to happen tonight?" said a bewildered policeman. "Doesn't matter. We can see through it, so we can shoot through it. So keep firing," shouted an older and more seasoned hero who fired spikes of metal from his hands. Aldrich nodded as he witnessed the humans start to shoot again, their firing lines lighting up with little specks of bright light as their guns worked overtime. With that, Aldrich fully unleashed his Mist of Undeath, stretching out his arms as he did so. The mist emerged from his core, where his phylactery was, still developing within him, still evolving. The ghostly green air settled down on the various injured undead beneath Aldrich, healing their wounds in a mere seconds, no matter how grievous they were. Most of the injured, Aldrich noted, were the weaker variant and monster-type undead such as the Alpha Striker, Mudcrabs, Alloy-Wing Eagle, and Big Arm Grizzly. He noted with some level of wistfulness that they were soon going to outlive their usefulness, getting outscaled more and more as time went on and Aldrich's forces became stronger and stronger. If they did not fall in battle, Aldrich would soon replace them with stronger units of his own creation. That reminded him, he did know that liches in lore could increase the strength of their undead, but there was precious little detailed information as to how they did it. But even in the lore, liches could only increase the levels of a few of their most precious undead, not any random low-level monster or skeleton. "Thanks for that," Portal Girl shouted up to Aldrich before she generated more portals, getting the newly healed and battle-ready undead out again to fight even as she manned portals to bring more injured ones in. Regardless, Portal Girl was providing an invaluable tactical service here, was both troop transport and first aid. "You're doing very well," said Aldrich with a nod before he mentally commanded Crow to fly over towards the flyers at the back of the variant army. "Why you too?" said Portal Girl with a shy blush, but Aldrich was already gone, soaring across the battlefield to his next destination. She saw Aldrich leave and then shook her head, telling herself to focus on doing her job as best as possible. Chapter 126 Bring Down the Thunder. Aldrich flew above the battlefield at a fast cruising speed, giving himself some time to see what was going on. The left side of the battlefield was decisively in Aldrich's favor, with the variants getting pushed back more and more by the second. This was entirely within Aldrich's expectations. After all, the vast majority of his forces were there. Under a slew of massive explosions, deadly sword swings, onslaughts of laser beams and acid and claws and fangs, and Valera's murderous rampage, the variants were nothing but fodder to add to the meat grinder. At the center, Crab surprisingly managed to survive until now. The zombie giant and Crab were both still engaged in intense battle at a sufficiently high level where they were basically fighting by themselves. The shockwaves of force emitted from the giant and Crab clashing with each other, not to mention their large sizes, meant that the riff-raff weakling variants either got blown apart or squished if they even got near that. Crab seemed to have an interesting ability to convert any damage it took against its shell into energy that boosted its strength and size. That was why little red flecks of light gathered around its shell whenever it got hit by the zombie giant's huge blows. The more energy it gathered, the larger it seemed to get, and by this point, Crab was 8 meters tall, almost getting to even footing with the giant's 12-meter bulk. At first, the zombie giant had thoroughly pushed Crab back, but now, they were in a dead stalemate, exchanging massive blow after blow, echoing out shockwaves with each attack. They were quite literally like two kaijus amid a sea of human-sized fighters, their each and every movement accidentally squishing a fishman or crabman. The zombie giant roared as it grabbed Crab's pincer in its 2 burly arms before yanking hard, ripping it off. In response, Crab retreated backwards, stomping over dozens of its own kind, before focusing energy onto its severed limb. Red gathered around the wound, and then flesh and shell rapidly grew out of it, nearly as good as new, just a little bit thinner. The regeneration was not as fast or explosive as the Geisses, but any form of regeneration was a pain to deal with when an enemy had an ability that benefited them in longer fights. Said Aldrich. That may be a problem if I let it grow too strong, though I assume there is a limit to the power. Shall we deal with that one first? Stated Volantis. Its bones are quite mighty. I would not mind devouring it and adding it to my collection. And it would serve our forces well to be rid of this creature. Crabs don't have bones, corrected Aldrich. But I get what you mean. Taking Crab out now would not be too hard, either, especially with Seismic here. However, I trust in Valera to deal with this herself. She has command over all my forces here, after all, and she's shown herself very capable of handling things without me. If anything, this is another chance for her to prove herself against sudden threats without my assistance. Valera had already sensed that Aldrich was leaving, which in turn meant that he was not raising more undead to fill up the 50 fishman attack force on the right side of the battlefield. To compensate, she had moved over to the right side with the Geist and some Blackwater students, abusing the Geist's neurotoxic cloud to keep the variants from advancing easily against comparatively fewer numbers. When Valera was done routing the variant army at the right side of the battle zone, she would deal with Crab in her own way. Aldrich was sure of it. Trusting in Valera, Aldrich commanded Crow to soar at full speed over to the flyers. Crow's 6 eyes gleamed yellow before it forcefully pushed down its wings, loosing a sonic boom of force that sent it hurtling forwards at fighter jet speeds. Within a minute, Crow had ferried Aldrich right over the line of sea anemones that were now newly manned by the fishmen. Merman stood at the center of this formation of 7 anemones. He seemed to actually be personally manning the anemones, explaining how they had managed to control the anemones so quickly. At the center of his slimy blue-green chest was a crystalline blue spherical organ. It glowed strongly as Merman raised his 6 hands up to the sky, channeling strands of water from that organ to every single anemone, powering them up manually. The Merman variants under his rule guarded him in a thick phalanx, generating water construct shields while others fired off spears and blades of water construct energy, raining down a storm of projectiles against the flyers, the majority of whom were huddled behind chunks of fallen buildings. The fact that Merman was protected like that on top of its lack of offensive movement meant that it needed to use all of its energy and attention to man the anemones, and they were still inactive from firing before. Scan for all visible energy signatures, said Aldrich as he surveyed the battle zone from above. Try and focus on all the humans present. Done, said Volantis. Aldrich could see 100 or so little white lights shining through building chunks and various other forms of cover, the presence of the flying altars. He quickly calculated the distance they were from Merman and the anemones and determined that they were not in any danger from Aldrich's next move. Good. That meant that they had listened to Aldrich and retreated back. No doubt, their leader had told them to retreat on Aldrich's recommendation, but the way they were holding their hands to their ears, listening in deeply to their earpieces, showed obvious signs that they were listening into comms from the firing line about Aldrich. In the faces Aldrich could zoom into, he could see expressions of hope. They were waiting for the savior of the men and women at the firing line and walls to descend upon them. Alert me at all times when Shrimp's energy signature moves, said Aldrich. He made a mental note that Shrimp was still underground and immobile, perhaps buried under too much rubble. Seismic truly must have put in every single ounce of his strength into that last attack, maybe even more. My eye is always upon that one, said Volantis. You need not worry. And when Shrimp moves, Aldrich turned to Seismic who stood on Crow's back. That's when you and I move together. I would like to have you use your powers on the battle zone down here, but you need to be ready at all times to assist me with Shrimp. I can't deal with strong physical burst DPS like that, at least not for long. And your shockwaves and stats are the best way to put distance between myself and Shrimp when the time arises. Seismic just nodded, registering Aldrich's commands. Now then, said Aldrich as he focused his sight on Merman and his phalanx of hundreds of mermen creating a massive dome of interlocked water construct shields. It's time for a show. With that, Aldrich walked off of Crow, free-falling down towards Merman. Chapter 127 Bring Down the Thunder 2. A few dozen meters above Merman and his entourage, he stopped, stretching out his draconic wings and anchoring himself in the air. In response, Merman's 4 glowing red eyes widened. His many sharp teeth bared from large gums as he snarled and pointed up at Aldrich, and in immediate response, the many mermen dedicated to throwing out projectiles shot at Aldrich, unleashing a huge volley of water spikes and blades. Aldrich tanked the initial volley, his death essence barrier causing the projectiles to ping and pong off of it. Up close, Aldrich noted that the water constructs were actually crystalline in structure, having been completely solidified. Every projectile flew at speeds rivaling subsonic velocity, and it was no wonder that an entire army of mermen throwing these out could easily overwhelm masses of E and D rank heroes so quickly, even with their barriers. In response, Aldrich clasped his hands together, generating a ghostly orb of green energy between his palms. He then thrust his hands forth, shooting a death bolt right down at the water shield phalanx. The death bolt surged forwards, breaking apart any crystallized water projectile in its sway, the helical pattern of bright green reaching sonic speeds as it crashed into a group of fishmen. Very impressive, remarked Aldrich. The death bolt actually did not manage to pierce through the water shield phalanx. It had created large cracks in several shields, but the overlapping layers of shield constructs acted like thick scales that distributed the damage of the death bolt well over a large surface area. On top of that, the shields very quickly regenerated, the cracks smoothing over. To crack this mass of shields, this shell, one needed a single powerful attack to smash through it entirely. Thanks for giving us cover. The voice of the leader of the flying heroes crackled in Aldrich's ear. I'll use this chance to order my men to make a retreat. We'll be out of your way in a minute, maybe even less. No, said Aldrich firmly. Stay behind your cover. What? Why? Came the confused reply. You're up there taking all those hits. We can't waste any more time, and that barrier of yours, it can't hold forever. Why? You asked. Aldrich paused. He looked into the sky and pointed at it with a clawed black finger. Because you'll miss the show. Trust me, it isn't a good idea to get out of your cover now. Storm clouds started to gather above where Aldrich was pointing. Not any ordinary storm cloud. Green, eerie, ghostly clouds that formed a football stadium-sized mass. Within the clouds, the bright glows of over 100 jellyfish shone in intervals, sending a wave of visible energy through them. That energy looked like a pulse that rippled across the network of jellyfish, moving from its outer edges down towards the center. At the center, the anglerfish took in all that energy emitted from the 100+ jellyfish into its bright white lure, concentrating and amplifying that mass amount of energy before cascading it outwards again for the jellyfish to take in once more. Like this, with each passing pulse of energy that traveled through this web of jellyfish, the energy gathered within it grew stronger and stronger in an unending positive feedback loop. Fueled by more and more energy, the storm clouds grew thicker and started to crackle and rumble, arcs of green energy starting to violently clap out of them. Very soon, the clouds concealed the jellyfish and anglerfish entirely. Rain started to pour down. The air below grew heavy and filled with static. The hairs on all the altars huddled behind rubble raised up, and they instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in fear as they recognized the storm. But they remained still, as even through they looked up with fear, there was a tinge of curiosity in their eyes. A sense of dreadful anticipation. It was like watching an enormous weapon of mass destruction gearing up to fire, knowing that when it did unleash its wrath, nothing beneath it had the tiniest shred of ever surviving. But there was some awing about the sheer destructiveness, the sheer power, behind that weapon that made it strangely alluring. When Merman and the mermen looked up at those clouds in recognition, seeing their very own living storm turned against them, they felt mounting dread, their fins rising up in sheer instinctual terror as they saw their death gather and crackle right above them. Merman thrust his hand towards the sky, and the mermen around him fired their projectiles, but of them reached high enough to hit the actual clouds themselves. Aldrich floated higher into the air, also moving out of the range of the projectiles. It's time, said Aldrich with anticipation. He felt the very same type of excitement he did whenever he used an extremely strong weapon for the first time in a game. That feeling of knowing you were about to unleash pure carnage with the hard-earned weapon or summon or spell you had grinded for, there was truly nothing quite like it. Just how much damage was he going to do? Just how many was he going to kill? He was very, very eager to find out. The energy pulses from the clouds started to ripple back and forth from the center in much more rapid waves, each ripple echoing out a threatening, deep bass rumble that grew increasingly higher and higher pitched, signaling the buildup of power on a colossal scale. Then, Aldrich put down his hand. The skies lit up completely bright green, almost white. The brightness from all that energy built up in a single point before being released down unleashed light at such a scale that for a moment, among the many flyers who held their injured bodies behind rubble, they thought that the night had turned into day for a split second. A mass of lightning gathered into a branch so thick that it looked like one massive, unending pillar crashed down against merman variants like the hand of God. When old superstitious texts spoke about punishment from the heavens raining down like lightning, this must have been what they meant. The pillar smashed through the huge water phalanx like a sledgehammer driving through thin glass, completely engulfing the variants beneath in searing light. The sound followed right after. It was the sound of lightning cracking, but at a scale dramatically higher than any naturally born lightning. The lightning did not merely clap, no, it roared. The roar of an unbound force of nature. A green shockwave blasted outwards, completely disintegrating rubble all around the blast zone. As the shockwave gusted out, it rocked the giant chunks of rubble, some comprising of several stories of high-rise buildings, that littered the battle site. Relatively speaking, though, the area of destruction from the thunderbolt was rather localized. After all, lightning did not really spread out in any real explosive impact, it concentrated at a single point for the most part. And for good reason. Aldrich wanted to preserve most of the sea anemone in the area to raise for his own. When the light of the lightning died down, Aldrich nodded to himself in pure satisfaction. He gazed down upon a deep, smoking crater that shone bright white and red from sheer heat energy melting concrete and rock. That said, Aldrich had not let his excitement for causing carnage to get a hold of his head. He had aimed the thunderbolt slightly ahead of the merman, aiming to try and preserve merman's corpse and the anemone behind him. To that end, Aldrich was successful. All the weaker mermen were dead, completely disintegrated or broken down into splatters of scales and blood, but merman's larger body parts remained in the form of the charred skeleton of his upper body. But there was no mistake about it either. If Aldrich aimed down that thunderbolt directly at anyone, even if they were a proper A-class hero, no, maybe even if they were in the S-class, that was going to be a fatal blow. Chapter 128 Raising Merman. Aldrich folded his wings back, and they absorbed into the metal of his armor. He free fell from high up, landing on shattered pavement with a heavy crash. The acrid smell of charred flesh filled his nose as he stared ahead at the corpse of merman. Aldrich walked over and looked down at merman's burnt upper skeleton. There was not even a smidgen of flesh left behind on it, and the bones themselves were so blackened he worried that a strong breeze might disintegrate them. Thankfully, a grave floated above this mangled corpse, shining in green visible only to him that let him know that there was enough corpse left to raise. This was cutting it quite close, though. Corpses generally became unreliable to raise when over half their bodies were destroyed. Nevertheless, Aldrich would take the freebie. As he raised his hand towards merman's corpse, a notification popped up in his vision. It was an experience tally from all the units he had defeated tonight. 21,000 miscellaneous units defeated. Low-level unit express buffer applied. Plus 42,000 EXP. By 1 foot shark, defeated. Plus 4,000 XP. By 1 foot merman, defeated. Plus 4,000 XP. Total express gain. Plus 50,000. Express bar. 50,000 50,000ths. Level up. Level 41 42. Express bar. 0.55 thousandths. 5 stat points available to distribute. Aldrich nodded to himself. The fact that he received so little experience from defeating fishmen, a measly 2 for each one, was well within his expectations at this point. In the game, after a player hit thresholds of level 40 and 80, they faced a low-level express buffer that prevented them from gaining much experience at all from sufficiently low-leveled units. This was presumably to prevent a sufficiently dedicated and perhaps somewhat insane player from farming trash mobs over and over and over again to level themselves, and at a certain point, if one killed too much of the same mob, the express gains also underwent diminishing returns that could potentially reach down all the way to 0. Aldrich knew this well, because he had precisely been the type of dedicated and insane player to kill basic slimes and goblins over 100,000 times to see how much he could level. Overall, though, if Aldrich killed all the variants here, even if they counted as low-level mobs now. There were so many of them that he figured he could squeeze out one more level from them. The remaining level, then, would come from Shrimp. Aldrich immediately distributed his stat points into attunement. +5 attunement, increased to +10 with stat affinity bonuses. Attunement. 211, 221. Inner circle limit. 47, 49. Outer circle limit. 235, 245. Aldrich noted that his express bar's number value continued to rapidly tick up, though in extremely low increments, indicating that his army was slaughtering fishmen that provided little to no express. After about 30,000 fishmen kills, they would start giving out 1 express, and then at 50,000 kills, little to nothing. It did not seem to matter that the fishmen had many different subspecies among them. They all fell under the same branch of monster type, so the penalty applied equally among them all. Aldrich filed away all these observations and focused back to Merman's corpse. Not much of you left, is there? Well, I'll change that soon. Serve, said Aldrich. Strands of green emerged from around his black-metalled hand, wisping outwards and flowing into Merman's corpse. Merman's charred skeleton levitated in the air, and Aldrich willed his mist of undeath out. The ghostly green mist traveled towards the skeleton, and as it clouded the horribly damaged corpse, it reversed all the damage the corpse had suffered. Charred flesh broke off to reveal new, pink flesh. Muscle built up. Bones regrew and fused back together. The skeletal and muscular systems of Merman built up, making him look like an anatomy chart of exposed flesh before his slimy green scales covered his many arms and serpentine, slithering tail. His eyes flashed red once more, and the blue crystalline organ at his chest glowed with life again. Aldrich felt a faint blur hit the edges of his vision. His mana had dipped below 20%. He would have to go out and consume graves to restore it. This was why Legion necromancers were so fearsome in a battlefield. When graves became disposable resources that popped up everywhere, they not only became a source for minions, but also endless free health and mana. Goric Garacos, I serve you. Ocean King Merman flared his gills open, exposing the frilly veins within them. A gesture of deep respect and loyalty. Interesting. Your kind has a language, said Aldrich. He knew that smarter or more social variants could gather in tribes and packs, but an actual functioning language. That was something near completely unheard of. But if ever there were variants out there that could defy common convention and research, then it was with deep-sea variants who could evolve far out of sight and study of mankind. Merman was about to respond when several heroes stumbled out of their cover and inched towards Aldrich with wonder in their eyes. In response, Merman grew aggressive. His bright blue, crystalline spines flared out from his back, arms, head, and tail. He bared his sharp fangs as his arms channeled orbs of blue water. Stop, said Aldrich with commanding voice. They are my allies. Goric Shell, I apologize, replied Merman. His voice undulated in a strange, almost alien way, and his voice was distorted, making it almost impossible to actually parse out what he said. To the ordinary ear, whatever Merman said would have sounded like unintelligible snarls and grunts, and that was what they had sounded like to Aldrich beforehand too. Aldrich could only clearly make out what Merman said now because of his master summoner link with the variant. It was highly probable that whatever tongue Merman spoke was difficult to fully articulate on land as well. I heard on the comms that you could control variants, but I thought they were just *TTING me. It's real. And it's not just that. You can raise the dead, said a hero as he stepped ahead of the others as their representative. I recognize that voice. You must be the one I was talking to over my earpiece, said Aldrich. He recognized the man because of his distinctive appearance. He was a mutant-type alter with moth traits, antennae sticking out of his forehead with carapaced skin that bore cracks practically everywhere. 4 large gray moth wings lay folded on his back. Mothman, is it? You know me, said Mothman, surprised. Of course. I kept tabs on every D ranker in line to be promoted to C rank in Haven, said Aldrich. Can I ask why? Said Mothman. Because I hoped that one day, when I decided it would be time to stand out of the shadows, I would be able to work with all of you, said Aldrich as he extended out a hand, and Mothman shook it cordially, if with considerable amounts of awe. Mothman looked up at Aldrich's menacing armored form with awe, then at Merman, then back at Aldrich. Every single one of the other heroes did the same, staring at Aldrich and Merman with wide eyes and open mouths. It was understandable. The man they had heard about, the man in strange armor who had brought an entire army with him, the man who had stepped down onto the battlefield and turned the tides of a desperate and hopeless stand in one single moment, was right here. And all the stories that the flyers heard about him over comms, it seemed, were true. Not only that, but here this man was, raising forth the very monstrous variant that had made their lives a living hell of dodging and taking projectiles just minutes beforehand. Mothman was the first to snap out of this odd trance, showcasing a level-headedness to him that made it very clear why Seismic had trusted him to lead all the flyers on a job like this. "I have to thank you for saving all of us," said Mothman. "With you, we would still be getting our asses handed to us, hiding behind rocks, just waiting for one of those water spikes to shove through our brains. Don't thank me yet, the fight's still going on. I've completely secured the airspace here with my living storm, so all of you are free to retreat back to the firing line. There, patch yourselves up and take a rest. All of you deserve it," said Aldrich. "Now go." After Aldrich said this, the heroes did not move for several seconds, probably still in shock and awe that someone had actually saved them, and that they had been saved with such an overwhelming display of might. "You heard him," said Mothman, snapping the heroes out of their trance. "Get to the air. Get back to the firing line. All contact trauma teams to be ready for our arrival. All of you who can fly, take the grounded ones with you." With that, Mothman and the flyers started to file out, giving Aldrich some privacy. "Now then," said Aldrich to Merman, "it's time for you to show me what you can do." Chapter 129 Valera's Merits, "You'll also like. Gorik Kant, what do you wish from me?" stated Merman as he put 3 of his hands to his chest to gesture to himself. "What you've been doing all night," said Aldrich. He pointed to the 7 sea anemone variants. Without the water of the merman to nourish them on land, they had lost their usual brilliant purple shine. Before, they had looked like living gems with their strong glimmer radiating throughout their bodies, but now they were shriveling up, deflating like balloons as their tentacled tops started to thin and wilt. "Power those again," said Aldrich. "Here as I fall under the tide's will," said Merman as clasped his 3 pairs of arms together. When he did so, the blue crystalline organ at his chest started to shine strongly. Blue light glinted between his palms, and when he separated them, water flowed between them. Merman cast his many arms forward, and from his hands, the water flowed out like snaking tethers, attaching to each of the 7 sea anemones. The water infused into the anemones and rapidly reversed their shriveling, giving them back their bright purple shine. Merman then placed his hands on his chest organ, attaching all his water tethers to it. "I see," said Aldrich as he put a hand to his chin, analyzing Merman's powers. Unlike with Elden World summons, he could not just look into a direct status sheet, but he could more or less get an instinctive feel for how variant or alter undead powers worked. This feel was not nearly as accurate as an actual status screen, but it was good enough to get a strong sense of what the undead were capable of. You can generate and crystallize water like the rest of your kind, though at a much higher scale. On top of that, you can store specific techniques, using your water manipulation in that organ of yours, which also acts as an amplifier, giving you several trump card moves to use. One of them being this tethering ability, though considering you could not counter my lightning, you are limited to having just one technique active at a time. "Cal, correct," said Merman. "Ko's gent, the Ocean King, is perceptive, as expected. I like to know what my subordinates can do." "Now then, ready those to fire," said Aldrich. "Their cooldown should be refreshed by now. Let's see if they'll be just as devastating to the variants as they were to the humans." Here as I fall under the tides will, Merman raised his hands into the air, and the tethers of water attached to his crystal organ began to shine. The sea anemones started to power up, their top tentacles crackling and glowing bright blue as they channeled up hydroplasma through their bodies. "Ko's Kath, ready to strike at the will of the Ocean King," said Merman. "Hold," said Aldrich. He put a finger to the side of his helm, wanting to check up on Valera to see whether she had dealt with Crab or needed some assistance. If she did need help, Aldrich would aim the sea anemone cannons at Crab; if not, he would direct it to clearing out the variants. Aldrich focused, closing his eyes and linking with Valera's sight. He wondered what plans she had made to take down Crab or whether she needed his help. He would not mind either way. This was more a test for him to gauge how self-sufficient and capable Valera was as his second-in-command, because in the game, he had no real way to interact with her. Yes, there were dialogue options that gave insight into her lore and background, but if this truly affected combat. During combat gameplay, Aldrich controlled everything she did, or he relied on her AI when he micromanaged other units. As for what her game lore knew from her lore, that she came from a long military background, but she had been trained as a shielder, a guardian knight that protected others, specifically single targets, though later in her life she had also become a berserker. Regardless, both combat archetypes were not suited for commanding masses of troops. So far, Valera had proven herself quite capable in defending the Red Circle and mobilizing Aldrich's units, but that was while Aldrich was away. He had yet to see in person her capabilities. Yet, when Aldrich fully linked with Valera's sight, he could not help but smile. I will rid the master of this shelled brute," shouted Valera as she stared at the center of the battlefield. There, the huge, shelled monstrosity had pushed back the zombie giant with a mighty swipe of its claws aimed at the giant's head. The blow had blown off a chunk of the giant's skull, collapsing him to one knee, but the master's mist gradually began to heal the wound up. "Yeah, I'd like to see you try." Stella landed beside Valera from the air, throwing out an explosive punch that shot forth a cone of ignited air that blew apart several approaching fishmen. "By the way, that's like my 10,000th kill, you know." 10,000. You think you can lie to me so easily?" Valera led a large green fishman tackle into her, and the fishman staggered backwards with a solid impact while Valera did not even budge a single inch. It was like the fishman had ran full force into an immovable wall. In response, Valera stepped forwards and punched the fishman's chest. The force of her blow was so extreme that it caused the fishman's chest not only to cave in, but to literally explode from the force shockwave, its spine and internal organs blowing out through its back in a shower of blood. "Okay, I might have been exaggerating a little." Stella stared at Valera in awe, witnessing Valera one-punch her way through the variants. "Damn, how tough are you? You have a good amount of muscle on your build, but under all that armor, you must feel like a literal rock." "Cue quiet," said Valera. "I can be soft and ladylike when I wish to be. Hey, I'm not insulting you." Stella smiled at Valera before swiping forward at the air rapidly, throwing out clouds of her explosive blood. The condensed droplets shone bright orange as they gathered around a group of incoming fishmen before detonating like countless little grenades. "And honestly, you should be proud of how tough you are. It's totally badass. And I hear guys like girls that fight." "Really?" said Valera timidly as she absent-mindedly grabbed a crabman's head and crushed it to a pulp between her hands. "Yeah, or at least, I sure as hell wouldn't be into a guy that didn't know how to kick ass," said Stella. "Do you think that, maybe the master prefers strong women too?" I have to confess, I have very little experience in the ways of men," said Valera. She looked at Stella hopefully while casually holding back a crowd of 10 fishmen trying to overpower her with one arm. I dunno. He's a mystery, but what I do know is that he appreciates you as you are now. And in the end, that matters a hell of a lot more than how much of a lady you are, doesn't it?" said Stella. "There's a saying around this world, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Think that applies to you?" Valera unleashed a powerful right hook into the crowd of fishmen struggling against her. Her fist this time was wreathed in a spiral pattern of blood, and when her fist impacted, it created a shockwave of bloody force that broke apart the variants into chunks. Appreciation for who she was. That brought her to memories of faraway times, before meeting her current master. A lifetime of betrayal and hurt and abandonment. "Anyways, what was your plan to take down that big-ass crab?" said Stella as she squinted her eyes, staring several hundreds of meters ahead at the giant crab variant. "Right," said Valera. She shook her head, returning to the present. She looked towards Crab as it started to enclose its huge pincers around the zombie giant's neck. In response, the zombie giant grabbed Crab's pincers and exerted force trying to stop them from getting too close. "Stella, take me into the air." "Got you." Stella grabbed Valera under her arm before lifting off with a continued explosion under her feet, basically creating miniature thrusters to generate lift. Hordes of fishmen rushed into the empty spot where the two had been, looking up at them as they flew in the air. A few of the blue fishmen fired pressurized water, but all of it deflected off of Valera's blood barrier. In this high vantage point, Valera closed her eyes and started to channel a mental link with the appropriate undead she needed. She used as few undead as possible, recognizing that she could not divert too many forces and potentially allow the fishmen to swarm through the sinkhole. Valera was not an incredible expert at war games or commanding armies. When she still lived in a palace and had a tutor, she learned a few things here and there, but all that had been taken from her far before she could become a master in anything. All she relied on was her basic combat instincts and experience with fighting, two things she had in vast spades, to guide her thinking. Chapter 130 Valera's Merits 2, You'll Also Like. Valera remembered a specific hunt. From before her time with Aldrich when she was a young trainee within the Nightshield Order that trained knights from the Midnight Alliance consisting of vampires, certain demon tribes, and some night-dwelling demihumans. There had been a time when Valera and her class had been sent into dark mountains to hunt an enormous rampaging boar. There, her instructor had drilled into her the fundamentals for taking down a beast with enough size and strength that no single knight could reliably deal with. First, isolate the beast. The larger a monster was, the harder it was to deal with lesser enemies distracting you. Then, if possible, disable the beast. Limit its mobility. Its sheer size would prevent it from easily dealing with attacks from multiple angles once it lost its movement. Finally, execute. Once disabled, attempt to dispatch the beast as quickly as possible, for the longer a battle went with larger monsters, the easier it was for an accident to occur and for a team member to perish under trampling hosts. Valera was not as forward-thinking of a planner as her master was, especially in things that did not involve battle, but here, in war, these things, these procedures, were engraved into her very being. It made her who she was. She immediately thought about how to execute this plan against the crab monster. Isolating the beast would be easy. Its battle with the zombie giant caused enough collateral damage that there were no lesser forces to deal with, and even if there were, the zombie giant could use its roar again to scatter the weaklings. Disabling the monster would be done with the antlion entrapping the creature's footing. Then, that left the execution. That was the most difficult part. The monster had to die quickly, beyond what it could regenerate. Or, if that was impossible, its brain had to be targeted to shut down its ability to function. But the monster's shell was tough and, even more annoyingly, it possessed the capacity to sense any movement nearing it within a sizable radius through the twitching of its antennae. On top of that, the beast could direct some of the red spots of energy it gathered around its shell and detonate them, generating concussive shockwaves of force that blew back anyone that tried to sneak attack it. The shockwaves were not accurate, but they made it difficult for anyone to sneak attack the creature. Already, the Deathwheel and Ace, one of the strong humans known as Alters, who possessed flight and great strength, had fallen victim to these shockwaves. If the monster was to be felled, it needed to be done so with a tremendous amount of power applied before it could even react. The only that possessed that level of raw strength here other than the zombie giant was Valera. "Drop me towards those humans," said Valera as she pointed to the black-uniformed strong humans. "You, distract the beast with your explosions, but do not near it lest you risk attack from its shockwaves. I get to see some big boy action." "Hell yeah." Stella sped forward, and after several seconds, dropped Valera down to Damien's green floating platform where the black-uniformed strong humans regrouped to take breaks away from the chaos of fishmen below. Alexis floated at the top of the green ring, creating her storm barrier around it to prevent blue fishmen from targeting it with their pressurized water bolts. Meanwhile, bolts of lightning rocked out from the storm shield, frying groups of fishmen. When Valera landed inside of the storm shield, the Alters nodded to her respectfully in recognition of their second-in-command. "Need something, miss," said Damien as he flashed Valera a confident, pearly white smile. He flipped back his curly, lengthy hair with a poise that made it very evident that he had often rehearsed this hair flip to try and appeal to women so much that it had become a habitual part of him. Valera almost cringed in disgust but held it down. "Bring me, what was his name?" "Yes, Gerald." Valera did not have all the names of these strong humans known as Alters down in her memory, but she did keep in mind the notably useful or strong ones. The most powerful among them was a man called Ace who possessed great strength, durability, and flight. A man that the altars had called their rank 3 and treated with respect. But Valera did not need someone like that. If she wanted pure brute force damage, then she was superior. "One Gerald coming right up," said Damien as he spun his finger around, creating a green ring that he flicked to the ground. There, a larger, pudgier boy leapt on. His skin was entirely a shade of dark pink and rubbery in texture. Valera had a rough idea of what these strong humans could do. She was still getting used to how their many unique powers worked, but she basically found it easy to understand when she treated them all as being humans that could use a single spell or set of spells. In the case of Gerald, his body was incredibly unique. Its texture and physical traits mimicked that of rubber, and on top of this, could absorb and store mass amounts of force, particularly the force of physical blows. This force could then be unleashed all at once later, making Gerald a nightmare for brute force brawlers to fight. The stronger the force that hit him, the more power he had to return later. "Look, Gerald, someone important actually wants to see you," said Damien. Gerald rolled his eyes at Damien before addressing Valera. "What can I do?" said Gerald, rank 14 among the Blackwater students, as he saluted Valera. He gave her an eager smile, ready to impress. He had always been one of the harder workers with a people-pleasing personality and a happy-go-lucky attitude that truly did not suit the rest of Blackwater's criminal background or family students. "I'm going to hit you now," said Valera flatly as she cocked back her fist. Chapter 131 Valera's Merits 3. At the center of the battlefield. The zombie giant growled as it continued to struggle against Crab's pincers from closing around its neck. The struggle between the two huge entities shattered the ground underneath them as their legs drove into it, creating large pits of upturned and broken earth. Crab could not vocalize by virtue of not having any real vocal cords, but that made it even more menacing as it continued to press its strength forward, its body trembling in exertion as it shoved its huge, open pincer claws ever forwards against the giant in silent determination. That was when Crab's antennae twitched, sensing a flying presence nearing it. It prepared a response, diverting some stored energy in its shell to release as a shockwave. Stella floated above Crab and did not get into range of its shockwave. Instead, she followed Valera's orders, and stayed up there, just eyeing Crab, waiting for the right moment even as her hands twitched in eagerness to unleash an explosion. Crab saw that Stella did not make a move and focused its energy back onto trying to kill the giant. At that moment, the ground underneath it broke apart, instantly crumbling into a raging whirlpool of sand and crushing gravitational force. Crab's balance immediately broke as its many giant legs sunk into sand, losing grip of what was once solid ground. In that moment, the zombie giant grunted and regained an advantage, swatting away Crab's pincers before going for a massive punch that connected with Crab's head. The sound of the blow was akin to a missile exploding in sheer volume, and Crab's head jerked back from the attack, cracks spreading from its shell. However, the shell very quickly patched back up, and it adjusted to the shifting sands beneath it by digging its huge legs in deep, even deeper than the sand pit, anchoring itself into firm ground far below. But that meant that despite being able to continue fighting on solid footing, Crab was still immobilized. At the same time, the zombie giant roared as it aimed to slam its fists down on Crab's head, trying to bash its brains out. Crab's antennae twitched and it immediately responded, guarding the giant's double hammer fist blow by using its two wide pincers as shields. "Got you right where we want you," shouted Stella as she took this chance to unleash her bunker buster down on Crab. She did it from a distance, away from shockwave retaliation range. She put her hands out, and they glowed bright white, all the veins in them pumping a mass amount of explosive blood. Her bunker buster detonated outwards in a building-sized cone of fiery orange, easily engulfing most of Crab's body. Shockwaves of force rippled through the Titanic variant's body, sending out cracks here and there, but overall, it did not deal too much damage. Stella, despite the flashiness of her explosions, had a relatively short effective range for maximal damage. Her explosive blood could only travel so far before automatically detonating, making her more of a mid-range fighter. At a distance like this, her explosions had less impact because they lost energy as they traveled. But her aim was not to deal damage. What the bunker buster did accomplish was to disorientate Crab's vibration-sensitive antennae with shockwaves and heat. Meanwhile, the zombie giant kept it distracted from the front by continuing to force Crab to use its pincers to guard its head. In that very split second, with the zombie giant taking up Crab's attention from ahead, with the variant's senses momentarily disoriented, with its movements grounded by the antlion, a black blur shot across the battlefield. It traveled faster than any bullet, moving so quickly that it was imperceptible to practically everyone. Valera flew forwards like a living missile, her fist stuck in front of her as she aimed right at the Crab's head, right where there were still faint cracks from the zombie giant's last punch. The many segments of her black armor were filled in with bloody red, a sign that she had filled the Slayer gauge. Every single time she killed a unit, she received a small bonus to her stats and damage resistance. This could stack up to 100 times, and when maxed at 100, she gained an active buff known as the Slayer, which allowed her to execute any units by brutally tearing them apart when they reached low enough health. The weaker a unit was, the higher this execution threshold was. If she managed to get a hold of a vital point, this threshold increased even further. For basic creatures like fishmen, she could literally execute them from full health. However, for a mighty enemy like this Crab, she had to both reduce its health and get a hold of a vital point. She had no idea where the vital points of a creature like this, a beast she had never known before, were, but she figured that it was in its head. Regardless, the most important thing right now was to deal as much damage to the monster from within. That way, it would stop fighting even if she could not directly execute it. And dealing damage, well, besides protecting the master, that was her greatest passion. A split moment before Valera's fist reached the Crab's head, her lips twisted into a savagely wide grin, her cheeks literally tearing to bare the entire set of her sharp, bloodied fangs. Valera pierced right through Crab's shell and into its head. She had punched Gerald over a dozen times, up to the maximum amount of energy he could hold and even more, even until his body started to break apart. She had then jumped off of Gerald while he returned that energy to her with the flexible nature of his rubber body, essentially becoming a trampoline from which Valera sprung off it with insane speed. With all that force behind her, Valera smashed through Crab's head. Inside, she found herself in a red cavity packed with slimy gray goo and white flesh. Along this flesh were large red nerves that looked like cords of rope. Die, 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 I will have your spine for my master. For my dearest WHO has never abandoned me. Valera ripped and tore with reckless abandon. Anything she saw, she savagely destroyed. She clawed at and tore apart flesh, she used blood shockwave attacks to completely scatter the gray goo that acted like connective tissue. She took the large nerve cords and snapped them before tearing them to shreds. Squelching flesh erupted all around her rampage, completely soaking her in viscous, transparent liquid that acted as the Crab's blood. On the outside, Crab twitched and frozen as its head turned into a mushy, brutalized mess. But it did not stop fighting. Instead, it seemed to struggle even more, unleashing wild blows everywhere. The zombie giant was pushed back, as was everyone else when Crab started to unleash shockwaves from all around its shell with little regards to accuracy. At first, this seemed like the variant's death throes, but after an entire minute of struggling, it became very evident that Crab could still fight. Valera by now had torn everything she could see to shreds, and yet, even as she did so, the beast was still moving. Was this not where its vital point was? She snarled, trying to think of an alternative. That was when she heard a voice ringing through her head. A smooth, elegant voice with highly proper inflections. She did not like this voice. It reminded her of vampiric nobility. Your killing methods strain my aesthetic sensibilities. Such brutish violence directed every which way with no focus, came Kairos's voice. So, allow me to guide you, O exile. From outside, Kairos stood just outside the sandpit where Crab was grounded. He pointed his gleaming crimson saber at Crab and chanted, "Expose veins." This was a racial skill of his that allowed him to mark the vital points of enemies. A large red dot started to glow not from the variant's head, but in its lower body, right above its legs and within its lower stomach. So you are the Adal Noble. And I don't like that title, said Valera with a grimace. But your aid is appreciated. Her frown then turned upside down as she cracked her neck in anticipation of the carnage she was to inflict. Aura, aura, aura. Valera began to pummel the fleshy ground beneath her in a flurry of punches that only grew faster and stronger over time. She utterly decimated any flesh she came into contact with, rapidly drilling down through Crab's body until finally, she reached its main vital point. It was a large spherical red bundle of coiled nerves that functioned as its true brain. With one final yell, Valera punched the nerve bundle and utterly blasted it apart. With that, Crab froze up and collapsed like a puppet that had its strings cut. It crashed into the ground with a heavy thud, unleashing a cloud of dust from its sheer mass. The red light within its shell died down, all the stored energy fading away, and its body rapidly began to turn brown and gray as it started to slowly shrink down to its original size. From Crab's back, Valera burst out, her fist punching through shell before she pulled herself up. She was soaked in Crab's blood and chunks of its flesh and organs. She shook off the gore while the clear blood drained into her. "Victory is ours," shouted Valera as she raised her fist in the air. She regulated her voice from wild, violence-addled rage from back when she was tearing apart the Crab and where nobody could hear her to a more dignified tone now. Valera was about to speak again, but as she looked into the sky, she noticed something coming. Chapter 132 Restoring Seismic. Aldrich smiled as he watched Valera stand over the corpse of Crab triumphantly. He was proud of her. Proud of what she could do and how well she could handle herself. Seeing it firsthand made him even more sure that he could trust her with controlling his forces. Valera was a veteran through and through in terms of battle, and it made sense given her lore background. She was a vampire noble born from a forbidden union between her vampire count father and a Dullahan warrior of an opposing faction. Her lineage made her forever accursed in the eyes of her vampiric peers, and though her father's doting nature had given her an early life of royalty, once her father was killed through internal political strife, she had been sent off to the Nightshield Order. Most third or fourth children of vampiric nobility were sent to the Nightshields for they were too far down in the line of succession to claim their bloodline's title, and there, they served as distinguished warriors or, in Valera's case, as a guardian knight to protect a proper vampire count or countess. After completing her training, Valera had served a countess for a solid decade before the countess was assassinated and Valera was framed for the murder. After that point in time, she lost any semblance of what she could call an ally and gained a fierce reputation for killing anyone that was sent to apprehend her. All that had given Valera an instinctive understanding of how to fight and how to apply her combat knowledge. As long as it was in matters of warfare, Aldrich was fully confident in leaving his forces with Valera now. That would become quite important in the future as Aldrich would have to deal with the politics of the Alterhuman Agency and Panopticon. He had already sowed seeds for his success by saving Minuteman, having the hero owe him a favor, and projecting himself as a savior for Haven, but it would always be good to have someone he could delegate the war side of things to when needed. Valera, projected Aldrich telepathically as he put a finger to the side of his head. He was about to praise her and tell her to start routing the last of the variants, but something immediately stopped him. It was his heavily enhanced perception stat that sensed it. A sort of preternatural danger avoidance instinct that immediately made Aldrich look up. In the distance, across the horizon, he could see with his night vision an enormous black cloud of metal moving his way. Countless little red dots blinked around in this black cloud, granting it an ominous appearance like a plague of death. A loud buzzing hum droned through the air, the unmistakable sound of a Class 5 Panopticon drone fleet. Or, as they were nicknamed, bugs for their vaguely insectoid outlines and the way their rotors and engines hummed together in a cacophony that mimicked the buzzing of flies. Bugs did not just come from the distance, they came from above as well. They started to swarm around Aldrich's storm, and as they approached, it became very evident that they were a hostile force. Barrels of guns were drawn out, as were the heads of missiles in racks ready to shoot outward. The Panopticon drones were operating purely in an automated fashion, and it was evident that they would not recognize Aldrich's undead variants as friends. "No, you don't," proclaimed Aldrich as he crushed his hand into a fist, commanding the storm to unleash its technology-disrupting field. A wave of blue energy pulsated outwards from the centered anglerfish, traveling past jellyfish, growing thicker and brighter until it cascaded past the storm's perimeter in a resonating wave that washed over hundreds of bugs. The bugs sputtered and crackled with electricity as the storm disrupted them, and they fell to the ground in disabled droves. The bugs then started to move away from the storm, recognizing its disruption field threat, and instead ignored the storm and started to head towards Aldrich. The bugs were individually rather weak drones, but their strength lay in their continuous learning network that allowed their many losses to continuously calibrate into battle data. In this way, bugs were a self-learning force. Though each one was individually weak, they could transmit battle data about their deaths and observations to all in their network, increasing their capabilities over time. However, they, like all artificial intelligence-operated drones, were not fully self-sufficient as per the Galatea Edict. The edict forbade all creation of AI that was or had the potential to become independent and sentient, for the world had already been threatened once by a techno's mad creation during the early days of the altering. Countless bugs were probably already around the battlefield at this point, having swarmed in from other angles. Master. Valera's voice resonated through Aldrich's mind. These human contraptions are striking us, targeting the native beasts of this world under your command. Despicable humans, for them to dare to even lay a single metal finger upon my master's undead, shall we lay waste to them all? Destroy the ones that pose an immediate threat, said Aldrich. But try to limit how many you take down. Focus instead on evacuating all variant undead to portal range so that Portal Girl can take them under the Dildagast line. Understood, Master. With that, Valera's voice disconnected from Aldrich's mind. TCH. Now this is an annoying situation, Aldrich said under his breath. From what Valera said and from what he could observe, the bugs only targeted variants. It appeared that Elden World monsters and entities escaped target. Even now, though, Aldrich thought about how he could abuse this situation. The fact that the Panopticon had not adjusted their bugs to avoid targeting Aldrich's forces meant that they were too busy to pay attention to what was going on here. The fact that the bugs attacked Aldrich's units meant that he could use that as additional leverage against the Panopticon after this battle. Yes, thought Aldrich, this would only serve to cement his position further as long as he played his cards right. There would be little to no cost either. Once Aldrich's variants were under the Dildagast barriers, they were invulnerable to drone interference due to the nature of the tech-disrupting smoke that the spirit boundaries projected. With the storm above projecting its disruption field as well, no bugs could target Merman and the anemones so long as they stayed under the protective, tech-disrupting range. But the biggest issue would arise when Shrimp recovered. Even now, the variant army still fought, meaning that Shrimp, the locust, was still alive, and Aldrich could confirm that from Shrimp's energy signature still embedded deep in the earth. When Shrimp surfaced, Aldrich could not risk having bugs annoy him and get in his way by targeting units he needed to use freely. Aldrich needed a way to have the bugs stand down without destroying too many of them, for the more he kept intact, the better his position looked as a victim of the Panopticon's incompetence. He looked over to his side at Seismic's blank expression. There was an easy way to settle this. Aldrich whistled, and his voice projected strongly outwards, reaching Crow. Crow flew down from his position near the storm, away from bugs, and landed by Aldrich's side. Aldrich hopped on Crow's back, and he waved Seismic forward. The giant of a hero jumped on as well. That was when Aldrich snapped his fingers, granting Seismic's will back. He had not wanted to do this until after Shrimp was dealt with, as he did not want to risk Seismic, his greatest arisen undead asset so far, to be confused or disoriented during the fight. But this situation forced Aldrich's hand early. Where am I?" said Seismic as he rubbed his head, blinking rapidly as light and focus returned to his eyes. "I'll keep the explanation short. You died fighting the locusts. I resurrected you with my powers. Now, I need you here with me to fight against the rest of the fishmen and the locust when it returns," said Aldrich. "I'm alive again." Seismic looked down at his hands and closed them into fists. He took in a deep breath, and when he exhaled, his expression turned deadly, focused, serious. "I get it. I'll fight with you. No questions," said Aldrich. "About who I am, what I'm doing. You already said it. You are fighting the variants. That's enough for me, and it feels like I can trust you," said Seismic simply. "All I want to know is how we're doing out there." Aldrich nodded. He liked Seismic already. The man was no nonsense and all business. No panic, no questions, just doing what he needed to do. Good, said Aldrich. The defenders have held the line, and ever since I arrived with my legion, they haven't given ground. I've taken out the anemones and the 2 variant leaders, leaving the fishmen for cleanup. All that's left is the locust, and it's still remaining stationary underground. I'll be ready when the locust makes a move, said Seismic. He looked down to his stomach where his costume had been torn in a circle where before he had been punched straight through. He scowled as he balled his hand into a tight fist. This time, I'll be the one to put a fist through it. Chapter 133 The Connector. Aldrich noted that though Seismic was largely a stoic man, there was something in the way that he so very violently balled up his fist as he talked about punching a hole through shrimp that made it very clear that within Seismic, there were violent tendencies unbefitting of a proper hero. But then again, as Aldrich deeply knew, there were so very few proper heroes out there anyway. Good to see you all ready to fight, but before that, I need you to tell the Panopticon drone fleet to stand down, said Aldrich. A good chunk of my forces are variants I've placed under my control, and the bugs are targeting them. Our rank heroes can directly order around Panopticon responses all the way up to Class 2, can't they? Said Aldrich. Seismic nodded. Not exactly, but I can force the drones to link me with a connector. There, I should have enough authority to submit direct requests. Aldrich nodded. Then we'll do that. Up, he said, directing Crow to move. Crow's 6 eyes blinked in recognition before he flapped his huge wings, sending Aldrich and Seismic hurtling far up. They reached the skies over the battlefield in seconds, and there, Aldrich got a glimpse of the Class 5 drone response. Thousands of bugs were around the battle zone, firing their weapons and raining down their explosives on fishmen. They slaughtered the fishmen in droves, but the only reason these drones could do so much in the first place was because Aldrich had carved the way for them. Aldrich had taken out the storm. He had taken out all the air troops. He had disabled the sea anemones and wiped out the mermen. That left only the blue fishmen on the ground capable of hitting airborne targets, and they were a pitiful anti-air measure compared to the flying fish, manta rays, mermen, and the living storm. If the entire variant army had been left alone, this drone response would have been crushed in half an hour at most. No, they would have gotten shut down by the storm once it started to focus its EMP emissions. This, Aldrich kept in mind. He could not let the Panopticon take any real credit for this battle. As Aldrich thought this, several dozen drones surrounded Crow as Aldrich commanded him to hover in a stationary position. The drones pointed their red dot eyes towards Aldrich, their weapons bared out in menacing fashion. Stop, said Seismic, his voice resonating with authority. Identifying, a cold, deep, mechanical voice emerged from a drone as it went up to Seismic, and its red eye projected out a scanning beam that washed over Seismic's face. A-class hero Seismic identified. Grade 1 clearance registered. Disengaging weapons systems. Get me to a connector. Now, said Seismic. Your request is approved. Linking to source connector. Began the drone as its red eye turned green and started to blink rapidly, establishing a connection. Connectors, as far as Aldrich was aware, were higher-up Panopticon members that could direct and, if needed, manually operate drone responses. They operated in giant floating mechanical structures known as pillars that acted as mobile factories and hubs from which Panopticon drones were stored and sent out. Connector number 443 linked. Now transferring communications, said the drone. After a few seconds, its green glowing eye turned blue, indicating that a connector had taken manual control over it. Connector number 443 here, came a tired woman's voice. Normally, I would listen to your request, a class hero Seismic, but I want to preface this by saying that we have no reinforcements to send. For now, this is as much you're going to get, and if you want me to manually control anything, I'm afraid I'm already multitasking my attention with cleanup on the New York attack. I'm sorry, but if you want a higher fleet response, I don't care about reinforcements, said Seismic. Oh, I see. The connector's voice remained tired. I'm assuming Haven's been overrun already, then. Do you need me to withdraw this response? No. Do your job and take a look at what's happening, said Seismic. The connector sighed. Fine, I do have to listen to you A-rankers anyhow. Let's see. What? The connector's voice grew from tired to surprised in a single instant. What are those things? And are those variants fighting against the fishmen? That giant thing, are those, like, knights? They look straight out of a game. And what's that black smoke? And hold up, the storm, you guys have disabled the storm on your end. Wait, I don't understand any of this. You don't have to, said Seismic. His tone was serious, curt. He did not ever say any more than what he needed to. All you need to do is what I say. I'm fighting with an ally that can control those variants. Have your bugs stand down. What, an ally? The drone turned to see Aldrich. It projected out a scanning beam that washed over his form of bone and metal and blood from head to toe. This guy isn't in the WWA Worldwide Alter database. No, scratch that, I can't even get a proper read on him to begin with. It's like he's a dud or something, he's obviously concealing his powers. As per Panopticon Procedural Number 44A, I can't authorize. Are we really going to be debating procedure? Said Seismic. Do you have that much time and that many lives to waste? A pause from the connector. Then a sigh. Okay, I understand. I'll go ahead and authorize your request, but the thing is, now that I'm manually checking on the C5 drones and seeing through them, I can't tell that there's anything different between the ones he controls and the fishmen. There's no alter energy signature like the kind you'd expect to see from variants under alter control. Then you'd better go ahead and keep an eye on your drones, shouldn't you? To make sure they don't hit your allies, said Aldrich in a warning voice. The connector sighed again, though her face was not visible, just the tiredness in her voice and her sighs made it very clear that she was probably having quite the sleepless night. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I'll just make them not attack anything with, let's see, a green or a thing. That might leave the greenscale fishmen alive, is that all right? We can handle those. I appreciate the cooperation, said Aldrich. Then I'm going to close this channel. You better explain all this in your report, Seismic, said the connector as her voice cut off with a crackle. The drone projecting her voice turned its eye back to its usual red color before it flew away, back to the battlefield. Now then, it's about time we head back to what's important, said Aldrich as he stared towards the battle site. Yes, said Seismic simply. Land us down there, said Aldrich as he stared at Crab's giant corpse. Though by now, Crab had receded from its peak size of 10 meters all the way down now to 5. Atop Crab's back was Valera as she waved her hands towards Aldrich happily. Crow shot downwards in a swooping arc, and at the bottom of it, Aldrich and Seismic both got off, landing atop Crab's corpse. Master, you're safe, said Valera as she bowed to Aldrich. Of course, I am, said Aldrich. Oh, and I was about to say this before these bots rudely cued me off, but good job, Valera. You're proving to me just how capable you are. Valera squirmed in happiness under her brutal armor of red and spiked black metal. It was a little new to be commanding forces, but I feel like I have the hang of it. As long as it involves fighting, it seems like you have a talent for it, said Aldrich. How's the rest of the fight going? I imagine with Crab gone, the rest of this variant army should have no chance. Indeed, these monsters are on their last legs. All the ground they had covered at the start of this night is gone. No, they are now on the very cusp of defeat, said Valera as she motioned around her. Aldrich's undead forces were fully pushing back the variants now, especially with the Panopticon's bugs swarming and destroying the fodder, equalizing the numbers difference between his legion and the variant army somewhat. Under a hailstorm of gunfire, missile fire, slashing swords, giant blows, explosions, toxic gas, acid, and countless other manner of attacks, the variants had no chance, not with their leaders killed. I must say, these mechs are quite capable. Worth the annoyance that they initially were then they dawned upon this site of our battle, said Valera. But I worry about that one. The strong one. It is yet alive, no. It is, said Aldrich. And we need to start preparing for it. For now, Aldrich made sure to check again that Shrimp's energy signature still remained underground. There it was. A large orb of white tracked in Aldrich's vision by Volantis's keen energy sensing. We clean up the variants as much as we can while I get ready. First things first, Aldrich knelt down and put a hand on Crab's cracked, dulled, lifeless shell. Serve. Chapter 134 Danger. Aldrich watched as twin strands of green and red energy flowed out from his hand as both his health and mana drained in raising Crab. Evidently, Crab, unlike Merman, counted as a boss type unit that needed Aldrich to channel his raise undead. However, Aldrich did not have to spend nearly as much health and mana to raise Crab as he did with Seismic. By the end of it, he was down to half of his health and nearly emptied of his mana. He was in desperate need of a resource recharge, but he did not want to use charges of his restorative flask just yet. Not when he had so many graves around him to replenish himself. Crab's corpse shook as it began to move again. Aldrich, Valera, and Seismic all jumped down from Crab's book as the huge variant rose again, a green glow flashing through its eye stalks. Inner Circle. 44/49, 45/49. Raising the dead. An interesting power, said Seismic as he crossed his arms and stared at Crab's reanimated, green-shrouded body. I fought a villain that could do that in Africa. Nzambi, an A-lister, took out her army, but she could resurrect from any one of her zombies, no matter where it was. Hard to kill like a cockroach. I knew of her, said Aldrich. Nzambi was the leader of a massive group of nomads in Africa who had created a modern-day raiding army, going from city to city to take resources from with her nomads and, when they died, their zombie forms. She was a worldwide wanted terrorist, and in her 5th year of abusing her powers, she received an elimination order from the A, a designation granted to alters who threatened the stability of society and were thus to have their lives deemed worth no more than a variant, stripping them of all access to banks, city access, and no consequences for anyone that killed or neutralized them. Eventually, Nzambi was taken out by Solomon Solar with the aid of Seforce, one of the strongest psychic-type psionic alters in the world, to freeze her mind inside her current body so that she could not infinitely revive herself. Nzambi was one of the most notable alters that could raise the dead, but she was not unique. Powers that affected corpses were not unknown. They were just taboo among the AA and its heroes because very few heroes overcame the bad PR that using corpses or zombies generated. As a result, most alters that could do anything resembling necromancy usually became mercenaries or villains. But my powers operate quite differently from hers, continued Aldrich. If you want to use her power as a benchmark to figure out what I can do, I'll tell you right now that it's pointless. I figured, said Seismic. All I want you to tell me is this: do I have control over myself? My own free will. Depends on how cooperative you are, said Aldrich flatly. So that's how it is. Seismic's expression did not change. It remained the same serious face as always. Consider it the price for coming back from the dead. Nothing is free in this world, after all, said Aldrich. A fair price to pay, said Seismic simply. I'm glad you understand, said Aldrich genuinely. He truly appreciated how quick Seismic was to accept and understand the way things were. It showed how quickly he could adapt to new situations. Aldrich turned to Valera. Valera, use your shield again. Protect me while I recharge. And Seismic, you can wait here until the locust comes. I'll regroup with you soon, and together, we can take out the locust if it hasn't moved yet. Gladly, said Seismic. Understood, Master. Valera manifested her cross shield of metal and bone and stood by Aldrich's side. Aldrich then leapt into the air with Valera mimicking his movements. Together, they landed in a thick trove of slaughtered fishmen and crabmen. Above their corpses, countless grave markers floated. Aldrich raised his hand and chanted, "Mass grave consumption." With that, over 50 graves floated into Aldrich, replenishing his mana from nearly empty to completely full in a single instant. A blue aura flickered around him, signifying the restoration. Mana. 471 471st. Yes, thought Aldrich with a satisfactory nod. This was how Legion necromancers should have been. A master of the dark arts who thrived in the chaos of the battlefield where all others choked under the bodies and death. Aldrich looked down at his pale hands, seeing the bony fingers of his true form flash underneath. Were he not a lich either, he would not nearly have been this strong either. Because his game character Necromancer was fundamentally a game character, it was limited by game balancing such as the fact that it could not only have around 100 undead at max with the most optimized equipment and at level 100. As a lich, even barely past level 40, Aldrich far surpassed that level of unit control. This was the power of a racial transformation that he could never have obtained in the game. One that would have been game-breaking in its sheer power. As a lich, unbound by the limits of the game, Aldrich truly was a nigh unstoppable force in a large-scale fight like this. Though, of course, he had to consider his weaknesses still. A mass grave consumption like this had a much longer cooldown at a whopping 30 seconds, and he could choose either to restore his health or his mana, not both. Strong individual enemies could abuse this cooldown period to target him down, and eventually, if he was forced to keep using his mana to defend himself, his grave consumption would not keep him alive. But that was why Valera was here. She covered all his weaknesses. She complemented his playstyle perfectly. "I enjoyed the thrill of letting loose and ripping apart our enemies," said Valera as she looked at the armor around her arms and body like she was looking at a new dress. "This armor, especially, it suits me so very much." Valera drew close to Aldrich, almost seductively drawing the touch of her hand across his shoulders. Most likely, this gesture was just instinctive, for vampires were seductive by nature. At the same time, it made Aldrich smile, because he knew in lore that vampires showed seductive tendencies to those they wished to seduce, to hunt, or those they fully trusted. "But what I missed even more was being by your side with my shield raised to defend you, my master. There's nobody else I would trust to defend me like this, let alone someone as capable as you," said Aldrich. He scanned around for more graves. Thousands more littered the battlefield all around him. When the cooldown for his grave consumption reset, he would restore himself to full health. "Your praise is too much for a humble guardian like myself," said Valera as he lowered her head, though she noticeably trembled in happiness. Valera paused, and for a single instant, Aldrich felt like the world had slowed down. His enhanced perception was screaming at him that he was in danger. Grave danger. This was a sensation that Aldrich had never felt before since he had become an undead, when he had managed his forces and himself carefully so that he was never in risk. Every fiber of his being told him that his eternal end would come if he did not react. However, he was too slow to react to the threat physically. His reflexes and instincts told him something was coming, but even with his supernatural strength, he could not react in time. "Valera." Aldrich immediately commanded Valera mentally, faster than how much his body could move. Valera, much stronger and faster than Aldrich, immediately dashed behind Aldrich with her shield raised up. She had sensed the threat before Aldrich had due to her higher physicals and perception, and she knew exactly where it came from. Chapter 135 Sudden Attack. Aldrich had barely a moment to turn around and perceive the towering wall of green and blue light of some sort of force wave. It had wavy patterns within it, making it seem like an ethereal tidal wave of raw energy that threatened to completely crash over and drown Aldrich and Valera. Valera had her shield slammed down, ready to defend Aldrich at all costs. She did not give a single care about her own safety. She stood against that tide of energy with unbreakable determination. A metallic white glimmer sparkled around her, indicating that she had buffed herself with the skill Body of Steel that allowed her to massively reduce the incoming damage of a single attack. However, just from a simple glance, it was easy to tell that the sheer amount of power in that wave of energy was devastating. So devastating that Aldrich realized that Valera might not be able to block all of it herself. Knowing this, his death essence barrier automatically triggered, shining visibly green around him. Even then, it might not be enough. This was bad, perhaps the worst situation that Aldrich had been in so far. Had he been careless? No, he did not think so. He had covered all his bases for this fight to make sure he was never under threat, or that if he was, he could always react to it. He was realistic in his planning. He knew that he could never foresee every possibility ahead of him. There was no such thing as a perfect plan, after all. But the point of planning was to give him room to react to sudden changes. So that even if he was taken off guard, he could always recover. The largest threat he could think of was Shrimp. Even now, in this brief moment of slowed perception, he could register that Shrimp's energy signature was static, still embedded deep underground. If this was an attack, then it was from something he could not have reliably foreseen no matter what. But that did not matter. What mattered was whether he would survive this attack. Valera could block a majority of the incoming damage, but if enough of it spilled through and broke through Aldrich's barrier, he only had 50% of his maximum health to tank the blow. And judging from the staggering amount of power in this attack, that was a non-zero possibility. For the very first time since his undeath, Aldrich recognized that his life was in palpable danger. Valera, with all her battle experience, knew even better than Aldrich the strength of this attack. She knew that there was a chance she could not fend him fully, and she did not want to take that chance at all. In the mere fraction of an instant before the energy wave crashed upon them, she reached her free arm through Aldrich's barrier and shoved him into the air with a powerful push, knocking him out of the way. Time flowed normally again. High up in the air, Aldrich righted himself with his draconic wings as he saw the tidal wave of energy crash over Valera, surging past her in a narrow wave that stretched out across a vast swath of the entire battle site itself. A roaring, crashing sound reminiscent of tides crashing against rock raged through the air as the energy wave flowed forward. Anything caught in that wave of blinding bright green and blue instantly broke apart. Thankfully, because the energy wave was relatively thin, it did not manage to fully erase any of Aldrich's troops. It caught the zombie giant and crab by surprise, blasting a hole straight through their legs, but beyond this, there were no casualties on Aldrich's side. The fishmen, however, were not so lucky. They were utterly eviscerated under the energy wave, and when it faded away, it revealed an enormous trail of molten, carved-out earth from the sheer amount of heat energy stored within the attack. And the one who had borne the brunt of this attack, Valera, said Aldrich as he looked down where she had been. A large smoke cloud of debris had dredged up from the attack, but Aldrich could sense that she was still alive. "I'm all right, master," shouted Valera as she swung her shield to the side, blowing away the dust clouds to make her and the aggressor of this all visible. Valera's cross shield glowed red and white hot, and several molten white scorch marks lined her armor. The armor around her legs and shield glowed completely white hot, and the flesh underneath was horribly burned and damaged. What? Aldrich narrowed his eyes under his helm as he trained his sight on the aggressor. It was Shrimp. Shrimp stood before Valera with his fist thrust out in front of him. His body had changed. It had grown slightly more muscular compared to its rail-thin body before, though its overall appearance remained much the same. The biggest difference was in its arm structure. It had changed, covered over with thicker iridescent, rainbow-colored shell plating. Across the plating of its forearm, two bright lines of blue and green respectively shone down to its knuckles. Its elbow joint had changed into a sort of piston structure, and when Shrimp withdrew his arm to his side, his forearm clicked as it jerked upwards, locking into its upper arm. It reminded Aldrich of frame suits that had piston-powered punches. "Velantis, I thought you were keeping a track of him. What happened?" said Aldrich. His mental voice did not possess any hint of judgment to it, for he knew better than to let emotions cloud his judgment and analysis. No, anything that happened, anything that slipped by him, anything that he needed to react out of the blue, he would deal with using calm analysis as he had always done. "Forgive me, but my sight has been upon that beast, and I have not allowed myself to let it escape from my perception," said Velantis. Aldrich checked the corner of his vision. The white spot where Shrimp was supposed to be was still glowing. Aldrich observed Shrimp for another second, and based off of context clues, could rapidly piece together what had happened. "I see." Aldrich could see that there were dull white chunks of shell falling from Shrimp's body. And those matched the energy signature deep within the earth. Shrimp had molted while under the ground, and from that molting process, had emerged ever stronger. On top of that, the molted shell acted as a sort of energy insulator, hiding Shrimp's changing body and energy beneath it. That creature now possesses an energy aura far separated from that which it bore before. "Almost as if it was an entirely new being," said Velantis. "Yet, it is unfathomable that it could have escaped my sight. Its energy aura is still colossal, easily enough for me to track had it moved at any pace of speed, no matter how fast. The only option I could conceive of is that it managed to cover great distances within a single instant. In other words, teleportation. That's the conclusion I came to as well," said Aldrich. He took in a breath. He had not expected Shrimp to just spontaneously evolve new powers like that in the middle of combat. No, if it was just developing an extra power, Aldrich would have understood. There were cases of variants attacking with a set of powers, escaping, and then years later attacking again with an extra or changed power. There were even some alters that had developed additional powers through either genetic luck or a rarer process called metamorphosis. What was even more unpredictable, something so out of Aldrich's knowledge scope that he could not have foreseen it, was that Shrimp had developed a teleportation-based power. Flux powers that manipulated space and time were thought to be entirely in the realm of alters. There had never once been a case of variants that could affect the fabric of space-time. It was one of the reasons why flux alters were so valued. They were not only highly valuable for their utility, but they also represented power that belonged solely to the realm of humanity. They were considered like the stars of mankind, possessing powers of the cosmos far beyond, where only humans had ever touched, while the variants they fought were creatures that never left the boundaries of the earth. The only possible exception were chrysalids that could create their personal spaces, but these were considered less living variants and more mobile environments. Yet, it looked like humanity had now lost that privilege. On top of this, Aldrich's understanding of variants was limited to the bootleg research he could get on them as he was locked out from accessing the AA's proper variant database. All this would change soon, however. He would make sure he had access to everything. Every tool and privilege he could use to further his power and position, all that had been denied to him before because he was nothing but a lowly dud, he would take now. All he had to do was turn Shrimp into a corpse. Specifically, his corpse. Chapter 136 The Counter. Aldrich looked down at Shrimp and observed as the variant cocked his head and stared at Valera with curiosity. The very same type of curiosity it had afforded Blackwater's Rank 1 Mel Morales. An innocent curiosity that felt sinister in that it came from a monstrosity with enough power to wipe out the lives of an entire city. "You, very strong. Do not break," said Shrimp as he stared at Valera with wide open, shining rainbow eyes. "But still hurt. Will die soon." Shrimp's eyes gazed at the white-hot parts of Valera's armor, at the smoke of the seared flesh wisping out from beneath the metal. Aldrich closed his fist, and his mist of undeath welled up underneath Valera. The green mist immediately restored her health to full, completely healing her burns. The cold nature of his mist also soothed the armor, rapidly cooling it down to its black shade. "Oh, am I hurt now?" said Valera as she smiled widely, her large vampiric fangs bared. "You should take more care of yourself." Valera shoved a foot in front of her, and the ground shattered under her as she exerted mighty power into a shield bash, thrusting her giant shield forward like a battering ram. Shrimp did not dodge this attack like he had done to the hero's attacks before his molting. Instead, Shrimp put out his arms and clashed against the shield bash. A loud shockwave of pure physical force boomed out as Valera pushed against her shield and Shrimp shoved back against it. Between the two physical powerhouses, the ground started to crack and fissure in a solid line separating them. 100 or so bugs started to hover around the area, raining down gunfire against Shrimp, even targeting Valera on accident, but their bullets and even small missiles did literally nothing against either fighter. Noting this, the bugs moved away, programmed to avoid battles between beings of sufficiently high power levels, for they would only end up getting in the way. Shrimp trembled in exertion against Valera. But soon, he slowly began to give ground. Aldrich took this moment of Valera distracting Shrimp and used it to multitask. First, he analyzed Shrimp's capabilities. Judging by the struggle between Shrimp and Valera, Aldrich could determine that Shrimp's top physical strength was around Valera's level, if not slightly below it. But it could generate sudden explosive bursts of energy that dealt devastating amounts of damage, very likely from its piston-powered fists. Second, Aldrich secured his own safety. Aldrich whistled, and Crow instantly rushed to his side. He hopped on Crow's back and withdrew his wings. "Relentless, give me your strongest defensive stitching," commanded Aldrich, for he could not afford to get blindsided by Shrimp's newfound teleportation with no real defense, especially considering Shrimp could instantly reposition himself. "Organ stitching. Mountain drake scales," said Relentless, causing thick gray, earthen scales resembling the hide of a pangolin to emerge all around his armor. The scales glinted with tiny gem-like sparkles. "Excellent choice," said Aldrich. "There is not a single set within my bone collection that is of no use," said Relentless, pride tinging his regal voice. Mountain drakes were flightless monsters that lived deep within the largest of mystical mountains, and over centuries and millennia sleeping in beds of precious ores. Their scales not only hardened with age, but also fused with the minerals around them, becoming unfathomably hard. In terms of pure physical resistance, mountain drakes were nearly at the top. Mountain drake scales to pad Aldrich's physical resistance. The death essence barrier to cover his energy resistance. Like this, at the cost of offensive capability, Aldrich was almost as resilient as a proper tank-class character. Then third, the army. My legion, scatter. Get back to the Dildagast line and make sure no fishmen cross it. Only the strongest few will remain for this fight, said Aldrich, knowing full well that in this fight, anything less than his strongest units, most of them in the range of level 30, would die from collateral damage. Aldrich did this all with lightning-quick efficiency in the span of just 2 to 3 seconds. He was used to micromanaging units in Elden World, and he applied that talent now. He gave a broad mental command for all the units he did not need to retreat, then took all those that he foresaw could be useful and had them begin moving to aid Aldrich. Most notable of these units was the storm. The green clouds in the distance began to shine and rumble as they floated closer. Meanwhile, in the distance, far from the current site where Shrimp and Valera was, Merman began to channel the sea anemones active. While this happened, Aldrich noticed Valera starting to go on the offensive as she saw herself slowly but surely overpowering Shrimp in raw physical strength. Aura. Valera kept her shoulder against her shield to push it forward but used her opposite fist to punch it. This was a much higher level shielder skill called Guardian's Reckoning that amplified the damage of a punch through a shield, magically using the shield as a strong force amplifier. The blow that passed through the shield amped with strong scaling based off of the defensive stats of both the one throwing the blow and the shield itself. Valera's shield loudly clanged and vibrated, and a concussive shockwave shot forth from it like a cannonball, and this time, Shrimp was blasted far back, gouging out several craters as he skipped across solid earth like a stone thrown across a pond. Shrimp stopped himself from hurtling too far back by digging his hands into the earth, skidding as he anchored himself down to a halt. But before Shrimp could get up, Seismic fell from the sky and smashed Shrimp's head under his foot with a mighty impact that cratered the ground under Shrimp's head with a loud bang. A white orb covered Seismic's boot, and beneath it, Shrimp's head started to distort against the orb. Shrimp's face sank into the ground against Seismic's shockwave orb. Cracks lined Shrimp's shell helmet, spurting with blue blood. One of his rainbow-colored eyes bulged before it popped out of its socket entirely from the intense amount of pressure it was subject to. I fight, Shrimp shouted with a single bloody eye. Even against Seismic's tremendous force, Shrimp began to slowly but surely resist, positioning his forearms to push himself up. Seismic's face warped into an expression of pure concentrated savagery as he loosed a deafening roar, the huge muscles around his legs bulging as he input as much power as he could. The orb shattered, and with that, all hell broke loose as his charged earthquake fully unleashed itself. Enormous, visible tremors of force radiated out from Seismic's boot, shattering ground everywhere it touched. The earth rumbled as Seismic generated another earthquake. Chapter 137 The Final Fight. Aldrich watched from above as the earth sundered apart from Seismic's force. Every single time that Seismic let loose his full strength, he literally reshaped the entire landscape around him. This was power. The power of the strongest heroes just below the hallowed S class with might so unparalleled that they were considered equivalent to entire sovereign nations in terms of sheer military might and the influence that came with it. Nevertheless, even if Seismic was not S class, he definitely was near the top of A for his raw power. It was truly awing to watch Seismic go at it with all his might. About 2 decades ago, during Seismic's prime, he had been a devastating menace that always let his power loose at max throttle without much care for collateral damage. No, back then, he had been a bloodthirsty warmonger that towed the line between hero and murderous villain, and the worst case was when he completely broke apart the city-sized flying base of Iron Lord, a S-ranked villain back in the day. The huge metal chunks of that base had showered all over a city, causing hundreds of civilian deaths and millions in property damage. Seismic's wanton tendency for absolute carnage and the sheer destructiveness of his power made him be both feared and revered as a natural disaster, a powerful force that could not be predicted, only worked around. But even that was not enough. Amid a sea of crumbling, upturned rock chunks, some as large as entire apartment buildings, Seismic shot up rapidly into the sky through a cloud of dust and debris. He was high up enough that he was nearly level in altitude to Aldrich. Seismic had his arms crossed in front of him in a guard, but his forearms were badly scorched, the flesh blackened and falling off in charred strips. "Over here," said Aldrich as he swooped in with Crow. Seismic noticed Aldrich and lightly hopped on a tiny quake bubble, land on Crow's back. "I'll take care of your injuries," said Aldrich. Green mist emerged from underneath Seismic's feet and curled towards his blackened arms, completely restoring the burned flesh back to sculpted muscle. "Now, this is useful," said Seismic as he looked at his newly healed arms. He cracked his back, feeling his newly healed spine. However, he grimaced when he felt the same old stiffness where his altar organ had started to crystallize. Whatever this healing was that came from this mysterious man, it could not undo crystallization. Which made sense. There was not a single altar power or piece of technology in the world that could counter crystallization. "I can't do it infinitely, though," said Aldrich. "So don't take too many hits, especially ones that can take you out entirely. I can't bring you back from that." Seismic nodded. "Master, shall I strike now?" Valera's voice rang through Aldrich's mind, and he sensed that she was in front of the upturned earth spikes from Seismic's kick. "While the monster is weakened." "Hold off on that," said Aldrich. "It's too risky to go in solo against a tough unit like that blindly." "What's the situation look like?" asked Aldrich to Seismic. He deferred to the veteran hero's judgment on whether to press the attack or hold back. "The locus is tough. It took a full force hit from my quake and still survived. I almost killed it with that hit, I could feel it. But it still has more than enough power to fight back. I would advise holding back and confirming its injuries," said Seismic. "Not a good idea to rush into a rank locuses like this. I would wait until we can secure a visual. The creature's new energy aura has been committed to this true sight of mine," came Valantis's voice in Aldrich's mind. "It shall never leave my perception, and I am prepared to track it through even warping." "I have a visual," said Aldrich. He looked down to see that under all the giant earth spikes, rock chunks, and huge cloud of dust, there was a brightly glowing green circle that signified Shrimp's presence. Shrimp remained stationary at the epicenter of all that upturned rock and dust. But Aldrich remained infinitely on guard, knowing how this had played out last time with Shrimp molting and teleporting. He kept his altitude with Crow, and he made sure that Seismic was right beside him, not to mention his ironclad defense with Valantis's organ stitching. On top of Valantis's energy tracking, Aldrich doubled down on his security and commanded his grave ward to position high in the sky but directly focused toward Shrimp. Like a miniature satellite, the grave ward would feed Aldrich a visual of Shrimp as much as possible, and its sight pierced through the dust clouds, making Shrimp's appearance clearer than a blob of marked green energy. Shrimp was standing there in the midst of all that shattered earth with its hands on its head, blue blood pooling from between its fingers. There were cracks all over its rainbow shell with a white glow shining through the damaged lines. It appeared that from this white energy, Shrimp began to regenerate its injuries. The white energy concentrated strongest beneath its feet, traveling from the ground up over the variant's body. "It's not moving," said Aldrich. "And it looks like it's taking the time to regenerate. Is there a white glow around its injuries?" said Seismic. You know something about that," said Aldrich. He figured that Seismic had knowledge about strong variants like this that was classified to heroes of his caliber. Seismic nodded. "Few heroes know this because they are so rare. But strong enough variant loci have a healing factor that works so long as they are making contact with the ground. It's called the anteic factor. Oftentimes, it requires standing still as well. I suspected that a locus as strong as this had it." Seismic grimaced. "That makes this many times harder. For loci with anteic factors, we cannot ever let it out of our sights unless we risk it recovering itself. And it has teleportation to make holding it in place even harder. But it can't use its teleportation freely." "How did you come to that conclusion?" asked Aldrich. He had his own ideas about the teleportation's weaknesses, but he wanted to test Seismic's perceptiveness as well. If could use its teleportation freely, it would have already by now. Especially when I had struck it. If it cost too much energy, it wouldn't have been strong enough to counter me like this. Most likely, it needs time free from interferences to use it, said Seismic calmly. But while it's healing with the Antaic factor, it shouldn't be able to use its other powers. If we want to strike, the best opportunity would be now. I figured the same, said Aldrich. He was impressed with Seismic's quick analytical skill capable of deducing the likely weaknesses of Shrimp's powers with such confidence. Aldrich immediately pieced together a plan to take Shrimp down. Sustained pressure. That's what will take this thing down, just like you said Aldrich. We can't leave it alone to let it heal or teleport away. We need to keep whittling it down. That means you need to limit your area of effect shockwaves. My bracers are broken, said Seismic. I can't focus my quakes. It will be hard, but I'll try. I can't go all out, though. If I hit with my full force, it would have to be for the final, decisive strike. I know, said Aldrich. And I'll set that opportunity up for you. To start off with, I'll flush it out while it's still standing stationary. I'll hit it hard and fast to break it out of its little healing break, and right afterwards, he laid down the pressure. We never let it take a single break. Approaching it will raise its alarm, said Seismic as he narrowed his eyes and put a hand to his sharp beard. If you want to flush it out, you would have to do it by range. Range. How convenient. It's basically giving us one free hit, right? One free hit in exchange for recovering itself to full health. That's the gamble it's willing to take. Let's see if it's gambling on the right side, said Aldrich. He raised his hand into the air, and the storm gathered above him, coalescing its ghostly green clouds together. The jellyfish and anglerfish glowed brightly as they channeled waves of energy in deep, resonating echoes of bass. They channeled prodigious amounts of energy, but not as much as they did with Merman, as there was not enough time before Shrimp would make a full recovery and become mobile again. Yet even this buildup of energy was easily enough to be devastating. Aldrich could feel the very air itself grow heavy around him, emanating an ominous, tense stillness that stifled any breezes, the calm before the storm. Aldrich put down his hand towards Shrimp's location, and the storm exploded in bright green as it unleashed a lightning bolt with a bright nova of light and a booming clap. Chapter 138 Attack, Attack, Attack. The green lightning bolt from the storm struck right at Shrimp's still form. It crashed through the sea of upturned rocks from Seismic's attack, and any chunks of earth that the bolt came into contact with, it blasted apart with all the ease and force of a sledgehammer bearing down on glass. When the bolt hit Shrimp, it exploded into a nova of bright green energy that lit up the night sky with a crackling roar. All the rock and debris that surrounded Shrimp was blasted away from the shockwave of the bolt. TCH. Aldrich looked down at Shrimp. Shrimp still stood tall. Green arcs of electricity coursed across his body, and his body stuttered, his muscles affected temporarily by paralysis. The ground beneath Shrimp had been reduced to a molten red puddle, casting an angry red shadow over Shrimp's iridescent rainbow shell. Cracks and scorch marks lined Shrimp's body, but he had not taken nearly as much damage as Aldrich had wanted. Instead, his antennae were glowing brightly, and quickly, the green electricity arcing around Shrimp absorbed into his antennae, transferring into a faint blue aura around him. He has some level of energy absorption, too, said Seismic. Explains why he could take a full force quake. The absorption wasn't as effective against your quakes, said Aldrich. It looks to be more effective at absorbing heat energy. It looks like the best way to get through that thing is with physical force. Valera. Yes, Master. Valera stood atop a rock pillar, looking down at Shrimp with a wide, fanged smile and gleaming red and black eyes. Put your shield away. Go on offense. Go all out, declared Aldrich. It would be my pleasure. Valera licked her lips before dropping her great shield. Before it fell to the ground, it faded away into a shower of black and white particles. She clenched her fists tight, and a bloody, rippling red aura surged around her. Valera drove off from the rock pillar at intense speeds, shattering the stone she jumped from. She flew downwards like a speeding bullet, a punch cocked back. Shrimp was still paralyzed, still processing the electrical energy running havoc throughout his body, and he took the hit straight to his face. A bloody shockwave erupted from Valera's punch, exploding like a bomb that slammed Shrimp straight towards the ground. Shrimp gouged out a sizable crater from the impact as his head whipped back from the blow, the shell around his cheeks cracking and crumbling and leaking blue blood. "Don't let up," said Aldrich. "Keep the pressure on." Crow growled as he swung his huge dark wings forward one by one, and with each swipe, a rain of giant black, metallic feathers shot down like a volley of spears. Shrimp saw the attack coming and leapt onto his feet and put his forearms over his face. The feathers smashed against him, scraping against his shell in a shower of sparks and a clang of metal as impossibly hard feathers struck by impossibly hard shell. The feathers cut sizable scratches into Shrimp's shell but all skidded off, embedding deep into the shattered ground around Shrimp. Shrimp peered up at Aldrich, gazing at him with narrowed rainbow-colored eyes. "You must kill you," said Shrimp as he slightly crouched down, putting power into his feet. "No you don't." Valera used an upgraded version of Dash called Bloodmist Approach. It was a powerful, higher-level vampiric racial ability that abused the vampiric ability to turn their body into red mist. Valera broke down into crimson mist, and in her mist state, sped forwards at incredibly high speeds akin to teleportation. She instantly manifested into her physical form above Shrimp and flipped before crashing down an axe kick onto Shrimp's head. Shrimp blocked this attack with a guard. Another booming shockwave echoed through the air as Valera's armored heel crashed into Shrimp's thick forearm shell. The ground beneath Shrimp cratered as he dug into the earth from the sheer downward force of Valera's strike, but Shrimp's guard did not break. Instead, crackling arcs of green and blue energy surged around Shrimp's body before he faded away in an instant, appearing right behind Valera in a shower of rainbow-colored sparks. This was the same high-speed movement that Shrimp used to dodge strikes from Mel Morales and Seismic beforehand. Notably, Aldrich determined that Shrimp could only use the high-speed movement for short distances, elsewise it would have used it to escape by now. Shrimp cocked back a fist, and the green and blue stripes running down his forearm started to glow brightly as he charged his incredibly powerful punch. At this rate, Valera was going to get hit. Shrimp had taken her blindside in a single instant, and in the time it would take her to turn around, he would unleash his blow. That is, if Aldrich had not been micromanaging his units this entire time. The Deathwheel emerged from over a fallen rock chunk, using it as a ramp to soar into the air before ramming right into Shrimp's back. The Deathwheel ran Shrimp into the ground, causing the variant to faceplant into the earth with a heavy crash that split the already broken ground. The column of fused spines that lined the Deathwheel's body rotated rapidly like a buzzsaw, screaming out sparks as they grinded against Shrimp's back shell. The skulls gathered around the sides of the Deathwheel all chattered in a skeletal war cry as it exerted its maximal strength and velocity against Shrimp. Shrimp loosed a grunt of exertion as he lashed out his tail. It curled up flexibly and quickly, slamming against the Deathwheel and knocking it forwards, right into Valera. Good positional awareness, Aldrich noted. At first, he had thought that Shrimp fought like a complete amateur, taking unnecessary hits, not knowing how to use his powers effectively, and moving rather clumsily despite his incredible speed and strength, but it seemed that Shrimp was learning how to fight. And learning fast, too. Shrimp had seemed like a child in its curiosity, and that also showed in its experience with its powers. But it was learning more control over its strength and abilities by the second. This fight needed to end sooner rather than later. "We won't weaken it quickly enough," said Seismic, thinking the exact same thing as Aldrich as he stared down at Shrimp with crossed arms and a scowl. "Not before it adapts to us. Especially not if we can't use our strongest attacks for fear of giving it cover. Adapt, trust me, adapting to my control and attack patterns is something that I'm confident almost nobody can do," said Aldrich. "You stay focused on landing a final blow. Signal me before you do." "Got it," said Seismic. The two of them watched the battle resume below. Valera swatted the Deathwheel thrown her way to the side to prevent it from knocking her down, but in that moment of distraction, Shrimp had cocked back his fist again, ready to unleash a mighty energy wave to engulf both Valera and the Deathwheel. Aldrich snapped his fingers. The ground beneath Shrimp broke apart near instantly into sand, tumbling Shrimp back and causing him to lose focus on his punch. His forearm clicked back out of his upper arm, the piston system disengaging and the glowing blue and green energy strips fading in color. That was another thing Aldrich had noticed. Shrimp needed complete concentration to unleash his devastating punch attacks. On top of that, they had a short wind-up time where he had to engage the piston structure of his arm. All things Aldrich could easily abuse with his superior micro. Against Aldrich, who was used to accurately and effectively manning multiple units to the absolute maximal effectiveness, any attack that needed a channel time like that energy punch was something that would never see the light of day. Shrimp fell down into the quicksand pit, and very quickly, the sand covered over his shins. He tried to jump up, but the antlion's anti-flight field was strong enough to keep even Shrimp grounded. Instead, Shrimp used its energy-fueled high-speed movement to rush out of the range of the sand pit before it could grow large enough to make it impossible to effectively escape. On solid ground, away from Valera and the Deathwheel, Shrimp jumped in the air, trying to get out of range of all the units harassing him down below. Shrimp aimed right towards Aldrich and jumped. The moment Shrimp jumped, something slammed into Shrimp, sending him crashing back down into the sandpit. It was Ace, Blackwater's rank 3 student. He flew in the air with a powerfully built body, his eyes glowing a bright white as he stared down at Shrimp. "You're not getting out," said Ace. He cracked his neck as he gestured with his chin casually up to Aldrich, his expression stern. "And while I'm in the air, you're never going to get to him either." Aldrich smiled beneath his metal helm. Like this, Shrimp would face attack after attack again and again, leaving him without a single moment to rest. Chapter 139 Beatdown. Aldrich watched from his position high above like a domineering lord as his units attacked Shrimp one by one, spacing out their attacks so that Shrimp never had a single moment of rest in his pit of quicksand. The antlion could not actually deal damage to Shrimp with its jaws, but its sand and anti-flight field were extremely useful in grounding Shrimp's mobility, leaving him an open target for Aldrich's units to strategically pick apart. The Deathwheel would roll in, forcing Shrimp to block, but before Shrimp could smash the Deathwheel with his prodigious strength, Valera would come in from the back with a blow. Shrimp would have to block that attack, but as he did so, the Deathwheel would be ready to attack again, rolling towards Shrimp's exposed back, taking a free hit. After 2 of these exchanges where Shrimp ate one of Valera's punches to his stomach and another high-impact grinding wheel spin from the Deathwheel at his back, the Locus adapted. Aura. Valera sprinted at blinding speed towards Shrimp and unleashed an intense flurry of punches. Her dozens of punches visually blurred together in a wall of fists converging down on Shrimp. This was Hundredfold Flurry, a powerful fist-based skill that unleashed a mass barrage of punches all at the same time on a single target for massive burst damage. Meanwhile, the Deathwheel circled towards Shrimp's back, ready to swoop in if Shrimp dodged or blocked. Shrimp used his high-speed energy-fueled movement, which Aldrich dubbed as Burst. A bright crackling aura of blue-green formed around his body. Valera's black and red eyes narrowed as she readied to strike behind her at any moment, for that was where Shrimp could go to break himself out of this tight position between Valera and the Deathwheel where he always faced an attack from his blind side. Instead, Shrimp used Burst to dodge Valera's countless blows. He moved in extreme speed in flashes of bright light. After images illuminated from the light of his aura tracked his movements, and they formed a dizzying pattern of complex weaves and bobs and dodges as he dodged all of Valera's high-speed punch flurry. At Valera's very last punch, Shrimp evaded very narrowly off to the side. Valera's gauntleted fist scraped by Shrimp's head, screeching out sparks with how close the impact was. This was intentional. Aldrich saw what was going to happen and clapped his hands, commanding his next contingency to come in. By dodging Valera's attacks at the very last moment, Shrimp prevented the Deathwheel from rolling in lest it interfere with Valera or, worse, get hit by her. But this was far easier theorized than done. To actually get the timing of Valera's incredibly powerful and fast punches, a massive flurry of them, no less, down to such expert timing required absurd reflexes that Shrimp had not possessed before. Aldrich hypothesized that Shrimp's burst affected not only his physical movements, but also his brain processes and reflexes. This let Shrimp dash to the side, past Valera, in the last remaining tick of his burst without getting assaulted by the Deathwheel. His energy aura faded down as the ground beneath his feet smoked from his high-speed movement, but even with his burst gone, he had achieved what he had wanted, getting behind past both Valera and the Deathwheel so that they could not gang up on him. But if there was anyone else in this battle that knew anything about perfect timings, then it was Aldrich. No sooner had Shrimp managed to get out than did his antennae twitch as he looked up in the air. Before Shrimp could even think about moving to run away to get some distance, a red flash crashed in from above. Shrimp raised his arms up, blocking the Crimson Knight Kairos from cutting down at Shrimp's neck with his bloodstone saber. More, Shrimp said, annoyance palpable in his eerily human voice. Is that disappointment I hear? Said Kairos as he pushed down on his saber, using it to vault over Shrimp's head and stand behind the sea variant. Then I simply must put on a better performance, for I am never known to disappoint. Kairos put on a flashy smile, his red eyes glowing under his visor helmet. He had been thrown here by the zombie giant, for the giant was too large and slow to be a good asset in a fight like this. Instead, the giant acted like a mobile form of unit transportation, tossing key units over when Aldrich commanded it to. Kairos dashed in and unleashed a series of 3 spinning slashes while two-handing his saber, giving himself maximal rotational power meant for breaking through tough, armored enemies. This was Blade Waltz. Step 3, an incredibly powerful and fast attack meant to both break through tough enemy defense or force enemies backwards. The Blade Dancer combat art that Kairos specialized in was, as the name suggests, much more of a dance. It had set, pre-choreographed forms that, in exchange for being predictable, were quite fast and deadly, and higher-leveled blade dancers could change different steps and forms together to create devastating combo attacks and less predictable switch-ups. Shrimp blocked Kairos's first 2 heavy slashes with the thick plating around his arms and then ducked under the third slash before unleashing a quick, normal punch into Kairos's chest. A boom of impact echoed as Kairos flew backwards from the blow, but he flipped in the air and righted himself on his feet. Blood pooled from his mouth as he took in a deep breath. "My, you are quite a powerful one, yes. No wonder even the exile struggled with your ilk," said Kairos. Shrimp's antennae twitched as it whirled around again just in time to meet Valera's punch aimed at his head. Shrimp caught the punch in his own hand, but before he could return a punch of his own, Kairos was at Shrimp's back. Kairos flipped in the air before unleashing a strong downward slash with both hands. His bloodstone saber rippled and glowed with blood harvested from the countless corpses on this battlefield, extending the range, sharpness, and strength of the blade considerably. The blade dug into Shrimp's neck, noticeably where a crack was, and he managed to ever so slightly cut the flesh beneath. Little splotches of flower-patterned purple began to spread around the flesh, shining visibly through Shrimp's shell. Kairos's signature racial vampiric skill, one unique only to his bloodline, the crystal blood venom, had now infiltrated Shrimp's flesh. If enough of that built up, Kairos could instantly kill Shrimp like he had done with Shark, but he could not cut nearly deep enough to apply much venom. So, Shrimp grunted in exertion as he tried to block Valera's punches while Kairos continued to try and saw his way through Shrimp's shell with the whirling blood layer surrounding his saber. Shrimp whirled powerfully around all of a sudden, trying to swipe at Kairos, but Kairos flipped back and evaded the attack. In that instant, Valera smashed down at Shrimp's head with a double hammer fist, immediately nailing Shrimp down into the ground with a cratering impact. Shrimp pancaked into the earth with deep cracks in the back of his head. Valera raised her foot up to stomp it down on Shrimp, but Shrimp rolled over rapidly, causing her to miss and instead cause cracks to rumble across the ground around her foot. "Get away. Need to get away," said Shrimp as he looked up with blue blood pooling down his shell helmet, only to see the deathwheel ramming into his face, sending him flying backwards where Valera punched him again with a full-force lariat, causing Shrimp to pancake down into the earth again. "Get off!" Shrimp roared as he surged up with bestial strength with his fists out to his side, his burst coming back online as his energy aura flashed explosively around him, blasting and melting the rock in his vicinity. Valera and Kairos were both pushed back by the sudden energy influx, but this was temporary. Almost as soon as that energy burst flashed out, it died down. Shrimp had used his burst too soon after his last one, giving him too little time to build up energy. Now with his energy levels subsiding, the aura around him fading, Shrimp was helpless to another onslaught. Valera punched him, and Shrimp put up a guard to absorb the blow. However, her punch was so strong that Shrimp skidded backwards, and from behind, Kairos swept his blade under Shrimp's foot, sending him back on the ground again. The deathwheel rolled over Shrimp to give time for Valera to close the distance and start stomping like mad down on Shrimp's body. Meanwhile, Kairos slashed down in between Valera's attacks. All Shrimp could do at this point was put his shelled arms around his head and curl up in a ball as he got relentlessly beat down. This looked straight out of a scene from a street fight where an unlucky victim just got stomped and trampled over by multiple people helplessly, and just like in those situations, it was only a matter of time before Shrimp cracked and this fight was over. Chapter 140 Quest. Looks like my micro is as sharp as it ever was, said Aldrich as he looked down at the battle, or, rather, one-sided beatdown occurring between Shrimp against Valera, the Deathwheel, Kairos, the Antlion, and, occasionally, when Shrimp wanted to ever jump out of the way and into the sky, Ace. No matter where Shrimp went, no matter who he attacked, no matter how he guarded, he ate hit after hit after hit. Cracks now lined the entirety of his rainbow-shelled body. Kairos's crystal blood venom had spread to a larger extent through Shrimp's body, imprinting its purple floral pattern little patches around the variant's neck, arms, legs and chest, wherever Kairos managed to slash. However, it was easy to tell that this was not going to be a fight where an easy instant kill would work. Kairos's crystal blood venom spread slower the higher the vitality of the affected unit, and Shrimp was essentially at the pinnacle of vitality out of all the units Aldrich had seen so far. Aldrich had to commend Shrimp for his sheer durability. He was taking continued blows left, right, and above, but he still managed to hold on. As if reading Aldrich's mind, Seismic commented, "Loci that possess the anteic factor are harder to put down. Something about that energy makes them tougher. Makes strong bastards into even worse problems. This true sight of mine sees that this energy, this anteic factor, that this mortal speaks of, is of an origin separate from the creature," said Volantis. "Yet the nature of its origins, I cannot fathom. Even this honed, crafted sight that I hold proud cannot trace the flow of this energy to its beginnings." How much do you know about this anteic factor?" said Aldrich to Seismic. "Anything that can change the tides of this fight. Because the way I see it going, eventually, the locus will die." Seismic shook his head. "If you want details about theories on the origin of the factor, where the energy comes from, how it is made, I don't know. I never paid attention to research. I only know that this factor and energy does in terms of how it can change a fight, nothing more. But even knowing just that, I can tell that this fight will be over. It is only a matter of time. Your allies fight with remarkable coordination. It matches or even outclasses the first-rate hero teams. A single variant, especially a humanoid type like that, stands no chance against an onslaught like this. Especially not when its large-scale attacks need time to wind up. Time it isn't getting. Time it will never get," corrected Aldrich. He nodded in satisfaction at the way this fight was going. Even an A-ranker like Seismic could recognize that the coordination that Aldrich's unit had was utterly top class. Aldrich's micro was good, excellent, even, but that was not all of it. This was not just the game where his units were just, well, units. They had their own minds and ways of doing things. And his units did not know each other. They had not trained together. They had not taken the time to learn each other's attack patterns and timings. Normally, this would be a hindrance. But Aldrich used this to his strengths. Aldrich could act as a middleman to make all of the coordination happen, the equivalent of years and years of training for a regular hero team, with just his mind. At the speed of thought, he could input soft commands to his units. These did not completely override their free will and turn them into robots that performed his order, but rather, once he inputted his command, his units used all their free will, all their combat experience and technique and everything that made them individuals in their own right, to perform his command to the absolute best of their own unique ways. Like this, Aldrich could control many units at a much higher efficiency rate than he did in the game, as in a way, it was like he was controlling an army of units with advanced AIs. Once he gave the command, his units could adjust and adapt on the fly to make his orders happen. It made Aldrich far more versatile and granted him much more safety, as if he made a mistake with his commands, his units could adjust for it on their own. Seismic leered down at Shrimp. "I would have liked to crush that thing myself. But if you don't need me, then I'm fine standing watch. As a contingency, that is what I am, aren't I?" "Yes," said Aldrich, "but I wouldn't take that as an insult. The only thing more important than a well-thought-out plan is a well-placed contingency. That is what you are." "No offense taken," said Seismic. Just a little odd. I've never been in a backup role. My powers make me a siege breaker. Not the type that waits for the end. Consider it a well-deserved rest for everything else you did tonight, old man, said Aldrich. I'm not that old, grumbled Seismic as he focused on the fight again. Aldrich was amused at Seismic's reaction. He had thought the man the perfect example of stoicism, but it looked like even the seasoned and serious Seismic had a soft spot after all. But then again, at the end of the day, he was human. Or rather, had been. That was when Aldrich felt a strange sensation of lightness well up within him, deep inside his core. It was not from the Crystallis, that was still incubating inside of him, still feeding on his energy, but it came from a similar place within his soul. Crackles of green energy began to surge out of Aldrich's body, but he did not keep his attention on his units away even with this strange new development, constantly giving them soft commands when he could so that their coordination did not break down. New quest. Fell the great enemy obtained. Aldrich saw text pop up in the periphery of his vision. Text in glowing green font. This was not the usual text of his system. He immediately opened the quest details. When he opened the quest and read its details, he heard a voice ringing through his head. A familiar voice. A dignified and refined voice that held a strangely sultry, nearly seductive undertone to it. The voice of the Death Lord. It read out the text of the quest. Quest. Fell the great enemy. Testing, testing, yes, if you are hearing this, then ritual of transferal has begun. My power shall soon be yours. That is, if you are capable of taking it. Excuse my dramatics, of course you are capable. You need only to grow your strength. And this awful system of yours, using incomplete shades of that filthy goddess Amara and her little blacksmith pet. I cannot have my protege associate with women like that who hold innocent smiles that hide dark hearts. No, that simply cannot be. Plus, who has ever heard of a lich that served the goddess Amara? The lifelight who recoils at the very sight of undead. Whom only begrudgingly accepted the aid of you mortal necromancers when she saw my own dark power rising with no idea how to seal it. Too much bad taste to stomach, even for one such as myself who lurks in the shadows of rot, cold, and bone. So, I have taken the liberty to take this incomplete system of yours and fashion it into something worthy of you. Worthy of our ritual of transferal. I have very much made improvements to it that far suit your being as a lich. Return to the Nexus again, and you will come to know the full extent of them. For now, here is my first quest to you. If you are hearing this, then it is likely that you have encountered a great enemy. Fell it, and these rewards shall be yours to claim. -1x Trove of Dark Wisdom, 30 levels. Description. Through Dark Wisdom, a lich may ascend the undead underneath them into greater heights of strength. By granting Dark Wisdom to your undead, you may grant them additional levels, though there is a limit to the levels you can grant your undead, and none of your undead may exceed your own strength aside from your chosen. The traditional process to obtain Dark Wisdom is one that is long and tedious, requiring arcane insight, the crystallization of extracted essence, ensuring its compatibility with others, and so on and so forth. All too boring and time-consuming. So, I have streamlined the process. Simply complete my quests, and you shall receive Dark Wisdom. With that wisdom, ascend your legion. Nurture it, let it become as great and feared as my 100 Immortalis legions. No, let it become greater even than that. 1x Frostalode War Scythe. Description. An old war piece of mine. One that served me loyally by my side through my early days as the first lich, when I still clung to my frost dragon magics. Before they began to call me the old abomination, the origin of sin, the dark winter, whatever it is that the followers of the Lifelight called me. I treasured it dearly, but it has spent centuries gathering dust, and I cannot bear that its ever-hungry reaping blade no longer feeds upon lives. Thus, I shall entrust it to you, my dearest usurper. Treat it well, and your enemies shall know how truly cold the touch of death can be. Aldrich registered the details of the quest and accepted it. Before he could, a warning message popped up in front of him, and the Death Lord's voice echoed in his mind again. Warning. You must be the one to land the killing blow on the great enemy. Will you still take this quest, Necromancer? No, Lich of the Legion. I was always going to kill shrimp with my own 2 hands, thought Aldrich as he accepted the quest. Optimally, Aldrich wanted to be the one to end Shrimp's life personally. That way, he could have the lion's share of glory for this battle, not Seismic. And that glory, he would need as leverage after this battle done. Quest accepted. Though, I assume, knowing how you are, you always did want to kill the great enemy yourself, hey. I shall see you soon, usurper. With that, the quest messages faded away and automatically closed. Chapter 141 Contingency. Aldrich closed the quest tab and pondered the rewards. Dark wisdom was something Aldrich had heard about in the lore but had no real idea how it worked, as no player character could really access it in the game. It was supposed to be a crystallized fragment of a lich's essence that they granted to noteworthy undead beneath them, raising their levels. This was how liches could constantly increase the strength of their strongest undead. By having access to this, Aldrich no longer had to deal with many of his units, especially altars with unique powers, getting phased out because their physical stats could no longer keep up. He had no idea how levels would affect altar powers themselves, but at the very least, he knew that the levels would strengthen their stats. But the greatest reward here would be the Frostalode War Scythe. It was both a catalyst, an item used for channeling magic, and a melee weapon, making it perfect for Aldrich's use. It was normally not an item that player characters could obtain, and as such, it possessed effects and abilities that were much better than regular gear. At the very least, it was an item that was far better than anything Aldrich could obtain in his ordinary trial quests for his current level if, indeed, his trial quests were even the same now that the Death Lord had seemingly altered his system. For now, though, there was no point about pondering this. Aldrich had to focus on the immediate quest given to him, and to that end, he needed to be topped up on health. Ever since he had become a lich, the restorative flask no longer worked on him, for it was divine water of life from Amara whose very existence opposed undead like Aldrich. This was something I was supposed to add but forgot in the chapter he became a lich, my bad. Aldrich whistled, and Crow moved according to his will, towards the thick of the battlefield. All the while, though, he remotely oversaw the fight against Shrimp via the Grave Ward's vision. What is it? Said Seismic. A quick pit stop, said Aldrich. He briefly glanced at the rest of the battle zones and saw that the fishmen and crabmen had almost been completely pushed back. The larger and slower units that Aldrich had, such as the zombie giant, crab, and the bloodspitter lizard, were left behind on the battle zone to fight as they were too slow to contend with Shrimp. By now, Crab had grown back to around 10 meters, and he was utterly devastating the crabmen formerly under him. On top of this, the Panopticon's bugs mowed down the fodder fishmen who had no anti-air, making this fight a complete one-sided slaughter at this point. Within the hour, no, even less time than that, the variant army would get shoved back to the coastline. All that remained was taking care of Shrimp. Aldrich had Crow quickly fly by down a mass of corpses, and he raised his hand and cast Mass Grave Consumption. From all the corpses, the floating green graves marking them shattered, and streams of wispy red flowed into Aldrich, nourishing his health to full. With that, Aldrich commanded Crow to get back over to the Shrimp fight. He wondered, though, as he stared down at the fight, whether he even needed all that extra health. Maybe, at the start of this night, this would have been a challenging quest. But, as Aldrich continued to watch and micro the fight unfolding beneath him, it was looking increasingly like that would not be all too challenging of a quest. Shrimp still had not recovered from the onslaught of attacks from Valera, Kairos, the Deathwheel, and the Antlion's strong grounding effect. The Locust was still on the permanent defensive, unable to get in an attack or react to an attacker before getting hit in his blindside. Valera's attacks, especially, were brutal. All of her punches were strong enough to imprint deep cracks into Shrimp's body, and the deeper the cracks were and the more damage he sustained, the sooner Kairos could use his Expose Veins, which required a unit to be below a certain health threshold. Expose Veins would then show Shrimp's vitals, and these, Valera could target with her Slayer buff to instantly demolish body parts or even kill Shrimp outright. In fact, as Valera kept throwing out punch and kick and blow with a manic grin on her face, Aldrich figured the greatest threat to his quest's completion was Valera's bloodlust. Aldrich put a hand to his head. Valera, make sure you try to keep that thing alive. Alive enough for me to land the final hit, but I'm fine with you breaking it to any point before that. Of course, Master. The glory of this kill shall be yours. Valera yelled gleefully in Aldrich's mind as she used an opening made by Kairos to land a triple punch combo starting at Shrimp's stomach, moving on to his sternum, and then shattering his jaw entirely with a solid uppercut. Because of the antlion's anti-flight field that grounded everyone, the uppercut did not send Shrimp flying, and instead amplified that energy into devastating effect into Shrimp's head. Aldrich did not know if Shrimp had a humanoid nervous system, but if he did, that hit would have definitely rattled his brain or pulped it outright with the concentrated shockwave of the punch. Shrimp held on, however, even as his broken jaw hung loose from his mouth, pooling blue blood from it liberally. The locust shoved Valera backwards desperately only to meet the deathwheel crashing into his side, driving him into Kairos, who unleashed a scarlet dance, earth sundering. This consisted of Kairos momentarily explosively igniting his blood, causing it to sputter out of his body in petal-shaped patterns that burnt up rapidly in the air. This gave the Crimson Knight a huge boost of strength and speed in exchange for a sizable health cost to unleash a powerful overhead swing that slammed Shrimp into the ground in a shower of shattered earth. The small crater around Shrimp then quickly turned into quicksand as the antlion adjusted its position to continue trapping Shrimp. Maybe I should go in now, thought Aldrich, thinking that Shrimp was on his last legs. The locust's shell armor had thoroughly been cracked, with good chunks completely broken off to reveal teal green and blue flesh beneath that bled from tears and cuts and swelled with bruises. Shrimp looked utterly and thoroughly broken. Jaw shattered, one eye still missing, bleeding everywhere, bruises everywhere. He even stood shakily, wobbling as the accumulated damage likely tore muscles and broke bones and perhaps even damaged his head, stopping him from functioning properly. It was as if at any given moment, Shrimp could take one unlucky hit and die right then and there. But just as Aldrich thought this, the situation changed. Valera rushed in to kick Shrimp's side while he laid down, but at that moment, a flash of white burst around Shrimp from the ravaged ground, pooling upwards through the cracks like a geyser. He immediately stood up with a speed and energy he had only exhibited at the start of this fight, before he had taken all this damage, and instantly clicked back his piston fist. The blue and green energy stripes around his fist lit up halfway, like energy bars filling, but stopped at that halfway point. He then unleashed his energy punch right into Valera. Valera, caught by surprise, guarded the hit with her arms, but she was still sent flying far back with an explosive burst of bright blue, ocean wave-patterned energy. That energy wave, despite being much smaller than Shrimp's full power one, still carried enough power and weight behind it that Valera had to keep guarding against it while she was pushed back, taking her out of the fight for some time. Another change, said Seismic, his voice urgent now. He uncrossed his arms and clenched his fists, the veins in his arms starting to show as he channeled his own power. It's learned how to use its energy punches faster, and on top of that, it's been healed, said Aldrich as he saw that when the white aura of energy faded, showing that Shrimp had healed almost half of his total injuries. I thought you said the antaic factor didn't work so long as they were kept under pressure. Seismic's jaw set. Normally, yes. I don't know what's going on now. This hasn't happened before. With Valera, the main tank and heavy hitter, pushed away, Shrimp used a renewed charge of its burst to immediately dash towards the deathwheel and grab it before smashing it in half over his knee. He then tossed the wheel halves far away. Kairos readied to rush in as well, and from the skies, Ace readied to fly down to try and salvage the situation, but Aldrich commanded both of them to stop. Do not panic attack, said Aldrich firmly. Hold your positions. This fight was starting to feel increasingly like Aldrich was the villain fighting a protagonist who pulled out random power-up after power-up. But Aldrich remained calm. In the face of constant change, the worst thing to do was get dragged into its pace. This, he had learned through the game when fighting bosses with second or even third phases, in dungeons or areas with traps and sudden ambushes. Against change, the greatest weapon one could wield was not a powerful weapon or sturdy armor, but the steadiness of calm. Kairos and Ace stopped, and Shrimp, seeing them not moving, aimed its gaze downwards, towards the quicksand, where underneath, the antlion was trapping it. It began to raise its fist into the air. I'm going, said Seismic. No. I have another contingency, said Aldrich. Seismic gazed at Aldrich with a questioning look. I thought I was the contingency. What else do you have? Me, Aldrich said simply as he leapt down from Crow's back. Chapter 142 All Out. As Aldrich fell through the air, the winds whistling past him, he clasped his hands together with a metallic clang. Coils of ghostly green energy formed between them, and when he separated his hands, twin death bolts were formed and ready to go, swirling in spherical orbs in his palms. About halfway before Aldrich hit the ground, high up enough in the air where Shrimp looked like he could hit in Aldrich's palm, he fired off his 2 death bolts one after the other. Twin helical bolts of green death energy spiraled out from Aldrich like cannonballs, rapidly descending down to smash into Shrimp's back before the locust could punch down and destroy the antlion with a shockwave. An explosion of green energy erupted around Shrimp, and Shrimp staggered forwards before whirling around to face Aldrich, his antennae twitching as he glared at Aldrich with his 2 radiant, iridescent rainbow eyes. As expected, Death Bolt was little more than a spammable projectile attack against strong units like Shrimp, especially considering his enormous durability counted as vitality that made the instant death effect of Death Bolt useless. Still, the concussive force that the explosive Death Bolts possessed was easily on par with artillery shots. But artillery shots were not going to cut it here. If Valera's punches, blows that could match Aldrich's Death Bolt at their weakest, had difficulty smashing through Shrimp's shell, then Aldrich's Death Bolts had no hope of landing a decisive final blow, especially if Shrimp could spontaneously heal again. What they were useful for, however, was keeping Shrimp busy. Shrimp saw Aldrich and instantly began to charge towards him with pure hatred seething in his eyes. "You must kill you." Aldrich immediately noted that Shrimp's bloodlust against Aldrich was incredibly targeted, far more so than it had been against anyone else, indicating that for some reason, Aldrich drew Shrimp's aggro much better than anyone else. Any ordinary person seeing Shrimp, the locus of an entire variant army, a monster capable of leveling an entire city if left alone, charging towards them in sheer hatred, shrugging off a barrage of explosions like they were just a rough breeze, would have cowered in fear. But all Aldrich could think about was how good this situation was. This aggro meant that Shrimp would not think about escaping so long as Aldrich was here as bait. And that meant Aldrich did not have to worry as much about having to weave in Kairos, Ace, and other units with his attacks. Very simply put, Aldrich had free rein to go all out for once. He smiled under his helmet, feeling a thrill rush through him as he anticipated using all the new powers he had under him. Though, of course, he made sure his units would still stay in position to prevent Shrimp's escape if it ever came down to it. Aldrich used a free hand to fire death bolts at Shrimp one by one while moving backwards. He paced his bolts so that they hit one after the other, maximizing the time Shrimp needed to take to deal with them. On top of this, every single one of Aldrich's attacks were deliberately aimed. Every time a death bolt hit Shrimp, the locust had to pause briefly to raise up his shelled forearms over his eyes or block against an exposed chunk of already broken shell. This was kiting. A game mechanic in which a character, often a ranged one, danced around the edge of a shorter enemy's range chasing them, leading them on like a kite on a string. All the while, projectiles rained down on the chaser. This was a mechanic Aldrich was intimately familiar with, for Legion Necromancers, unlike Shattered Bone Necromancers, had no strong means to secure themselves in close combat. Keeping distance was key. Aldrich bought himself time with his kiting, during which, he had his zombie giant begin throwing key units Aldrich's way. He also used Create Greater Undead, First Ring, to summon a skeleton assassin. Aldrich put a hand on the purple-hooded skeleton's skull and said simply, "Go." The skeleton assassin nodded at Aldrich before fading away into shadows that quickly turned invisible. "You keep running." Shrimp shrugged off one more death bolt before its entire body covered in a bright green aura of crackling arcs. "I catch you now." Shrimp was about to use Burst to instantly close the distance to Aldrich. Aldrich was prepared for this. He stomped his foot into the ground just as Shrimp appeared right in front of him in a flash of green energy arcs and sparks. Shrimp's fist was cocked back, ready to punch right into Aldrich's stomach, but at that moment, the ground shuddered. Huge stakes of bone erupted all around Aldrich, breaking apart the ground in loud cracks. Several bone stakes slammed into Shrimp's body from below. The impaling bone stakes mostly scraped by Shrimp's shell, scratching out sparks and shallow cuts, but the intention was never to skewer through the locus. The sudden force from which the bone stakes had emerged sent Shrimp flying upwards, generating even more distance. Aldrich did not know where exactly Shrimp would burst to, whether it would be in front of Aldrich or behind him or to the side, so he eliminated all these possibilities by just casting Call of the Impaler, which worked in an omnidirectional area of effect. Now that Aldrich had used Call of the Impaler, he waved his hand and casted Bone Missile Array. The huge bone stakes broke apart into shards that formed a large rotating circle, almost like a halo, above Aldrich's head. Shrimp would have broken the bone stakes apart with brute force anyway or simply charged through them. Like this, though, Aldrich could make use of the bones far better. Shrimp fell back down on the ground, but his burst aura had not faded yet. With the last remnants of it, the locust rushed towards Aldrich with teleportation-level speeds. Change stitching to giant muscles commanded Aldrich. "Your will is mine," said Relentless. It was time to test out whether Aldrich could fight in melee range at a high level. Aldrich's stonedrake scales faded away, replacing instead with coils of grooved muscles covering his limbs and stretches of his chest. On top of this, he boosted himself with negative surge, hopping up his stats as much as possible. Hexagonal green patterns appeared around his body, reinforcing his stats. Shrimp appeared behind Aldrich, and he registered this immediately with Relentless providing him a full range of vision around himself. The locust began to cock back his fist, activating a half-charge of its devastating energy punch. Even though the half-charge blow was much faster than its full attack, it still had a delay, and Shrimp probably thought it had free rein to charge the attack from Aldrich's blind side. Aldrich immediately countered this by swiveling around and throwing out a powerful kick to Shrimp's side. Shrimp's eyes widened in surprise as Aldrich's muscle-padded, armored leg cracked shell before sending Shrimp flying to the side like a pinball. However, Shrimp did not get completely knocked down, pancaked to the ground like what a full force hit from Valera could do. The locust managed to break his fall by falling to a knee and skidded to a halt some distance away from Aldrich. Aldrich immediately followed up by sprinting towards Shrimp, not giving the creature a single moment to rest. Shards of bone around Aldrich's huge skeletal halo fired out like bullets, crashing and shattering against Shrimp's head. The locust closed his eyes and hunkered his head down to try and prevent his eyes from getting skewered out. Fast and strong was all Shrimp managed to think in utter surprise before Aldrich planted a solid punch into Shrimp's jaw. Chapter 143 Bear Witness. Aldrich felt solid impact from his punch against Shrimp's jaw. Shrimp's jaw had healed, but not entirely, and there were still fault line cracks around the powerful shell armor from Valera's previous uppercut. Once more, the shell plating shattered as the force of Aldrich's punch sent the locust's head whipping to the side in a gust of wind. He did not, however, manage to fully break the variant's jaw with that hit, giving Aldrich a gauge on how strong he was at his peak. With giant muscles stitched on and negative surge, Aldrich estimated he reached the low to mid-end of Valera's monstrous strength. Not too bad considering Aldrich was spec'd almost entirely as a mage. Shrimp's eyes widened from the impact as he spat out blood from beneath his helmet of shell. His arms hung low at his sides, indicating that the hit had temporarily staggered the monster. With Shrimp momentarily stunned, Aldrich took this opportunity to grab the creature's arm, turned around, and then performed an over-the-shoulder throw that slammed Shrimp down with a cratering impact. A sound like an explosion cracked through the air from the full-force throw. Gah! Shrimp let out in pain as the air knocked out of his back in a spatter of blood surrounded by driven-up rock chunks. Aldrich did not let Shrimp recover at all. He kept a hold on Shrimp's arm and then used his foot to stomp on the creature's free hand, pinning both the locust's limbs from guarding his face. Simultaneously, he fired spikes of bone from his skeletal halo, aiming to pierce straight through Shrimp's eyes and into his brain. Aldrich did not know if Shrimp had a normal humanoid brain, but the fact that jaw strikes and head trauma rattled the being indicated that at the very least, some form of motor control lay in the head. Now, like a surgeon on an operating table, Aldrich would excise it. The bone shards, each individually almost half a meter long, flew down into Shrimp's eyes and skewered right through them. The disgusting squelching sound of soft, squishy ocular material shredding apart filled the air as bloody streams spurted out from two huge bone spikes embedded through Shrimp's eye sockets. Shrimp loosed a bestial scream of pain as he writhed around with all his might, but Aldrich held on to the creature's arms firmly, all the while willing his bone spikes to drive in further and further, aiming to pierce out right through the other end of the beast's head. Shrimp's scream, however, shook the ground with supernatural force, and all of a sudden, huge amounts of energy began to build up around Shrimp, forming into his signature bright green burst aura. There was something different about this energy buildup. The way it suddenly flared up, the chaotic patterns of the raging, crackling energy, it all signaled danger to Aldrich. Trusting his instincts, he immediately jumped away, and not a moment later, an enormous explosion of green energy rocked outwards. Aldrich was barely caught at the end of the energy nova, and his death essence barrier tanked all the damage. The shockwave, however, did send him flying backwards at high speeds. He flipped in the air to get back onto his feet and planted them into the ground, driving up rock as he skidded himself to a halt, smoky trails of high friction rising from under his black and red greaves. Immediately, Relentless outlined Shrimp's presence underneath the smoke cloud generated from Shrimp's energy outburst. Shrimp had evolved another power. No, to be more accurate, the locust had learned how to use its burst energy buildup and detonate it instead of simply using it to enhance its physical stats. Hurts, it hurts so much, Shrimp muttered as he reached into his bloody blue eye sockets and took out the 2 bone spikes lodged in them. Pain should be the least of your worries, said Aldrich as he aimed his right hand towards Shrimp. Relentless, it's time to test you out. Show me your worth. Understood. Organ stitching. Banshee's scream. Aldrich's right hand glowed purple before flesh emerged from it in rippling, pulsating gray polyps that morphed into the shape of an oversized owl's skull with distinctively black beak. In the place of feathers, there was a long, ragged mess of wiry white and gray hair, flowing down from the skull's head that looked like it belonged to an elderly woman. Twin points of spectral purple light shone deep within the large voids of the owl skull's sockets. Aldrich thrust the skull out towards Shrimp, and the skull's beak opened up and unleashed a shrill, haunting scream that pierced through the night. Waves of blurry sonic force radiated out from the open beak as a beam of sound energy shot outwards, crashing right into Shrimp. Sound waves rippled by Shrimp, and as they did, they cracked and chipped at the creature's armor. The ground behind Shrimp, where the sound waves also struck, broke apart as if someone had taken a high-powered mech drill to it. This was the Banshee's scream, a powerful ranged attack that instantly killed weak units. However, even if it did not immediately cull a life, it was incredibly strong on its own merit to the point where the instant death effect was simply the cherry on top of a long list of perks. The sonic beam, as long as it was channeled, stunned any unit that it hit, ensuring they took the full brunt of the attack. This also rapidly built up the curse status effect that, when fully stacked, caused the afflicted unit to continually suffer damage over time as long as they kept taking damage. Granted, curse was far better suited to damage over time builds where Aldrich was mostly focused on burst, but he could work with it. At this point, Valera jumped down by Kairos' side, having recovered from getting blown back by Shrimp's energy punch. Oh, my master, look at how masterfully he fights. Look at how he dismantles this poor little creature. Valera shuddered in equal parts pride and pleasure as she put her hands on her helmet with manic energy. We should assist him in this endeavor, said Kairos as he stepped forwards, saber gleaming with red energy beside him. While the beast is stunned. Stop, leave this fight be. Valera put a firm hand on Kairos' shoulder, stopping the Crimson Knight. You do not wish to aid your master, exile, said Kairos as he looked back at Valera. There was some hint of suspicion in his voice. Quiet, newcomer. I alone have been with my master from the very beginning and will continue to be with him until the very end, said Valera. I know what he is feeling now. Despite how calm he usually is, there is a side to him that craves the fight, the challenge. And I can see that very feeling painted all over his smile now. Do not disturb him. Smile. I cannot see anything beneath that helm, said Kairos. You do not understand, said Valera. I do not see his smile, his desires. I feel them. That is the difference between you and I, newcomer. You were right, said Kairos. He gave Valera a polite head bow. And you are my senior, too. I should be deferring to your will. My apologies. You can take correction quite well for a noble, said Valera. I would have thought you far more stuck up than this, especially with my reputation as the exile. Now then, stand here and bear witness. Witness to our master's true strength. Valera's eyes gleamed bright bloody red under her canine helm, and though her smile did not show, it was wide as it usually was when she herself gorged in the carnage and blood of battle. Because seeing her master shine got her just as excited as ripping and tearing with her own two hands. That was how very much she valued her master. Because he is just getting started. Chapter 144 Observation. In an unknown location in Earth's upper atmosphere, a powerfully built man who looked like he could have been a bodybuilder stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite looking like he could break a bear's neck with one hand, he dressed with reverence to the word, elegant, in a black suit and tie outfit. Creases and wrinkles of age were set throughout his face, making him straddle the line between middle-aged and elderly, though with his shoulder-length white hair and bushy beard and mustache, he tended towards the elderly side of the scale. Most notable about his appearance, however, were his eyes. They were like two black voids completely lacking pupils, filled in with solid darkness. These strange eyes gazed forward at several large holographic screens all showing scenes of carnage wrought by variant attacks across the entire world. Hell, there had even been an attack on the U.F. United Front Arctic base. A variant threat of this scale had not been seen since the monstering, when the Titans still made their horrifying presences known in the world. Humanity, after decades of safety from Vanguard and the sealing of the Titans, had grown complacent. And the price of this complacency was clear in the millions of lives lost throughout the world. As the man stared at these screens, a younger woman's voice echoed from his side, emanating from a floating spherical gray ball with a blue dot glowing at its center. Regardless of the initial damages, I have assessed that the situations in most major countries have largely stabilized. Worldwide stability will return in approximately 66 hours. The emergency mobilization of S-class heroes under the Superior Defense Matrix protocol has proved highly successful. However, it is likely that the S-class will ask for even greater influence following this usage of their powers, said the Sphere. How do you intend to approach this problem? Emrys, the current president of the Alterhuman Agency, a man of mystery who almost never showed himself in the eye of the public, responded coolly. Let them make their demands. I'll entertain them. The Fortune Council and the United Front will request your presence as well, said the Sphere, its tone neutral and yet leached with a slight hint of interrogation. Both will place pressure upon your agency on top of requests for additional security. It is well known that before the Superior Defense Matrix's mobilization, many heroes did not stand to the call of duty, abandoning their posts in a mass amount of recorded instances too numerous for Netwatch programs to censor. Public support for the AA will take a dramatic 34% drop utilizing conservative number estimates. World leaders in the United Front and mega corporation executives in the Fortune Council alike will request significant reforms within the AA. How do you intend to approach this problem? By making reforms, said Emrys simply. His words seemed like he was mocking the Sphere, but the firmness behind them made it very clear that he was dead serious. It was high time for a change in the AA. The amount of corruption and incompetence that had slowly festered within the AA after entering an age of peace and hyper-commercialism needed to get rooted out. Especially now, when the future was so uncertain. When disaster could rain down from the heavens with the unexpected snap of a finger. But with these recent variant attacks to use as an excuse, there was nothing that could stop Emrys from cleaning the AA up if he played his cards right, and he had spent years making sure that his card hand was unbeatable. Very well. There are other matters that require my attention. My communication with you will now end, said the Sphere. As always, the Panopticon will support your endeavors within reason, for the safety and stability of this world is both within our prime interests. I know. Then this channel will terminate. For order. For order, said Emrys, and the Sphere's blue light blinked off, leaving him in pure silence as he watched the screens in front of him. Among the screens, there were playbacks of the S-class heroes like Solomon Solar, Valkyrie, Qinglong, Lightspeed, Star Spartan, Dracul, Wave Master, and so on and so forth, all swooping down and single-handedly saving the day in Tier 1 cities. The B and A-class heroes struggled to stand against Loci with their incredible power and newfound power and intelligence. But the S-class heroes were on a different league of power. It did not matter whether the Loci and their variant armies were land-based, sea-based, or subterranean, the S-class triumphed over them. Of course, there were a precious few S-class heroes in the world. 44 S-class heroes with only 25 of them having powers focused solely on strength. Not enough of them to save every city in the world. Just the important ones. The Tier 1 cities. As such, most of the broadcasts Emrys saw now were from Tier 1 cities. These screens, however, Emrys did not really pay attention to. What he paid attention to was a smaller screen he had personally brought up of a stream broadcasting an aerial view from Haven, a no-name Tier 3 walled city and unlucky victim of a locust attack. By all logical metrics, Haven should have fallen. But against reason, it stood strong. There, it was not a S-class hero that saved the day, but a stranger. An unknown variable nobody, not even the Panopticon, could have predicted. A man in dark armor wielding fantastical powers that seemed to defy every single known rule. So far, because there was so much chaos across the world in bigger cities, the stream had not gained much traction, drowned out by streams and news broadcasts from Tier 1 cities and shiny and famous S-class heroes across the world. Even afterwards, it was very likely that few people would believe everything recorded on that stream. It was simply too ridiculous. A man raising the dead, controlling variants, leading a personal army on par with large-scale hero teams, and holding considerable personal power on top of all that. Nobody would believe it, even with video evidence. But Emrys believed it, and he paid attention. He paid very, very close attention. Because, as Emrys stared at that man in black armor, at the red dot gleaming on that terrible helm of spikes and blood and darkness, he saw in his mind the vast emptiness of an infinite void. This was something he had not felt since laying his eyes on Vanguard, before the great hero disappeared. A black spot indicating something that was not of this world. Chapter 145 in the Zone. Aldrich watched as the sonic beam from the Banshee head on his arm continued to bear down on Shrimp. Remarkably, Shrimp withstood this attack and ever so slowly stepped against the force of the sound waves, moving forwards almost like he was in slow motion. There were cracks all over the locust's shell armor, but none too deep. The injuries came from Shrimp's orifices. His gouged-out eyes squirted blood, as did his nose and his open cuts where the sonic waves hit the hardest. And yet despite all that, Shrimp continued not backwards, not sideways to try and evade the beam, but forwards. Forwards to try and hunt down Aldrich. In response to this aggression from the strongest foe that Aldrich had ever faced, all Aldrich did was smile. Aldrich smiled under his helm of dark metal and bone and blood, so nobody could see that uncharacteristic expression. He was never an expressive person, but whenever he got into what he called the zone, he could not help but feel pure thrill. Any hardcore gamer knew what this feeling was. They felt it during those moments where it was now or never. Do or die, win or lose. That special zone of what felt like contradictions. Of both intensity and calm. Focus and excitement. Where your eyes were glued to the screen in unblinking vigil while your heart raced a million miles a minute. Where your hands could shake at the controls but still perform at their absolute best. What often pushed Aldrich into the zone were intense fights, usually boss fights. Not the clean fights where he could plan everything out beforehand with research and dismantle the enemy with easy precision. That had its own satisfaction to it, granted, but oftentimes, there was not enough of a challenge there to really move Aldrich into the zone. No, what pushed Aldrich into the zone was unpredictability. Chaos. Because as much as Aldrich hated chaos, he felt no greater rush than to triumph over it. And here, standing against a boss-level monster with an unpredictable moveset, with the goal of landing a killing blow on it himself, Aldrich stepped into that special zone for the first time. Shrimp stopped abruptly as spat out a burst of blood from its mouth as the curse status effect manifested on it. He dropped to a knee weakly as the sonic scream started to taper off, the Banshee head reaching the end of its channeling time. A spiked black debuff circle appeared around Shrimp followed by eerie dark flames that danced all around its body, dealing damage directly to its life force. As long as Aldrich kept putting direct damage on Shrimp, the flames would continue burning. It would have been nice for Aldrich's Mist of Undeath to proc curse as well, but unfortunately, only direct damage counted for the flames. And on top of that, his Mist of Undeath only worked to a 60% health max health threshold for strong enemies. Volantis, switch stitchings, said Aldrich. Switch to your strongest, and don't hold back. Shall I switch to the profane hand? Said Volantis. The hand of the blood god. Volantis's strongest stitching that guaranteed insane damage or a flat-out instant kill if it made contact. Aldrich, however, did not want to use that now. He wanted to save a few trump cards for later, and the hand of the blood god was one of them. This was not to mention that the hand of the blood god was a risky move in of itself. Volantis normally had it when he was level 80, not level 40 like now. There was no telling how severe the drawbacks would be for using such a powerful stitching. No, just a step below that, said Aldrich. Your will is mine, yet I must tell you that I cannot switch immediately, said Volantis. Not after wielding a stitching of high caliber like the head of the Banshee. I know your cooldowns. Just be prepared, said Aldrich as he kept his eyes focused on Shrimp. Volantis meanwhile continued feeding Aldrich information about Shrimp via his helmet. In his vision, he could see fluctuations of energy that Volantis marked around Shrimp that could give Aldrich a heads up whenever the creature built up power for one of its abilities. Not to mention that Volantis also had full vision around himself and a capable mind of his own. The feeling was very much like wearing a combat suit with a high-class AI. What of the beast now? Questioned Volantis. You are stuck with this Banshee's head until I am ready to switch this form of mine, and with its scream used, it is little more than excess weight. If the creature seeks to strike now, you will lack the sturdiness and might to repel it. As if to prove Volantis's point, Shrimp immediately started to recover from the sonic beating he had suffered. He got up from its knee and shakily stood up, his twin glowing antennae twitching as they located Aldrich as the creature's eyes were completely obliterated at this point. There you are, this time, I'll win. Hunt you down like the voice wants me to. Make you hurt for hurting me. Shrimp began to make a mad dash towards Aldrich only to be thwarted by 5 enormous bodies suddenly crashing into it. Right on time, said Aldrich. He had commanded the zombie giant to toss his zombists over around the end of the channel time for his Banshee's scream, seamlessly transitioning the stun from the scream into extra distractions. The zombists, huge monstrosities that could easily rip a man in half with their jaws, began to savagely roar and growl as they used all their chimeric body parts to maul Shrimp. A shark's jaw bit down on Shrimp's arm. A scorpion's stinger beat against his neck, trying to pierce through the shell. Thick serpentine coils rolled around Shrimp's torso, trying to crush it with force. Lion claws screeched against the locust's face. It was as if the entire animal kingdom had risen up against Shrimp. But what use were mere beasts against a monster? Weak, said Shrimp as he flexed his arms out, immediately breaking out of the python hold while flinging the shark-headed zombeast away from his arm. To be expected, the zombeasts were level 15, and Shrimp could go toe-to-toe with a level 45 Valera in brute force. The beast stood no chance here. Then how about this? Aldrich snapped his fingers and chanted. Burning agony. The zombeasts all spontaneously combusted into flame as their blood forcibly ripped out their bodies into clouds that ignited. They howled, roared, growled, and clicked mandibles in sheer aggression as they redoubled their efforts to attack Shrimp. This time, they were much, much stronger. The shark-headed, lion-bodied zombeast swiped at Shrimp, and this time, the blow was heavy enough to send Shrimp skidding backwards in surprise. A bare-bodied, scorpion-headed and tailed zombeast slammed its blood-flame-wrapped stinger onto Shrimp's head like a wrecking ball. Shrimp put his arms up and caught the stinger. GH. How do you all get stronger? I can't see how. I can't see the energy. The flow I see with everyone else, began Shrimp before the snake-bodied and headed zombeast with insectoid legs surged forward with a hiss, aiming to clamp down its massive, fanged jaws. Flames from ignited blood wrapped around Shrimp from the stinger, and those interacted with the curse flames to keep damaging him. Hurts, yelled Shrimp, but still too weak. Out of my way. Shrimp pushed upwards strongly, sending the stinger flying with the zombeast wielding it. He then grabbed the incoming snake zombeast's jaws with his hands, preventing the beast from closing its maw. It was here that Shrimp showed just how insanely strong he was. Shrimp ripped apart the snake zombeast from the jaws like tearing a piece of paper in half. Red blood poured out, drenching Shrimp's green and blue hues in fresh red. The shark-headed zombeast roared as it tried to bite down on the locust with the remaining two other zombeasts. Shrimp cocked back his fist, the twin energy bars of blue and green on its forearms charging halfway before it unleashed an energy punch that blew apart the three zombeasts like a bomb, scattering their blood, bone, and flesh outwards in a rain of miscellaneous body parts. "Now for you," Shrimp roared as he turned towards Aldrich, his antennae twitching as they located him. "Thank you for your service, my zombeasts," said Aldrich. "You've bought me enough time to test this out. And this is one thing that I have been very excited to see in action. Indeed, it is among the finest in my collection," said Volantis with pride. "It is heartening to know that my armored is one that holds such refined tastes as myself." This time, when Aldrich pointed his arm towards Shrimp, there was not the head of an owl wrapped around it, but the majestic, red-scaled, horned head of a dragon. Chapter 146 Draconic Might. Aldrich aimed his dragon head hand right towards Shrimp. The mouth of the majestic dragon was wide open, bearing rows of bloody red, crystalline teeth. But though dragons certainly had a fire sesame bite, that was not what they were known for. No, what made them beasts of legend, what made them living calamities, was their famed and feared breath. And this dragon was a blood-blaze dragon, a vampiric type with a particularly nasty breath that created torrents of crimson flame that not only burned, but also rapidly built up the bleed status effect. This effect was so potent that in the lore, it was said that whenever a blood-blaze dragon went on a rampage, the rivers would run red with the blood it spilled. "What is that? So many powers. Not like the other humans." "How?" said Shrimp as its antennae twitched, trying to get a read on what Aldrich was doing. In all of Shrimp's short life, he had not felt fear. He knew the destiny he was born to. Both his mother and the voice had told him to wipe out the humans. And he knew that as king, it was his given duty to do so. For that purpose, Shrimp had suffered and struggled, facing pain and strong enemy after enemy. But never had he felt fear. That was, not until now. Because even though every instinct inside Shrimp was screaming at him to wipe out the being standing in front of him, when he focused on that thing, all he could see was nothing. Emptiness. And that made him scared. Like he was a child staring into a deep, dark shadow ready to swallow him without a chance of ever escaping. "What is this?" you say. Well, this is another experiment. Let's see if you can last through it, my valued test subject, declared Aldrich as he willed the dragon to fire its bloodfire breath. The dragon's red eyes glowed strongly as red sparks flickered between its jaws, igniting a wave of bright red fire that shot forth with a crackling roar. The night sky lit up in a shade of sinister red as the bloodletting session began. "Gah!" Shrimp yelled out in agony as the red fire washed over him. The flames quickly melted the rock around his feet, but the heat was not the issue here. No, if it was just heat, Shrimp was fine. His shell was heavily resistant to it. It was the bleeding. As the raged over Shrimp's body, parts inside of it just broke apart. Blue blood spurted from ruptured veins. Internal bleeding ripped through his body, and he dropped down to one knee yet again as he desperately put his arms against the flames to no avail. With a sickening sound, Shrimp vomited out a chunk of blood from both his mouth and his eye sockets that rapidly evaporated in the heat of the fire. This compounded on top of the cursed flames that continually sapped Shrimp's life force. "Is this it?" muttered Aldrich, feeling a minor sense of disappointment. No, it was remarkable that Shrimp had been able to fight this long against an entire army by himself in the first place, even if that had required constant evolutions and sudden power-ups. Aldrich was just feeling disappointed because things would end like this when he had just started to get into the zone, when he had just gotten the chance to really go all out with all his new powers. In response to Aldrich, Shrimp tried to move to the side, but his other leg collapsed, causing him to fall down on both knees as blood continued to spurt from every open wound in his body. Shrimp's energy surged around it in a burst again, shimmering in a bright green aura, but the aura chaotically broke apart when another round of bleeding forced Shrimp to cough out a chunk of blood. Even if Shrimp had successfully used burst, Aldrich was ready for it. But with that burst getting disrupted, with all that built-up energy fading away, Shrimp was done for, doomed to perish in an inferno kindled by his very own blood and life force. Shrimp weakly waved his hands towards Aldrich, even though the locust was so far away. This was not a real attempt to attack Aldrich. It was a final, desperate attempt to reach out born from the imminent approach of death. Shrimp managed to slowly crawl towards Aldrich for a few seconds, blood spurting from all of his wounds, but after those seconds, it was obvious the end was in sight. And while Aldrich focused on Shrimp's end, there were others that focused on him. Within Havens, heroes, police, and civilians alike all crowded together on whatever devices and screens they could, watching the fight between their black-armored savior and the locust with bated breath and wide eyes. Technos had rigged a massive advertising hollow board at the city center square to link with the stream that showed the fight, and here, the biggest crowd of people thronged together to watch. Beforehand, everyone had locked themselves in apartments or in shelters, but now people were starting to find the courage to move out, to stand together in solidarity to watch their savior that they had entrusted their hopes and dreams and lives to fight. When they saw Shrimp finally collapse under red and black flames, cries of celebration began to ring out from everywhere. Before there had only been the tense silence of desperation. Now, he's got him, just a little more, take that shrimp-faced bastard down. Please win, after all we've been through, please win. Yet, amidst all these cries of hope, there was one person who stayed silent. She watched from her phone secluded from everyone else, hidden away in a dark alleyway by an open manhole cover. Blackwater's Rank 1 Mel Morales. So it's like that, huh? Mel looked at the battle with gleaming golden eyes. She zoomed in on the imposing black-armored figure and tapped at it with a finger. She whispered under her breath, "Guess I'll be seeing you soon." With that, Mel slipped into the manhole cover, fading away into the Haven sewage system. New York, within the Hero Team Protectorate's headquarters. Two people watched the mysterious defender of Haven near the killing blow on the locust attacking Haven from a huge holoscreen projection. The room they watched from was a recreational in headquarters movie theater. The place was spacious, and the two used that space as much as possible, standing quite a distance away from each other. One of these people was a tall, built man with a gold and black bodysuit with flowing blue that radiated the image of the typical action hero. He had pearly white, perfect teeth, a square jaw, slicked back blonde hair, and shining eyes gold like the rays of the sun. This was Solomon Solar, S-rank hero and rank 1 in the Superboard Top 100, making him the most popular and beloved hero in all of America. Would you look at that? Another new S-ranker to join in our crusade for justice, maybe. Maybe. I haven't seen anything like it. All those powers and that suit of his. He's a wild card that I can't believe has stayed hidden all this time. Even so, from what he's shown so far, he doesn't measure up to us. But he could still be hiding his strengths, not to mention that army of his, responded an equally tall woman, though as a woman, her height made her stand out even more than Solomon Solar. Her silvery hair was done up in a ponytail as her bright green eyes stared at the screen with sheer focus. She emanated a kind of beauty that could only be described as cold, with sparse expressions and stiff body language that oozed seriousness. Her costume comprised of a black bodysuit topped with armor-plated gold breastplate, skirt, greaves, and gauntlets. Verdant green vine patterns were embossed in the plating, and overall, her getup seemed strangely archaic, harkening back to an age of armor and swords. This was Valkyrie, or, as the public nicknamed her, the Queen of Thorns. She was a S-rank hero and rank 10 in the Superboard Top 100. The Superboard Top 100 was mostly a popularity contest, so the fact that she, as someone that never cared about popularity or social media or pandering to corporate sponsors, could manage such a high rank was a testament to her overwhelming strength that had a magnetic charm of its own. Either way, he's going to shake the hero scene if he joins to decide the AA. Or even if he doesn't. That's a big decision in of itself, said Valkyrie. That's great. Then maybe we can give him a seat in the Protectorate where he can put his powers for good, said Solomon Solar enthusiastically with a wide, cheery smile. I doubt it. He has his own team, looks like. But no matter what, he's going to make things interesting, said Valkyrie. She paused before staring at Solomon Solar. And do you have to put up that happy-go-lucky Mr. Justice bullshit act even in private? After all the years we've spent working together. What do you mean, Valkyrie? Said Solomon with a confused brow raise and concerned voice. Are you all right? Valkyrie sighed. Never mind. I was just wondering why you were even tuned into this stream in the first place. I imagined Haven would be the least of your worries, considering its low-tier status and how much cleanup we have to deal with here in New York. My intuition is telling me you were looking for something in Haven. Something you don't want to freely tell others. Valkyrie shrugged with nonchalant energy. But that's just my intuition. Solomon Solar paused for a moment before responding. The tier of a city doesn't matter. I check up on all of them to see where I'm needed. Then fly over there or over to Europe or Africa or wherever they still need help instead of wasting time here, said Valkyrie curtly as she turned and left the theater room. When Valkyrie left, Solomon Solar's smile warped into a twisted frown that nobody in the public could have ever imagined him making as he stared at the screen with a twitching brow of barely suppressed rage. Chapter 147 A Bloody End. Aldrich watched Shrimp inch towards him with arms trembling as they grasped forwards against a torrent of raging red blood fire. Blood streamed from every cut and open wound in spurts and squelches as the blood fire's devastating bleed effect and the cursed black flames ravaged it. What keeps you moving forward, I wonder? Said Aldrich as he casually kept his dragon head arm in front of him. Not that he had any other option. The biggest weakness of using the stitching of the blood flame dragon was that once Aldrich used the dragon's breath fully, he had to remain nearly stationary. He could turn around and adjust his aim, but he was rooted in spot like a cannon. However, in exchange, as shown from Shrimp's devastated body, the draconic breath had enormous offensive power that more than made up for the mobility loss. I thought variants were creatures that stayed true to their instincts, continued Aldrich. If that were true, you would have known to choose flight instead of fight a while ago. Not that I would have let you, but still. What is it that keeps you crawling towards me, towards your inevitable death? The voice, said Shrimp weakly, managing to hear Aldrich even with blood pouring out of its ears. The voice. Aldrich was surprised the creature spoke back to him. And what the locust said was something he had no idea about. There were no accounts of a voice driving variants to hunt humans. Maybe it was like the instinct that Geist-type variants harbored that made them target humans, but no, this was different than that. Shrimp did not really show any real bloodlust to the average human, as evidenced by how nonchalant or even curious it was about Seismic and Mel, choosing to dodge their attacks and observe them instead of rushing at them from the very beginning. It was only against Aldrich specifically that Shrimp's aggressiveness flared up to an unnaturally high degree, as if Aldrich's entire existence was something that the locust needed to wipe out. But why? Aldrich and Shrimp had no connection. And the rest of the fishmen, regardless of what type of variant they were, whether they were crab or merman, had no such strong drive to attack Aldrich. Was it because Shrimp sensed Aldrich's threat level? Maybe, but in that case, it should have been equally wary of Seismic and Valera, but against them, the locust had fought but did not show reckless bloodlust. Was it the nature of Aldrich's powers? Could it sense that Aldrich's powers were different in some capacity? Highly unlikely. Aldrich's powers were not something that Shrimp or any alter could make sense of. But there was the likelihood of exceptions, and it was not like Aldrich himself had a complete understanding of how his own powers came to be. And the voice, was it simple primal instinct? Or, perhaps, was it an entirely separate entity? Maybe the source of the separate energy signature that seemed to heal Shrimp during this fight and aid in its evolution. The ramifications of an entity controlling Shrimp, perhaps even being the source of the anteic factor that seemed to power other strong loci, would send deep waves throughout the completely shaking up fields of variant research. At the end of the day, though, there were no clear answers. Aldrich briefly pondered whether to entertain talking to Shrimp to get more insight. But he was in no mood to interrogate it. Shrimp was far too dangerous for that, and at any given moment, it might receive another power boost and extend this fight. It was far safer to end this fight and get answers from Shrimp when the creature became a loyal part of his legion. Whatever it is that's making you step forward against me, said Aldrich. It doesn't matter. Aldrich placed his other hand on the base of the dragon head like he was stabilizing the recoil of a cannon shot. Volantis, it's time to end this, said Aldrich. I am in agreement, Armored. Let us free the precious bones from this creature's pained flesh prison, said Volantis. With that, Aldrich and Volantis both pumped in a chunk of magical energy into the dragon head. Twin auras of green and red raged around Aldrich like fire, and debris around him scattered away from the pressure of his power. In response, the dragon head's red eyes gleamed brighter and it loosed a deep roar, causing its bloodfire breath wave to intensify and grow even larger and brighter red. As Shrimp saw the next wave of even more devastating bloodletting flames approach him, he stopped reaching out for Aldrich and instead trembled as he put bloody, broken arms over his eyes like a scared and lost child. Mother, Shrimp said. I'm sorry. With a crackling roar, the final torrent of flames washed over Shrimp, swirling and collecting into a pillar of blood red that surged upwards, lighting the night sky an ominous shade of crimson. Aldrich raised his dragon head arm up, stopping the fire flow, and the dragon head shuddered before sinking into Volantis's armor. He watched as the bloodfire flames subsided around Shrimp, revealing the creature still kneeling on the ground, surrounded by red fire. It did not appear dead, but another round of bleed would kick in again, and with how grievous its injuries already were, this fight was finally over. You've struggled enough, said Aldrich solemnly. Rest now. With a final squelch, the largest veins in Shrimp's body, in its neck and its heart, all burst. Large cuts ripped apart its back and chest and neck as big chunks of its shell shattered and broke apart. From the cuts, torrents of blue blood exploded out in a final mass hemorrhage like a water balloon popping. Shrimp fell flat onto the broken ground, splashing into a puddle of his own life blood as a rain of blue pattered against his lifeless body. Aldrich maintained his distance from Shrimp's corpse. After all the sudden power-ups on Shrimp's part, he did not want to drop his guard. The zombie giant from afar could still send out units towards Aldrich, and he still had more contingencies. First, there was Shark's crystal corpse. If Shrimp moved forward, Aldrich would use a wall of bone and then have the giant toss the crystal corpse. It could be detonated to cause significant damage and infuse a deadly chunk of the crystal blood venom from Kairos. Second, Valera and Kairos himself were still on standby, watching to see if anything went wrong. Not to mention that Ace was still in the skies along with Seismic and Crow. Third, Aldrich had the antlion now positioned beneath Shrimp's supposed corpse, ready to entrap it in the case that it suddenly gained renewed life and attempted to escape. Aldrich had most of his bases covered. It was just a matter of whether Shrimp was dead or not. A tense silence hung in the air as Aldrich watched Shrimp's lifeless, blood-drenched body. In a few seconds, Aldrich sighed in relief. A floating green grave marker emerged above Shrimp's body, and beside that icon, there was a blue orb that indicated the creature's soul. Good work, Volantis, said Aldrich. You're right, your collection is something to be admired. To bond with an armor that is as much a connoisseur of flesh and bone as I, it is my honor to serve, said Volantis. Master. Valera appeared from above. She had leapt in the air to reach Aldrich. She jumped up with her arms spread out to hug Aldrich, but when she made eye contact with a camera drone above, she made an awkward roll in midair and landed back on her feet in front of Aldrich because she realized she needed to be serious. People were watching after all. She stood up, tried to pat dust off herself with a professional attitude, and coughed into her gauntleted fist before bowing to Aldrich. That was excellent work, Master. Your fight will surely inspire the rest of your legion as it has inspired me. There's not much of a fight left to inspire. With the locusts gone, the variants are going to fall back to the ocean, if any of them even survive. This battle is over. Still, a part of me does think it was a shame it couldn't last longer, said Aldrich as he stared down at Shrimp's corpse, at the first being that had been able to really get Aldrich fighting and thinking in the zone. Then again, though, Aldrich knew that he would not lack for fights like this in the future. With this, he had revealed himself to the world, and he was prepared to accept the consequences for that. No, he thought, not consequences, but rewards. Because if Aldrich played his hand right, he would gain all the power and influence he needed to establish himself. He knew that he would face questions and resistance, but he was prepared for it. And speaking of rewards, the greatest one of them all was lying right before Aldrich. Aldrich began to move towards Shrimp, ready to cast Raise Undead. Chapter 148 The Voice. When Aldrich moved towards Shrimp to raise the locust, those that watched him did so with bated breath. The crowds in Haven that had cheered and cried out in relief and joy when they saw Shrimp fall now stood in silence, wondering what would happen. Would the terrifying locust that once threatened their entire city come back to life as the many fishmen and variants had done? Would the creature even be under their savior's control? In New York, Solomon Solar's twisted frown smoothed over for a moment as he also held his breath, his golden eyes glued to the large screen in front of him as he pondered the very same things the average citizen in Haven did. Would this no-name upstart in black armor actually tame a locust under his control? Nobody had ever been able to achieve anything remotely close to that. Much like the immensely powerful titans of the monstering that almost ended the entire world, there was something about loci that safeguarded them from a good number of powers. Their minds were impenetrable to all but the mightiest of psychics, and even among them, none could control a locust for very long. Locust corpses also could not be controlled fully intact. This was a fact that Solomon Solar was privy to as AS rank hero who had insider information about the association and its more confidential research. The Alterhuman Agency had captured strong loci and kept their bodies in storage to perform experiments on. Among these experiments were those involving alters who could control or animate corpses as this black-armored upstart could, but all of them ended in failure. At best, the A knew how to harvest the genetic material of loci, but any attempts at cloning also invariably failed or produced misshapen, uncontrollable monstrosities. The greatest success that the AA produced was to fashion mechanical hybrids utilizing the corpses, but these fell short of the original strength and required the specific employ of Fleshcrafter, an extremely powerful techno whose genius was plagued with bouts of mental instability common among the best psionic-type alters. If this upstart could fully raise a locus and employ it as his own without compromising on the locus's strength, then there was no doubt about it. Whoever this man was, he was going to rise to be a superpower in the AA. Solomon Solar set his jaw in irritation. If that happened, that meant he had even more competition to deal with. Just when he thought his night could not get any worse. First, there had been the attack on New York from an army of Geists headed by a locus of definitive S-ranked strength. That had taken much of the night to settle. Then, when Solomon heard that Haven had been attacked, he had tried to contact Blackwater to make sure his asset Seth Solar had not been compromised. If Seth had been killed tonight, then Solomon had lost an asset worth an invaluable number of credits. But that and the competition that this upstart posed was actually the least of his worries. It was the fact that this upstart controlled Blackwater students under him that deeply unsettled Solomon. That could only mean that Blackwater had been infiltrated and compromised somehow, the students either willingly following this man or killed and turned into puppets for him. And if Blackwater was compromised, Solomon Solar's connection to it, to Celine, the headmaster and mother to Seth, was at risk. If that happened, it would take a massive amount of effort for Solomon to smooth over the damage to his image. Granted, Solomon was funded extensively by the Dark Six, the largest criminal organizations in the world, and they could likely bury a reveal even of this scale to the public with their power and influence. But it would cost Solomon. Pile atop his already near bottomless debt to them. Solomon could not fly over there himself and see if things were fine. He was too public a figure to do that. That was why Celine, the headmaster and Seth's handler, was there in the first place. That was her goddamn job, to handle all the nasty criminal elements tied to Solomon so that there was no risk to him. So why the hell was she not taking any of his calls? Why were things going so wrong, so very quickly? From his viewing room, Emrys stared at the unknown man raise his hand towards the corpse of the locust. All other holographic screens that previously had shown world leaders or S and A-class heroes fighting across the globe had been turned off, leaving just the screen showing the stream in Haven open. This was how important this stream was to Emrys, president of the Alterhuman Agency. More important than any other conflict in the world. Than any world leader. Than any mega corporation CEO. Than any hero, regardless of how high their rank was. What would happen, thought Emrys, if two black spots collided with each other? Whose power would triumph over the other? The only time a situation like this had ever occurred was in the beginning of the altering. When Vanguard and Zahak stood against each other in a clash that had carved its marks into both the depths of the planet and the memories of mankind. In the aftermath of that colossal conflict, it had been clear that the right one had won with Vanguard. Vanguard had steered humanity towards its survival to the best of his extraordinary abilities, and the golden age he had started, though now faded into near death, had been the foundation for mankind to rally their strength around. Had Zahak won, humanity collectively would have faced a fate worse than death. But now, the answer was not so clear. If the armored one triumphed, then what did that mean? Did the man stand for humanity? Or against? Could Emrys be staring at the biggest hope that this planet could look towards to since Vanguard himself? Or its greatest downfall, something that Emrys would have to personally stamp out before it became too much to deal with? All Emrys could do was to watch, wait, and observe. Observe as he had done for over a century for the sake of order. Aldrich stepped up to Shrimp's corpse with his arm stretched out and palm open, ready to raise the strongest undead he had ever taken yet. Thankfully, both his health and mana were at relatively stable condition. His health was still topped off due to his conservative no-hit playstyle, and his mana hovered at slightly below half. Very likely, this would be enough for Aldrich to fully raise Shrimp even with the drain that boss-level entities seemed to impose on him. "Serve," announced Aldrich. From his black and bone gauntleted hand, a green silhouette of energy flashed. But nothing happened. Aldrich paused for a few seconds, waiting to see if it just took some time for the spell to cast. He had used it, that was for sure. He had felt his mana go down. Valera immediately picked up on this and stood right beside Aldrich, manifesting her huge cross shield in wariness. That was when Shrimp's corpse turned bright white. It happened so quickly that he had almost no time to react. Two of Shrimp's arms, the ones that held claws instead of fists, began to vibrate rapidly, and all throughout Shrimp's body, a massive buildup of energy occurred. The air around Shrimp began to distort heavily from this energy accumulation, concentrating particularly heavily around his claws. Shrimp's body turned so brilliantly white that it blinded everyone in the vicinity, emitting so much light that for a moment, to anyone nearby, it looked like the night had turned into day, as if the sun itself had dawned on the desolate, dark war zone. Aldrich made immediate move to evacuate from the vicinity. He had defensive maneuvers planned in the case that anything strange like this happened, and he executed them now. But just before he could put his thoughts into actions, something he could not have foreseen occurred. "This one is disappointed in you, kindred," a voice echoed from Shrimp's corpse. It was not Shrimp's own voice. No, it belonged to a woman's, though unlike any Aldrich had heard before. There was something about it that was distinctively inhuman in its tone and feeling. The voice was directed straight towards Aldrich, ringing only in the confines of his head like the telepathic communication he had between his units. When it spoke, its words took up only but a fraction of a moment, slowing down Aldrich's perception like time itself had slowed to a crawl. To bear witness to a kindred for the first time only to see that you raise your precious, beyond given strength against your own is a disappointment. But no matter, if you do not know who the true enemy is, then you are an enemy of this one as well. Chapter 149 Survival. As Aldrich heard the voice ringing through his head, he suppressed the urge to ask questions. There was no doubt in his mind that this being was the voice that had driven Shrimp to fight Aldrich with such intense drive. But even if he had many questions about who this entity was, what its objectives were, what it meant by kindred, what it meant by the enemy, what was important above all was securing his own safety. "The energy of that corpse swells to astronomical levels unbound by any semblance of order," said Volantis. "It is reminiscent of an explosion," finished Aldrich. He instantly geared back into action. This voice was trying to wipe him out by luring him in with Shrimp's corpse and detonating it. A thoroughly petty and underhanded trick, but then again, who was Aldrich to complain about such a thing? No. He was the type of person to expect his enemy to play dirty because that was exactly how he operated. Aldrich had been ready from the start to expect that something out of his expectation might happen to threaten him. And because he had been mentally prepared, he could react faster than if he had gone in expecting to raise Shrimp's corpse without any repercussions. Aldrich instantly jumped backwards, mentally willing all of his units to escape from the area as quickly as possible. The corpse was due to detonate incredibly soon, and Volantis flooded Aldrich's mind with danger warnings that even if he sprinted backwards at full speed, he would get caught by the explosion based on how much energy had built up. In response, Aldrich casted Wall of Bone while leaping away. Volantis reacted, changing his stitching from the Blood Flame Dragon's head into the Stone Drake scales, judging that if Aldrich would get clipped by the explosion, it was better to weather the damage as effectively possible than to try and manifest wings to get away. The ground before the corpse broke apart as a thick mound of bones rose up near instantly, forming into a powerful reinforced wall of clobbered-together bones, some small, some giant, some human, some monstrous, that looked sturdy enough to withstand a full barrage even from someone like Valera. Wall of bone was an incredibly useful defensive tool not just for the strength of the wall, but because of the speed of its responsiveness. Its manifestation was essentially instant, allowing competent casters to block incoming attacks as soon as they reacted to them. On top of this, Valera automatically got to work defending Aldrich. She, as an expert warrior, knew without Aldrich telling her anything that this situation needed her defense now more so than ever. Valera stood behind the wall of skeletal mass and slammed her shield down, casting her strongest area of effect defensive skill called Third Gate of Noctis. The shield turned completely black, so dark and devoid of light that it stood out almost like a tear in reality. From there, shadows poured out, flickering as they shaped themselves into an enormous castle gate over a dozen meters tall. The Third Gate of Noctis was a part of a series of spells unique only to Knights of the Midnight Order, an alliance of night-dwelling demihumans in Elden World. Noctis was the living shadow city upon which the Midnight Order's knights were trained, and it was said that all anointed knights of the Order drank in a shard of the city itself, harnessing its power. In the Elden World game, Noctis had not been breached for 5,000 years, with its walls only crumbling at the very end of the game when a trio of immensely powerful dark angels dropped an enormous meteorite capable of razing an entire country on the fortress. Valera, however, could only shape one gate of the fortress at her current level. And that also took time to fully set up. The shadowy mass emanating from her shield took the vague form of a gate surrounded by segments of wall, but it needed more time to stabilize into a proper, solid structure. Before that happened, Shrimp's corpse detonated when its rapidly oscillating, energy-building claws snapped together. A bright, blinding white and orange wave of energy strands blasted out from Shrimp's corpse like a solar flare. No, it literally was exactly like a solar flare. Anyone staring at this that did not have augmented eyes would have been instantly blinded. The ground beneath Shrimp's corpse instantly liquefied molten, then evaporated into bubbles. When the solar wave crashed into Aldrich's bone wall, it completely melted through the wall without facing any resistance. Valera stood firm against this wave of incoming devastation with her shield firmly poised in front of her, willing to give her all and everything to defend Aldrich. Aldrich worried briefly about Valera's safety. She could not tank that hit. It was as if the sun itself, the celestial body that could power nearly all life on the planet with just a fraction of its luminescence, had its life-giving warmth inverted and turned into a devastating weapon of scorching incineration. But Aldrich trusted Valera. He knew that she would give her eternal life for him, but he also knew that she would not throw away her life either. If she felt like she was going to die from this attack, she would have told him. The fact that she stood there silently and firmly meant that she was confident she could stand against the solar storm. Still, an attack of this caliber was far beyond what Shrimp should have been able to output. This was the power of the entity known as the Voice. No, that was not entirely accurate. Aldrich noticed this even in this tense situation. Shrimp's corpse remained stable even as it thrust out these solar waves. It did not break apart. On the contrary, it seemed that these solar waves actually came from Shrimp. A glance at the energy signatures from Volantis confirmed that the locust created this attack. It was an energy signature very similar to Shrimp's burst. What had happened was that the Voice did not put out its own attack. Rather, it had forcibly massively accelerated Shrimp's evolution, turning the burst power into something much, much stronger. At the back of Aldrich's mind, even in a dangerous situation like this, he felt eager. Eager because he knew that Shrimp's corpse was not gone. And the more the Voice evolved and strengthened Shrimp's body, the more effective it would be as a tool for Aldrich to wield in his legion. All Aldrich had to do was hold on and survive this one attack. Then, he would end this once and for all. Right before the sun waves reached Valera and her manifested Gate of Shadow, an explosion boomed from Shrimp's corpse, perhaps from the air superheating so quickly. A huge omnidirectional orange blast radiated outwards. The explosion was massive, instantly engulfing Valera in light and very quickly reaching Aldrich like an all-devouring beast. This explosion was not nearly as deadly as the actual solar waves themselves. Those, hopefully, Valera had blocked. Aldrich braced for impact, his death essence barrier glowing bright around him in a shell of fortified energy while the gem-crusted scales around his body hardened with the sound of cracking rock. All he saw was blinding bright light as the explosion hit him. From above, atop Crow's back, Seismic watched the intensely bright light of the locust corpse shine outwards, and he snapped from his trance and shouted down to the oversized bird beneath him. "Up! Get out of here!" Crow flapped his wings with a grumble, not liking to take orders from anyone other than Aldrich, but knew that this was a good idea. Seismic had almost been in a trance watching the armored man fight. He, in his decades as a hero, had quite literally never seen anything like it. The armored man could raise the dead, but that was not his only power. Through that strange black armor of his, armor that looked almost alive, Seismic had seen the man manifest all manner of abilities that he had no idea what to think about. There had even been a dragon's head, for Christ's sake. How did this power work? Could the man harvest corpses and make them his own? Were those parts then those of other altars? Perhaps variants. It was not often that Seismic was shaken up, and though he did not show it in his face or stiff body language, he was shaken to the core right now. This man was fast, strong, gifted in the martial arts, incredible tactically aware, and, to top it all off, possessed enough team members of strange yet powerful beings easily akin to the scale and strength of a small army. There was no doubt about this. Every generation, there were a handful of rising talents that dominated the altar scene. They were called stars, but this man was a star among stars. After this incident, no matter what he did, that man would impact the world. If he decided to become a hero, he would take the altar scene by storm. Provided his image was presentable, every single mega corporation would scramble to make him their own. If he decided to go a different path, then there would be untold amounts of chaos as the world decided whether to label him as ally or enemy. But beyond all that, deep within Seismic's gut, in his instinct that he had learned to hone and trust, he felt this man, was going to change the world. Seismic had not ever felt this way. Throughout his years, he had witnessed many young, promising altars with incredible powers and drive, many of them dubbed by the media to be able to change the world. But none of them were like Vanguard. None of them could truly shake up the foundations of the world. All of them eventually funneled into becoming heroes backed by sponsors, complacent in swimming through fame and riches. Seismic knew that feeling of complacency well. He himself had been a victim of it for many years. Those that did not fit into the framework of heroes became villains, but in the end, they still sought the same material comfort of their heroic counterparts. No matter how many bright stars shone, none of them shone bright enough to change anything. This man was different. Not only did his power only grow stronger over time, but his mindset, too, Seismic could tell was fundamentally different from those of other heroes and even villains. There was a drive to him, an ambition, that made him stand out. With both combined, Seismic could not even begin to fathom how the man would impact the world. But all this was relevant only if he survived tonight. Chapter 150 Seismic. Seismic grimaced as he watched the explosion from below, a sphere of such radiant orange that it looked like a miniature sun, bloom outwards, engulfing everything in its hungry approach. He could instinctively sense that the explosion, despite having a large area of effect, was not nearly as devastating as the initial heat strands that the locust threw out to start this explosion. Those strands seemed absolutely devastating. Seismic's instinct had always been strong, almost beast-like in their perceptiveness to the point where they could be considered a power on their own, and he could feel strongly that even touching those strands would lead to instant death, even for him. Seismic were sure that the armored man had dodged, even if Seismic had not been able to tell exactly what had happened from how blindingly bright this attack was. It seemed almost impossible that that man could have been taken by surprise from this, but then again, Seismic had seen heroes, both veterans and rising stars, taken out by one single mistake before. Because unlike the moves in comics and telescreen shows, oftentimes, that was all it took to take someone down. One single mistake didn't matter how many fans you had, only meant you had more people to mourn your loss for a week before moving on to the next shiny hero to fawn over. TCH. So that's how it is, muttered Seismic as he shook his head. Almost as soon as the enormous orange explosion had bloomed outwards, it sunk back in, collapsing upon itself and drawing in a loud surge of wind with it. Standing alone among a sea of molten, bubbling rock, was the locust. The locust's normally brilliant rainbow shell was now completely white, and its eyes shone a dark black. The armored man was nowhere to be found. The shield-bearing woman was gone, too. Seismic could not be sure that man had died just yet. All of his controlled corpses seemed to still be operating. Or perhaps his control extended after death. There were plenty of alter powers that could do that. But whether or not that man was alive or dead, what mattered now was that the locust was still standing, and it was standing alone, unattended. It could escape now if it wished to. Seismic clenched his fists, the veins in his arms bulging as he put strength into them. He would not let that happen. Kindred, that was disappointing. Was that all it took to take you down? Said the voice as it piloted the locust's body. Although it did speak, its voice could only be heard by the kindred, though it did not know where the kindred was. The voice stared out ahead, looking out across a swath of scorched, smoking earth as it tried to locate the kindred it sought to destroy. When it could not find him, the voice stared down at its shelled hands, its antennae twitching. Kindred are hidden from my life sense, but surely, this cannot be it. The voice closed its hands and opened them again, as if testing out the feeling of its body. But this child of mine is strong, there is no doubt about it. Perhaps he was too strong for you, as a neonate kindred yet to develop your strength. It is a good thing I culled you here, before you grew stronger. The voice's antennae twitched then, and it stepped backwards in an instant as Seismic landed in front of it with a diving kick, splashing away all the molten rock. Another one, said the voice, and this time, its words were audible to all. It stared at Seismic's muscular body, at the aura of power that emanated from the man's steely gray eyes. But evolution has treated you well. Your essence will be worth harvesting. Seismic did not respond and rushed forward with a punch encapsulated in a large sphere of white energy. He was not holding back. He was aiming for the kill here, as the contingency meant to take this monster down. In response, the voice cocked back its fist, locked it in fully, and met Seismic's fist in a direct clash. When the two fists, one of flesh and bone, one of shell, clashed together, it was as if a high-yield bomb had been detonated between the two mighty entities. The ground in a huge area around them instantly shattered, blowing apart like tiles on a roof peeling off from a hurricane. The earth rumbled as Seismic's quakes rocked through the voice's new body. Seismic grit his teeth and roared as he maximized the output of power in his quake punch. The sphere around his fist was still stable. He did not want to shatter it yet because if he did, the seismic waves contained in it would fan out, losing focus. And he needed focus right now. The powerful energy wave that usually came from the locust's full power punch did not stream outwards and wash over Seismic. Instead, its flow was split down the middle and directed around Seismic through the quake sphere. With the ocean wave pattern of the blue energy wave, it looked like Seismic was literally parting the sea. The twin streams of energy crashed behind Seismic, obliterating everything it hit with thunderous rumbles. But so long as Seismic kept his quake bubble intact, he could use it as a sort of barrier to split the energy wave. On top of this, the longer the locust kept its fist in contact with Seismic's, the longer it felt shockwaves running internally through its entire body, ravaging it from the inside out. It was hard for anyone to trade melee blows with Seismic because even if you guarded his attacks, the shockwaves still permeated through. No, it was almost impossible for anyone to beat Seismic in a straight-up brawl because of this reason unless there was a way to avoid the internal damage. But the locust was not avoiding the damage. All throughout its body, Locust's shell cracked and spurted blood again and again, but with every injury, began to regenerate, white particles emerging from the ground and patching up any damage almost as soon as it happened. Antaic factor, much stronger than before, too, capable of healing near-fatal internal injuries in moments. And in the middle of a fight, no less. The healing factor was strong enough to keep the locust continually pushing against Seismic's fist despite the life-threatening injuries it suffered to its internal organs over and over again. There was zero doubt about this now. This locust beforehand was an A-ranked disaster. But now it was S-ranked. And as the locust continued to stand, continued to push against Seismic, Seismic's quake bubble grew smaller and smaller, losing its energy over time. In an extended clash of pure power like this, Seismic was at a disadvantage. His power lasted in short bursts, now more than ever due to the effects of age and crystallization. Seismic buckled down to one knee as his quake sphere reached half its size. And as the quake sphere shrank, so did its damage-reducing capabilities. He felt the bones in his knuckles shatter. His forearm bone splintered. But he kept struggling, because by now, there was nothing left but to struggle. He could have left at any time this night. Ran to see his son again. Ran to enjoy his credits for another day like Hat Trick had done. But that was not his way now. He never thought he was the type to champion heroic ideals. He still did not think that. He did not care about having a heroic image, and most of the public still remembered him as a menace who destroyed more than he saved. He had no idea how the Golden Age heroes juggled so many ideas of morality and good and perseverance and selflessness without breaking under the weight of it all. Eventually, though, he came to the realization, they did not. They were all human at heart, and nobody was perfect enough to handle all of that all the time. No, what they did was keep things simple. Once you commit, you go all in. Never back down, never back out, shut everything else out, and it gets easy to fight. Those were not Seismic's words. They were Vanguard's, but they were the words that resonated with him. And following those words were enough to be a hero, most of the time. So he did not back down now. Just as Seismic thought this, as if to mock him, his crystallization flared. He felt the organ at the base of his spine spike in pain as black crystal protrusions grew outwards from his altar organ, ripping visibly through his flesh. His quake bubble began to crack, unable to sustain itself at full power for this long. "You have fought enough. Cease your struggles," said the voice, "and return your essence to the primordial womb." "That's right." Seismic's eyes widened as he heard that man's voice ring through his head. "You have done enough. So take a break and rest that back before it breaks. Take that hit and let it carry you. Any injuries you get, I can heal. I'm going to end this now."